Thanks for welcome to deliberations on the 2021-2031 long-term plan. Firstly, thanks for all the work that's gone on behind the scenes to assist today's decision making from all of our staff. And councillors, thanks for the time you've put into reading the amount of paper that we've had or electronic pages that we've been able to read. Yesterday there was two A3s circulated on diligent, and they're on your table in front of you today. There's no new information in there. That doesn't cover anything new that you haven't read, other than a starting point for some discussion today around where we might land on an answer, so that you're not having to come up with your own preference as we go around the table. You've got something to argue either for or against as we go around. The plan for today would be to complete our deliberations today. Dinner's been booked for 5, and if we need to come back after that, we will. And if there's matters or items that require a lot of extra information, then we've created some time after the council meeting on Wednesday next week to be able to answer those, so that we're not pressed to have 24-hour turnaround on anything that's major. I haven't received anything that's of huge loss of information, where no one's raised anything with me that they don't have enough information to make a decision today. So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to make all those decisions if we can. Deborah?
I did circulate on Monday an email needing to understand the breakdown on a ward basis of the DCs that have been collected to date. I haven't seen that information, so and for me and my decision making as to where projects sit and the expenditure of those DCs for those projects is valuable.
Cool.
Where we want to move them forward or put them back because of lack of funding or much jumping around, because DCs have to be spent within a certain period of time and they have to be spent in the ward and for the purpose they were collected.
Yeah, so Kelvin's got an answer for you.
Yeah, those projects are all included in the DC policy. This is those.
Breakdown of how much. Say for the Springs ward, we might have 6 million sitting there in DCs that are unspent currently.
The opening balance and projects.
As we go through today, we'll start with the big 9 decisions that we asked our community about before moving on to some of the strategic partnerships, monofuneral relationship, and then some of the categories of projects. Sort of listed them by size of projects, so that the large ones or large dollar amounts we deal with first, and then they basically follow the order of. As we to share the speaking order around, Malcolm can be first on the first item, and Shane can be first on the second item, and Jeff can be first on the third item, and so on around the room. And then we will end up with Malcolm last on the second item and Shane last on the third item, and that way people can be first and second around different items. Everyone speaking in, rather than that matters what the outcome is, and everyone will get a chance to speak to everything if they want to, particularly on those first 8. You don't have to speak, of course, and particularly as we go through the day, I'll try and make sure that we stay to time and keep things moving, but if we could all sort of take some collective responsibility for that, would be good. Following this whole process as well, I've witnessed a few other councils' deliberations in the last couple of weeks, and it will be good to do a bit of a review and think about how we manage. Well, so next year for the annual plan and for the next long-term plan, a if there's any improvements to be made, we can make them. I think as we get bigger, we need to think about how larger councils handle this process, because when you're small, you can handle each submission individually and move through and create time for that to happen. And as we grow larger, that will become increasingly difficult. Now might not be the time for change, but there'll be an opportunity at the end of it to reassess. David, do you have any comments at the start of the day?
Firstly, just I want to acknowledge the huge effort of staff over the past 7 days to get the information compiled in the manner that it has been and distributed. I know there's a lot of reading involved, and today is going to be a very big day, but hopeful that we can focus quite sharply on the issues, only address what we need to. If we can, the more that we can nail today and avoid tomorrow, that will be of greater benefit to all of us. Just talking about the process going forward, we are subject to an additional audit round, which we've got to squeeze in between deliberations and then in final adoption on the 25th of May. Final comment, Sam, I agree with you around the review process, and I would suggest that when we come back from the recess in July, one of those workshop sessions, we actually spend an hour or so reflecting on what's been a very busy 12 months for everybody.
Great, let's get into it. First big decision that we've asked our community about is what should we do with our drinking waters to keep it safe. Feedback from them was mixed, but there was a majority of people that preferred us to think about how we might upgrade supplies to avoid chlorination. And the staff response here is that we acknowledge the ratepayers' preference to avoid chlorination. Staff will over the next 12 months engage Taumata Arawai, who are the drinking water regulator, in respect to requirements for mandatory disinfection. Depending on the outcome of those decisions, we will review cost and rating options prior to the development of our draft annual plan. The reason for not implementing $100 right now is we don't actually need to spend the money in this current year. We need to understand where the regulator is going to land and if it's going to be possible for us, Christchurch, Waimakere and others to end up in this space. So rather than starting rating for something that's uncertain, we'll look to implement that next year should the need arise. Around the room for any views on that as a starting point, Malcolm.
Yeah, I agree with the staff recommendation. Common sense, it should go ahead.
Mark, great. Jenny, Grant.
I want to reiterate to our community that we've heard their desire to have non-chlorinated water, and that, in my view, is the council position, but we will be driven by legislation. And currently the Audit Risk Committee is working under the, as Murray will tell you, under the risk matrix, and we'll continue to use that and try and understand the exemption requirements to get non-chlorinated water.
Agree.
Yeah, agree, and Grant's right. We've
so we're not going to move in second to each of these decisions. We'll take notes of the answers that we've come to around the table, and at the end of the day, there'll be a bulk move in second and adopt. So the second item is around paying for drinking water. Again, there's a fairly strong majority of people wanted volumetric charging as the option, which is what is a starting point for the decision today. Shane, go first up.
We still, with an increase, will remain lower than our neighbouring districts. And as I stated here, the cost of supplying water is increasing as regulations change. Our district uses a lot of water on a per person basis, and this needs to be managed carefully to protect this resource. And we want to provide an improved level of service to our ratepayers, and I think that's what we'll continue to do. So I support it. Thank you.
Listening to the submissions, there was a question around those throughout our district that have water readily available and those that don't have water readily available for the distribution of the water charges. We have gone to district-wide ratings, so there's unders and overs. But I'm just questioning, and I know that this decision will be taken out of our hands, but I really am just questioning why, if you have ample water, are you not charged a different rate than those that do not have access to ample water?
So I guess that's not a question we're asking here. That decision's been made by council 6 years ago now. Have flat water charges across the district based on district-wide rating. Acknowledging the things that you've raised, Deborah, but today we're talking about whether or not we're going to increase the volumetric charges opposed to increase water charges for water. Do you support the volumetric angle of lifting? Supporting option one, that is, we lift the volumetric charge only, well, at a greater rate than the fixed charge, or would you rather lift the fixed charge and the volumetric charge at the same rate? Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Mark?
Thank you. I support the staff recommendation. It's not about raising more money from ratepayers. It's about raising the value of water that they're delivered to and getting efficient use of it. Selwyn uses more water per household on average than almost anywhere else in the country. Some of it is to establish new gardens in new properties, but a lot of it is just simply waste. And we can't keep pulling water out of our aquifers to waste it by watering at the wrong time and in the wrong way. I think we also need to continue with an education campaign around
Thank you. Jenny?
I support where you're heading, Deborah. I just want to reflect what our submitters were telling us is A, they regard water as a basic core infrastructure the council provides, and we do too. B, there was a noticeable swing to people saying the rationale was twofold. One, we optimised the water delivery or our upgraded facilities where communities couldn't afford to get the infrastructure done, which I think largely our staff have done a very good job of doing. The second part is that we would maintain our cost at the lowest possible cost of delivery. The thing that concerns me with this proposal is we're now talking about demand management by cost. That's not the decision we made. The decision we made was to provide water at the lowest possible cost for our community. And if there's a change, I think we need to be talking about water efficiency, I support, but also don't want to get to the stage where our communities are freighted in the tap. And I must report to you that in the communities that I represent, particularly the dead population concept. You talk about it repeatedly. Are we charging appropriate for DCs to enable the growth portion of our community to pay for the costs they're putting onto the traditional community? Developers must pay for pipelines and everything else, but are we collecting efficiently? Because in theory, if we are, our cost of delivery shouldn't be increasing other than regulatory requirements. So the sad fact of the matter is the biggest space to report and sell is ourselves. Our leakage rate is not good. I don't want to say it in public because I don't want to know exactly what the number is, but I think it's in double digits. So if you add that up to the volumetric amount per annum, we are the biggest space for water. So our own inefficiency, our own infrastructure. So I think we need to look at ourselves before we start talking about demand management through our consumers, because whether we are a significant water waster. If you compare it to other infrastructure, it compares very, very poorly. So under tacit, as we described. Sophie?
I support option one. I do believe that use pays, but Grant raised an interesting point around leakage. So, yeah, definitely need to improve that. But it'd be great to have some sort of educational component, not just in terms of our usual, what sort of time of day through some of the water, but maybe more information through libraries or something, one of the programs about alternative types of gardening. So not necessarily your water intensive lawns and beautiful flowers that aren't necessarily suited to an increasingly warmer climate, and things around water, water tanks and whatnot. There are other ways that we can all do something.
Yeah, I support option one. As has been raised by Grant, and I have raised them in the past, is there is an effect on our fixed income and elderly residents with putting water charges up, and particularly ones who their enjoyment is actually the garden and tending to that. So I do support having education and trying to work with, particularly if we're able to do this, is look at our bigger users and see who those are and whether we can specifically target them with education. And also submitters is about reusing grey water and looking at those sorts of things, which we haven't really looked at, I don't think, as a council. But I think going forward, if we're being realistic about conserving water and keeping what is in the aquifers and in the river as much as we can, we should be looking wider and encouraging people to put these various things in their properties as they're being built, particularly considering how many houses are being built in our district at the moment.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Of the two, I support the irony is, I guess, that we supply potable water and the majority of it's not drunk, it's used for other purposes. So I guess that's always going to be the dichotomy, isn't it? But yeah, option one.
Thank you, Malcolm. Yes, I support options. Is that?
Usage was dropped. People were actually realising that there was a charge for their water. They had a certain amount. I remember pushback from people in the community who were using large amounts of water for more lawns, particularly on the council, instead of running a well that they had on their own property. So I do believe option one is the way to go. At 48 cents, it's the cheapest water in the country, volumetric-wise. But education is the key. We do need to carry on educating people about water, as Councillor Reader said, and look to the future about grey water and other ways of reusing the water we are taking.
Okay, thanks. And let's just remind ourselves in our community that this is only cost recovery. All we're doing with water is collecting money to go into a pool that's spent on water. And as a council, we don't have any massive large income stream that just fits into a fund to fund lots of things for particularly around game. We only collect money for the things that we say we can spend it on, and with water, it all stays on the water account to provide that service back to our community. So thank you for the feedback around the table. And we'll include a comment around the education community around water use, particularly over the summer as it's been raised. Decision 3 is around developing a new wastewater system for Tafu and Kiwi. There was a range of responses that we've received, and with the greatest number of people that responded wanted to keep the status quo. The staff recommendation here is slightly amended from what was sent out. So I'll just read it to you. Structure and connecting new development areas. Staff also of the view the council should commit to this as a priority project, but in doing so, review the timetable for connection of existing properties. And so decision today for discussion is the council approves this project and breaks it into the following stages. Stage 1, complete the pipeline to the pines and require all new developments to connect immediately. So the immediately is added in there for new developments. Install and connect the main street of Darfield, and the time frame for that to be 22-23. That's a realistic time frame for when that's going to be there, rather than immediately, which was there. Stage 2, Stage 2, the rest of the document is unchanged. Stage 2, work with LTP to determine Stage 3, frame 25, 30. 25 to 30. And stage 4, installation of reticulation of non-risk areas, probably the newer areas of the township with existing discharge consents, time frame 31 to 35. Yes, other options to include as well, and Grant sent through some of those. Grant, thank you for the thoughts on that, which can be discussed as well. There's 4 in here. 1, all eligible properties pay the EEE's rate from 2022 and get connected as the scheme progresses with a sunset date for this to be achieved in 5 to 10 years, no further payment required. 2, all the district-wide rate pays for all the on-street infrastructure and landowner is liable for connection costs to on-street piping, still done in a staged manner. 3, or SDC borrows capital amounts to fund all connection works and is held as an interest-only loan for 10 years before repayments start. To be Water's reform would then likely take over. We must at least have the discussion of the likely impact of reform and how we should structure our costs in light of uncertainty. Costs of installing infrastructure. So, your considerations of those points put forward. And Jeff, you're first.
Yeah, no, I'm agree with that submission and had read it. The only thing that perhaps we really do need to do, there's a lot of people there with new septic. 15 or 20 years, we just need to really market this a lot better perhaps than we have in the past. But yes, I'm to save a lot of time. I just for the recommendation.
I actually support the staff recommendation with a proviso that we investigate the Rayburn farmland as if it's considered surplus and apply the cost of transferring that and looking at it as infrastructure for the whole of the system. We bought Rayburn Farm and I can't remember whether it was bought specifically by the Darfield residents. I suspect that it was actually purchased out of the general rates at the time to bank it for the infrastructure. And I think that I like the idea of Rayburn Farm being sold because that's what we purchased it for, and those funds that go back into the Darfield wastewater system and proposal.
I support the timetable portion of the recommendations in front of us. So we do have a question where it said new builds connect immediately. It must be new builds where possible connect immediately. There will be new builds in Kirwi and Darfield which are infill or aren't in the initial areas that won't be able to connect. So it must be new builds where possible connect immediately. On the other options, I actually oppose all of them. Option 1 and option 2 are very similar. They effectively make the existing Eastern Sarah sewage connections subsidise Darfield and Kirwi. That is a complete change of council policy. Council policy to date has been that new connections pay the capital cost of their connections. If we're going to a district-wide subsidy of Darfield and Kirwi, and when we say district-wide, we need to be clear that it's district-wide sewage connected ratepayers, not all district. It's not clear from what's the recommendation is. That's an entirely change. That's a big change to our policy. We're offering a district subsidy to a very small number of ratepayers. We don't do that anywhere else. We have rationale for our targeted rates in some areas, but those who benefit pay. If we want to change the philosophy, let's do it by a proper discussion. Option 2, I actually raises a challenge with 2 of our councillors, or 2 sitting in this room. They could be direct beneficiaries of a discounted connection if we voted for option 2. I've raised this and I've been told that I'm wrong, but I think those, and they know who they are, should declare an interest in this and not discuss option 2. Because if their connection cost is subsidised, then they are a direct fiscal beneficiary of that decision and should not take part in that decision. Option 3, borrow the money, and I have less option problem with that as long as it still is tagged to those properties, not to the whole sewerage connection scheme. And option 4, I totally oppose. Rayburn Farm was bought with district-wide general rate funds. Its sale should go back to the general rate. It was never paid for by Darfield or Kiwi. Again, to sell it and use the sale proceeds to subsidise Darfield and Kiwi ratepayers is a direct subsidy. And this is even worse. This is from general rate. This is every other ratepayer in the district subsidising Kiwi and Darfield. If we want to go down that track, let's have a proper discussion, because there were many ratepayers who said we should be targeting the beneficiaries of things. Federated farmers, for example, target the beneficiaries. This is directly opposite this. This is using district-wide funds to target a small number of ratepayers. I am very much opposed to that, so I don't think any of the 4 other options should be supported at this time.
Sorry, I support the council decision, and I'm presuming that it is when a property is now developed, that's when the second tank will go, system will connect. Those ones that it's got a number 4, the time frame, those ones that have just been connected will have 15 years before they have to connect to the system. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're saying, and I think for clarity, the areas that Mark identified new developments to connect immediately, that's the new developments as identified in the consultation document maps, because that clearly shows where the dark grey areas are there. So not just everyone that builds a new house, would have to be in that new development. And for yours, and a piece around timeframes, it would be subject to they can to identify high and low risk areas. And the reason that I've just put in brackets here, probably the new areas of town, is that just as a guiding principle for what we're thinking about around the feedback we've received, but those that have already got consent that usually been put in, the time frame is slightly longer, probably, for them than someone that's unconsidered at the moment.
Thank you for that. I think there was a lot of misunderstanding from a lot of the people that got submissions with the map that we got out. They were sort of thinking that those connections, the new subdivisions, weren't going to be connecting straight away. So I think that's where there's been a lot of confusion. And I would just like clarity, please, on the Rayburn Farm. Was that not purchased for use of sewerage for the Darfield area?
I guess after going, I don't believe that it was, but there wasn't, yeah.
It was from general funds from the council partnership, so it was not funded specifically by an individual group of ratepayers.
And
it was for the purpose of the development for a system for Darfield was the point I was asking.
I think it was probably the purpose, but they didn't purchase it.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't here at the time, that's my assumption. Otherwise, why would we have bought it? But yeah. I just said it's been brought up about Rayburn Farm a few times. I just think we need to be cautious about putting our own assets outside of water into water at the moment, when the future of water is uncertain. So we might end up with any control over it. So we just need to think about, I understand the philosophy around how it might contribute, but we need to think longer than just the next couple of years with that. Grant?
just the administrative point first, Stan, can the IT department sort these things out? It just seems hopeless, to be honest.
Yes, and Lloyd's going to turn the whole system off once we finish talking about wastewater. And
Oh, great.
That'll give us a couple of minutes break, and we'll set it back up again.
Okay. So what do we hear from the submissions? A lot of people, particularly with new systems, very concerned about the cost, and you'd have to have a lot of sympathy with that point of view. If you just spent 20,000 on a brand new Oasis system or something like that, and here comes the good old council and says, well, here's another 23,000 fence coming, I'll be rightly aggrieved as well. So, but also what we did here is, this is the council's fault. You should have done this 20 years ago before I put my house and septic tank system in. So there's a dual-edged sword there of people saying, well, you know, I get why you're doing it, but you did it too late and you're going to cost us a fortune to do it. And so we've got to admit we've heard those submitters, but also acknowledge that some of the stress we're facing now is due to past councils not fronting up to this and not doing it earlier. So there is, in my view, a moral obligation for us to face that point of view, as well as an obligation to our ratepayers to actually make it affordable so that we do get an improved environmental outcome, but actually we don't destroy a whole lot of people's livelihoods and lives along the way in doing it. So how do we do that? Well, there's numerous opportunities, but let's just work our way through the proposals the staff have put forward. The main trunk line, yes, of course, you can't do it without it. It's a no-brainer. We send sewage to an environmental plant that is well controlled, well maintained, and has high levels of operational ability. That's a no-brainer. I vote for that. Option 2, we connect the new subdivisions. Clearly, that's a no-brainer as well. They are waiting, they're ready to go, and that takes any further environmental load out of the system immediately. So then it becomes a bit sticky, in my view, because we're then saying, let's do the commercial street immediately as well. But when we do that, whatever funding model we apply to those people automatically becomes the funding model for the rest of Darfield. I don't think we've actually decided what the funding model is. So I don't think we're in a position to do that part. So I'm of the view that we should stop there, decision-making wise, and have a good thrash around it, how we're going to actually fund this, because I think we're doing it in an ad hoc manner. I think we're not being fair to the ratepayers in Darfield and Melbourne and the wider Selwyn by continuing. I certainly see the value of putting down the main street. And as Mark's had a chance to have a hit on hit as well. Because, I put those other options forward, and Mark certainly reflects the view of the council in the past. But you can't continue to look backwards and say, we did that, we used to do this, we did that. That was a largely rural-based Selwyn, which had very limited infrastructure to deal with and had very limited funds. This is a completely different situation. And, I don't think when you bring in district-wide rating, we've all said the same thing for a long time. Use the power of district-wide rating to help communities that need help. This community wasn't crying out for us to put sewage in. We decided that it's the best thing for our community in the long term. We've had a groundswell of people submitting to us saying, I don't want it, I don't need it, I want my septic tank to continue. But we're thinking in the best interests of Selwyn and the future that this is the way forward. Immediately, it might not be obvious to those people, because they're looking, what's in it for me, which I understand, everyone understands that. But in the long term, this is the way forward. So how do we make it achievable? We've got the horsepower. We've got the ability to make it this actually workable for these people. We need to apply ourselves. I mean, 30 or 40,000 per ratepayer is ridiculous. That's nonsensical. We can't be charging people that sort of money to hook on. If you look at the actual Eastern Selwyn or SSS sewage scheme now, DC to join is ridiculously low, unfathomably low for the service we actually deliver. I think, in my view, is that the general rate for a long time has been pouring into Rollston to help Rollston develop, and great, that's fantastic. But, and also there's targeted rate for the Selwyn sewage works. But here's an opportunity for some of the flow to go the other way, where we might use the benefits of scale and the benefits of population growth. Particularly in Melbourne, they have a justifiable argument that growth has delivered very little of actually appreciation of their community. They still drive around in single roads. Their facilities are largely similar to when the Selwyn District Council was formed. The roads, you can't say they're great to write home about. Well, can you? The water supply in Horrorata and other places, they're saying, well, right, there's an opportunity for the Selwyn District Council to look outside Ralston and Eastern Selwyn and actually do something in Melbourne. So my view is that we go to those two stages, but then come back with a comprehensive way forward. And I'm not adverse, I'll say here right now, I'm not adverse to voting the district-wide rate by a substantial vote. And to make things happen, look at our community, what have we got left that needs, in this environment, is basic needs to be. If we pipe from Ellesmere to Pines, which I'm a supporter of, if we do Melbourne, Pines, which I'm a supporter of, we've only got perhaps Dunsandel sitting out the side there, which may need some help in the future. We've largely done great environmental strides in Selwyn to make ourselves an efficient and environmentally sustainable town, great place to live, work and play. Let's keep that try to come out. So, you know, I am not averse to thinking about district-wide moving. I am not averse to looking at Rayburn if it's part of the funding mix. You know, Mark might say, well, general rates bought it, but what was going to happen to it if we didn't sell it? It was going to have a dirty grade sewage plant. Well, it's there for the next 50 years, being a sewage treatment plant. So the use is still the same. It's how you transfer the money. So looking backwards and living in the past, not be a happy place. It's not the way forward. And so that's where I sit. Do the trunk line, do the new subdivisions, have a pause, and develop a comprehensive funding package which our ratepayers in Melbourne can live with.
Grant, can I just ask, thanks for that, if around stage 2, instead of pushing pause and to enable us to give some direction to the community that the rest is coming, but we just need to figure out how and when that's funded. As number 2 was work with ECAN to determine risks around consented and non-consented septic tanks and develop a time frame for implementation and confirm funding options and arrangements over the next 2 years. That would give us the time to work with ECAN, come up with those things, and then lay that out on one clear pattern. But today also acknowledge that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not adverse. If we believe it's an environmental compliance issue for the main street, I think we should do it, but hold the cost against our sewage treatment account, and get it done, because I think particularly the commercial hub could well be done. I split the ECAN sustainability thing, but let's get real. This has got to be done, whether ECAN give us a timeline or not. And it's being cutesy probably to sort of say, well, let's look at ECAN when your consents expire. I think if we get the funding package right, people can live with this, and it'll be a graduated timescale because you physically can't do the works that fast unless you make a conscious decision. But the funding package is the key. Get the funding package right, the community will back it.
Thank you, Grant. Sophie, we're going to work to try, when we have a break, we'll turn off the microphones, we'll get them reset, and we'll try and get the recommendations on the screen for you to see what we're talking about. Sophie.
Yeah, guys, it's always good following Grant because he talks quite a lot of sense. So with those the changed wording, that sounds quite good. I quite like then, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I definitely think that we need to discuss in more details how people would pay for this, because there are some people who will want to do it in a single hit if it's cheaper to do it by putting it on your mortgage than it is over a long period. Some people may know that they won't need to connect until 2035, but if we start putting a little bit aside now, then we might be paid up by then. There's a lot of unknowns around the whole payment part, but definitely agree the new subdivisions need to go straight in there. As far as in the other options, the number 2 one, where with district-wide rate paying for street infrastructure, there's actually an opportunity there, I think, in terms of footpath and street improvements around central Dartford in particular, because older streets, I see it here in Rolleston, they've been patched up that many times. Actually, if you're going to dig up parts of the street to put some pipes in there, you may as well take a look at where everything goes you know, your dips and rises in your pavements, how accessible is it actually for bikes, wheelchairs, anything else like that? That's not actually just solely a sewerage issue. And as far as I'm aware, if there are footfall path improvements, you know, that doesn't go on a targeted rate. So I think that sort of thing, if that gets worked into the program, then that is a good case for putting more district-wide money in there. What else was that? Oh, and yeah, definitely agree that fair enough, Rayburn Farm has kind of the whole conflict of where it was bought and what it was for. But I think that definitely needs to be part of the conversation around how this is all funded, what happens in the future of it.
I think Grant must have had a look at what I've written down. But I agree with Grant. Yeah, the only thing that I would differ on, I would carry on with the main street. We've got plenty of time to actually get the funding and that sorted out by the time it's done. So I still think that we should be carrying on with that now. And Rayburn Farm, I think that we should be leaving that at the moment and looking at that as property in with other properties themselves, and we're looking at other projects and come up with a cohesive plan for all of those before we decide. But in my opinion, it was bought by general rate for the future of sewerage in Darfield. That was never actually put down for that, from what I understand.
Yeah, good, interesting discussion we've been having. And when we're talking about one of the other reasons that Grant had brought up in the past, but just remind everyone that one of the things that really spurred this on is we started having developments, at least one development come in who were wanting to do their own wastewater treatment plant. Now, can you imagine what it's going to be like if we had a number of these individual wastewater treatment plants that we're managing across the district? It was, pardon? So it's much better to have a centralised plant that we've got and be able to manage that than a whole lot of little ones all over the place. So I support, it's gone off my page. I support where we're talking about the stage one to get the new developments done, but making sure that it's not including the houses. I mean, I don't know how the development's been done at the moment, but there are some houses that are literally being just put in and septic tanks just put in. So obviously there's not going to be an issue with those at this stage, but definitely I haven't had time to look at these other options that Grant's suggested, and I think we really do need to have a proper look at all the options on the table about how we go with this going forward. Quite concerned with a number of the submissions that were read that it is a significant amount of money that we're looking at putting on these people, and we need to be really mindful of that. And it's particularly us as a council looking at the full well-being. Social well-being is a very important part of that. I can't change the page, but the Rayburn Farm, I definitely agree with what Bob has said about looking at that farm. It's general rated. It's currently could be sitting there as an investment property for us. So we really need to be having a longer term look at what we want to do with that, and how we go about whether we're disposing of it or what our intention is to use that.
Yeah, look, we've got a great opportunity. We've had discussion today about procrastination on this topic, and we're finally grasping the nettle, and that's largely been driven by the input of central government funded money. It's absolutely in support of connecting those townships that don't have reticulated sewage, and I think this was a fantastic opportunity for us. And stage 1 and 2 make perfect sense, as Grant and others have raised. We need to step back and look at the timings and the funding options of those, and it's not. I don't think it's appropriate to debate those now. I think we need the time to do that. Deborah's point is right too about the funding models as well, and use of that farm, what have you. So we've got to take that time to do that. And I think we can buy that time, Sam, to do so in the discussion. And there's some good options here. The great reason I've always supported district-wide rating is it does level out the playing field. So the high growth areas are not the beneficiary of all the great services on a cost basis. That the district-wide rate will then enable those outlying communities to get the benefit of growth as well. And I think this is an opportunity we can look at. So yeah, supportive of us going forward, and we look forward to seeing those options up on the screen soon, shortly.
Yeah, well, history will show I've always been in favour of getting sewerage on the communities, and I see no difference here with this community. I think it's a gimme that we've been able to fund this pipeline from another source. I do have some concerns as to the funding model and the future, what we do with it. In the past, I am going to hark back, Grant, to the past of what we did in the future. What we did in the past, rather. But my community paid a large amount of money 25 years ago to get on the sewer. It was, in today's dollars, it would be well and truly up in the 20s. The Lincoln community paid twice, or maybe 3 times for their sewer. Back then, Douglas might be able to help me with this. The council acted as a bank to a certain extent and allowed people to pay off their connection. Many people in my community only got connected to the sewer in the last 10 years. There were still septic tanks sitting in my community that weren't connected. So I do think that we need to have a little bit of equity when we look forward on our funding model as to who's paying for what. But I'd like to balance that comment with the need to be extremely strategic. Part of that strategy has got to be with what we do with Rayburn Farm as well, and keeping it separate from the sewerage side as an investment, as Bob pointed out, I think is essential. We're looking at Three Waters reform here, and we're looking at it thundering at us in a great deal of knots. And I think we have to be very, very clever and careful as to how we put our funding model out there to benefit us at that time as to where benefits and costs lie. And yes, this community may well have a windfall event because of that, and get sewerage at a cheaper rate than the rest of the community has got. So I'm interested to see the options that we've got put up on the page here. I'm broadly in support of it, but the funding model needs a great deal of careful consideration.
Tēnā tātou. I think we've been pretty hard on ourselves in terms of the messaging, and I think we can't be that hard on ourselves considering that project that was 10 years out is now been forward with the help of central government. So yes, probably the messaging hasn't been the best, but I think we're addressing that now and moving forward. I'm supportive of the steps that staff have given. I think grants option to pause is very important moving forward. We've heard from developers, a developer come through to say that actually it's stifling growth at the moment. That's economic growth for not only that community but also our district, and that consenting processes will continue with septic tanks. It's an upwards cost of $60,000 and you can't even get one in the country. I think what we've heard clearly from the community is that those that have just installed septic tanks need to be given the time to get good usage out of that, and through those discussions, they've been quite open to having that connection come at a later date. So I think the steps here do reflect that, and I think the opportunity to pause will be benefit. I think Mark's right. We need to have a conversation around the past and what the future looks like. So I'm all in favour of that. And as we move towards the Ellesmere and Malvern approach, I think that district-wide definitely come to play there. We're more than small communities now. We're a district community to start behaving and acting like it, I guess. Yes, I'm in favour of that. I'm looking forward to the recommendation from the page.
Cool. Thanks, Sam. Can I just raise a few things to note? Because I think the conversation is quite sensible about stepping back and looking at the charging model, but we need to be in course, bear in mind that if we do move substantially towards a district-wide rating, we will need probably to go back to consultation. so we'll need to think about that. Through the submissions, there was a number of people talking about the large costs, and we need to be mindful that the council elected to take this, spread this over a 40-year period. Therefore, the interest cost of this is quite substantial. So if you look at the actual cost, and I'm rattling off the top of my head here, so someone might need to jump in, but I think it's around about 17K for a connection if you paid up front today. If you pay over that 40-year period, it's creeping up around the 30,000 mark. So the length of time created an issue there. Intention would be to offer some sort of lump sum type things that you were talking about there, which would make sense. And of course, kicking this out a little bit, and it probably has a little bit of an impact on DCs, which you need to think about. That would be a positive thing off the top of our head, just to agree about that the developer would be paying a little bit more and the general rate payer a little bit less. So the points just I think that need to be considered through this.
Great, thanks, Kelvin. We'll adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes, reset the microphones. I'll update the screen with what's been discussed, and we'll come back and make a decision on wastewater. Thanks, everyone. Reset the microphones. You can see up on the board the changes that have been made. Most of it remains about the same, but there's a few little bits of clarification. So stage 1 is going to be complete the Pines of the Pines and require all new developments to connect immediately, design the main street of Darfield 22-23 for proposed construction 23-24. So that is enables time for the development of the plan to understand what funding might look like and proposes a construction date. Stage 2, work with ECAN to determine the risks around consented and non-consented septic tanks, develop a construction timeframe based on this outcome, and confirm arrangements and options for existing township. And so that's going to take 2 years. That time it also aligns with the discussions that are happening around a new entity, so there'll be greater clarity around where we sit and what transitional arrangements there might be, or possibly be, who knows where it's going to go. Stage 3 and 4 remain the same, and they're really there as highlights to the community that something is coming, rather than if we only move 1 and 2 today, all we're saying is we've only confirmed new development in the main street. I think we need to say 3 and 4 so that the rest of the township is aware that this is coming, but we still need to identify what the funding options look like. All the other pieces that have been raised today, the peripheral stuff around Rayburn Farm, we're not confirming any of that today. That'll be a future discussion for 22-23 around what the funding arrangements might look like in stage 2. So hopefully that captures everyone's comments that have been made and clarifies where we're at, and 1, 2, 3 and 4 would be the options that we're going forward with. Great. The next item is Mark.
We're agreeing to stage 1 to 4. We're not agreeing to any of these options.
Great.
They're just items for discussion.
Yeah, they'll come up as part of future discussions. Before we move on to the next item, there was a question raised about conflicts around the table earlier today, so just want to clarify any conflicts. I didn't ask at the beginning of the meeting if anyone had any conflicts. There's none that I've been made aware of that are extra to anything that's been clarified by councillors previously. There has been a question raised about whether those of us living in areas that are close by to water reticulation have a conflict in this matter, and sought advice from the CEO around that, and just get David to give that now.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. So look, the basic principle is that you have a conflict where you or your property has greater benefit than anybody else, either in the affected area, and that could be in your ward, or it can be right across the district, and clearly that is not the case in this matter. And it sort of cuts to the premise of council discussions on a whole range of things. And I can think in recent years, things like district-wide rates, there were benefits perceived in some cases, clearly not the case. Other wastewater schemes, even things like Rolleston Town Centre, where our other capital projects are. I mean, this is just part of council doing business on a daily basis. So is there a pecuniary interest or another benefit that promotes elected members ahead of others? No, there is not.
Does anyone have any challenge to that or wants anything other than what David has said? Murray?
I guess the only point I'd make there, Sam, is that when we come to discuss those options, I think there possibly is, but since we're not discussing that today, I don't have a problem.
And if anyone feels that there are conflicts, then let's make sure we raise them, and so that we are clear with each other's expectations. Decision 4 is around funding and maintaining our roads. We've been out with a couple of options to our community around lifting the level of funding that would be unsubsidised by NZTA. A few from the community was there's a slight preference for increasing our funding, and that is what has been put before us as our option to start discussion today. First speaker is Deborah.
Okay, I'll support staff report.
Great, thank you, Mark.
No, I think we've heard from the ratepayers that they would like, in general, more spent on our roads, and that means we have to pay for it.
Jenny.
I support the staff option.
Thank you, Grant.
I'll have a view, and it's slightly different than the staff one here. Is, if you recall, in the past we had a $60 a year targeted rate, which raised $1 million for roading improvements or remediation, which was specifically targeted on an annual basis and was very clear and very transparent as to what it was being used for. This is based on general rates, so there's no allocation of benefits or anything else. It just says, okay, the higher you get the value, the more you pay for per road. So it's almost, if you combine this decision with decision 5, the poor general ratepayer gets a double whammy on roads. I heard from our submitters they weren't happy with our roads. I agree with the other comments, but I think the mechanism we're collecting this is wrong. I'd rather see we go back to the targeted $60 or now with growth in our community. I think it'd be $50 per property. And we actually are quite transparent. It was really good when we did have it here. We used to announce the projects every year we were going to do with it, what was being used, how it was being used, and people could say, actually, I see value for money in that, and I'm happy to support that. If this just goes here as a general rate increase, it'll get lost in the mire. It'll just become part of the, let's call it the slush fund, and it won't be targeted or delivered well. So I'd rather, I'm supportive of spending more on our roads, but I'd rather it was changed to a $50 targeted rate and be delivered the way we did in the past.
I actually disagree with this option. The decision, the wording states that staff acknowledge that submitters are supportive of Council's preferred option to increase the level of general rate funded maintenance. Personally, I'd argue it's not exactly a clear-cut majority there. 43% voted for it. That's not the entire district. If you take out the people who put in no preference on this question, that was 54, which still is not a huge majority. And frankly, I do have a problem with funding roads in general. I've not got a problem with maintaining roads and that sort of thing. However, this is we've got a climate change problem going on here, and transport is a huge part of that. And at the moment, I don't think we should be funneling more money into that when there are other better ways that we could be mitigating those sorts of problems. Thanks.
Approve it as it is.
We are just talking about decision 4 at the moment. Yeah, sorry, just wanted that clarification. Because I don't disagree with what Sophie has brought up. I don't think it's really that clear cut. But the way that Grant is talking about having an actual targeted rate that is on, so it is quite clear what that's for, I would support that. But otherwise, I don't see that there is, from the numbers that have been given, that it's clear-cut decision either way from what the public has said.
Yeah, I've vacillated on this several times over the course of deliberations, and I've landed on supporting an increase in funding reluctantly, because we, as we know around this table, the level of funding is insufficient, and we've rightfully put that pressure upon NZTA and got the answer that our roads are in good condition. And clearly, they're deteriorating. Our own figures tell us that, and certainly our ratepayers tell us that. Actually, I think Grant's solution is an elegant one. I think it spreads the cost favourably across the district and takes into account the benefits of growth that we've talked about in other subjects. So I would support a target. I know it's an alteration, Sam, but I would support it being a targeted rate rather than a general rate. So reluctantly, I'll approve an increase in funding.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Lemon just hit the nail on the head. The level of funding is insufficient. Our staff have told us that. Every year we run in a deficit. Every year we want more done than we can have done, and every year the staff spend more than we have budgeted for it. We had this discussion some months ago, and the solution was to go to the public to put the rate up. I do have some sympathy with the availability of some mechanism to ring fence that extra piece of funding so we can see where it goes. I'm not 100% sure that the targeted rate as such is a good thing, and we haven't consulted the public on that, I don't believe, in this document, so I don't think we can look at that in this document. But is there any way that we can look at ring fencing this funding we've got, so we can look at how it's apportioned as we go through. Time and time again, we get our rating report and we have, oh, we've got a problem here, this needs to be done, that needs to be done. We're going to be in deficit if we do it. So I will concur with the staff report and agree with this, but I would like to wonder if there's some mechanism whereby we could monitor the extra money and how it's spent.
Yeah, Shane?
I too have vacillated on this as well, and I like that word. I hadn't used it before, but now I have. Thanks. Yes. Continue to vacillate, actually, as we're speaking. Yes, I would support a Grant's view around a targeted rate. Also, Malky's view as well as to where that funding is actually going. And from my experience in some of the deliberations, it was mostly the majority of the concern was on the rural roads, on the unsealed roads. And I think that's where the focus needs to be. And in previous deliberations, I've raised concern, and I think while we can continue to hold the quality of those maintaining our roads, I think we will never get the quality without the funding. So I think I'd support ring fencing funding, and whether it's general or targeted, it just needs to be in the right areas. And those areas at the moment, clearly from your matters, are in the rural areas. Thank you.
Yeah, I've thought about this like everyone else has, obviously, and I don't think there's enough money in Selwyn to get the roads up to the standard that we want. And because we're not on TV or being out to the public, are we? Yeah. I better be careful. But I don't support a general rate for this, because listening to the public, they weren't really supportive of it either. But I did quite like and did vote for the targeted rate of $60 that we did have in previous years. And I understood when we did that $60 rate would be targeted for those roads that really did need some attention, some of the gravel roads and some of the others, rather than just as a roading rate. So whether I'm not going to support this, I could be tempted to support another targeted rate of, say, 50, 60, or how many dollars we land on. But my experience would say that if we just have a general rate, we will lose track of it.
So I think there's three things that we need to consider. The first one is, do we support the option for spending an extra $1 million? And I think clearly everybody's saying, yes, we do that. And we're mindful that $1 million isn't going to buy you that much, but that then goes to the second question, which is, having done that, ask staff how that would be spent so that it can be ring fenced. And those of you who remember the days of the targeted rate, that was very clearly reported back on a regular basis. With respect to a targeted rate, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to be able to do that now. So we've gone out consulting on a general rate. If you're going to now introduce a targeted rate, it almost opens us up to another round of special consultation. And I really don't think that's what you're trying to do. The other thing is that we have, and I think I'm right, 29,000 rateable properties. So if you're going to do a targeted rate for $1 million, that's in round numbers $35 per property that you would be doing. So that would be my three steps. Adopt the recommendation, which seems fairly clear cut. Ask Andrew and the staff how they would spend that money, and then consider rating options for future years if you want to reintroduce the special fund with special purpose attached to that.
Yeah, in terms of a targeted rate, there's a cap of 30% on uniform based rates. We're sitting at 29.7. You just wouldn't be able to get it in without playing with something else. And likewise, it's a new targeted rate, so therefore there is a consultation required.
Yeah, I'll just make a few quick comments. It's interesting, the targeted rate was actually born back in the day from concerns that we had insufficient funding from the NZTA to cater for road maintenance and renewal activities. So it was actually targeted, if you want to put it that way, for that activity, and we did actually use it in that way. This is going to be no different. The extra $1 million is actually for being able to supplement our maintenance and renewal activities on our roading network, and particularly picking up on the point that it would probably be more directed into those more low volume rural roads than, for instance, where the NZTA want to target their funding into the high volume, high productivity roads. So that's where we are putting it into, and that it is essentially ring fenced for that purpose. One of the problems we had with the target rate system back when we had that is people were getting confused that they were saying, for instance, contributing $60 a year, and they thought, oh, well, that can be used for funding a new cycleway or a new this or a new that. And that's where it started to get all very messy. So that would be my comments about the targeted rate.
Thank you. Murray?
Yes, I'd just like to actually agree with both David, Kelvin and Andrew's comments. One of the great things about a targeted rate was it recognised that everybody has access to a network, and it wasn't just dependent on the land value of your property. However, the UAGC made that complicated. But overall, supporting level option 1 is really important, because at this stage we have no certainty of what NZTA may fund at. And if they reduce it, if they hold or reduce their funding, then without some injection above that, we would be really struggling. So just supporting that option 1.
Yeah, and about 12 months ago, we went through a review of looking at how we would fund our roads, and that was staff brought back some comments around that when we began the LTP process. It was at the same time we looked at how our rating system compared to our neighbours and how flat or steep our rating curve was against different values of properties, and the answer lay with let's include it in the manner that went out for consultation. I think that looking forward, we do need to think about how many marks. There needs to be this discussion. There's going to be other items that come up today where we think about we might want to target a rate for something. The ability to implement that today, as has been shared, isn't there for us. So let's leave ourselves open to review how that might be, but today it's about approving the funding that's there. Okay, Grant.
Just a technical question as a matter of process. Is it once around the table when you're finished, or are we open for further discussion?
Trying to go once around the table so we can keep moving on with items. But is there something that hasn't been covered that you'd like to ask?
I guess I'm not quite sure where we've got to with this debate. And if we approve it, largely it'll be a general rate increase for ratepayers. So although the delivery might be targeted, the paying for it is going to be capital value based, and so it doesn't align with what I put forward. So I'm trying to understand how I might vote to reflect that, I suppose. And the key issue, as you described, Sam, is everyone believes the roads are not being adequately maintained, but until now we've run budget deficits on our roading. What is concerned me probably is a better way of doing it would be a regular asking for an increase in budget. We say we've actually come to the end of our budget, we need X amount of dollars to do this, this and this, and we actually approve it here as we see it, rather than having a fund which tends to be, everyone is of the view that it's not always delivered to our expectations. It's no reflection on staff, but I mean, the submitters to us were universal almost in saying they are on the ground looking at the job of delivering, and sometimes they're seeing poor quality delivery and redos, and the question they're asking us is who's paying for this, and the answer of course is the contractor doesn't get paid until they get the job to the standard, so the contractor is. Most people believe that ratepayers paying for it, and so that's my concern.
So a response to how is this being funded, it is to be funded by general rate as we consulted, and the ability to introduce a target rate is not open to us at the moment because we're at 29.7% against the 30% level. So not only does that apply to this, but any other scenario we face through these deliberations.
And around process for getting back and forth to stand to an answer that will come to a future council meeting for final to happen. I don't know realistically today at that point, but quite happy for the variety of areas to be shared as well. This is an open public meeting, so people will see.
The challenge is going to be if you vote on mass, it's going to appear that we all run. The way it's applied. So just a technical thing for you guys to perhaps deliver. That's how we're going to do that. That's just a minute reflecting that we had it today and some of us were against it.
The minutes will reflect that, but when we come to the council meeting, if we could just take item one.
I mean, if there's a majority around the table, it's clearly going to be one. You have to live with that.
So, yeah. Okay, that completes the roading piece. Mark, what did you have?
I was just going to say that if we're concerned about tracking where this money is being spent, that's the responsibility of council to ask for the appropriate reports from the staff through the chief executive to identify if it's $1 million that is raised, where that $1 million is allocated, and see can we get a regular report from the roading team on what they're doing, and it should be included in that. So I don't have any trouble believing that we can monitor the spend of this extra money. It's incumbent on us to do so.
Thanks, Mark. And Andrew's not in this yet, so it will be included in any future reports to us. Decision 5, view on the future roading and transportation projects. And Mark, you can start for this one.
I agree with the gist of the staff comments, but I do actually think that there was at least one community who was very specific in calling for roading projects to be varied, and that is not recognised in the staff comments, and that was Prebbleton. The Prebbleton community were very specific in saying that they want stuff done now and identifying projects that they believe should be brought forward. I sent a request through the staff on Thursday last week asking what ability did we have, if any, to vary those projects and bring any of them forward. I have not had a response to date, which I'm actually quite disappointed in. Why ask us for our comments when we don't get any response? So within that context, I'm happy that we go with our scheduled program, but there were specific requests from Prebbleton that some of their projects be brought forward. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. And I suspect the answer is that because they're locked into Waka Kotahi funding, that the timing can't be changed. But we should acknowledge that that community did ask.
I agree with the staff.
Sorry. My understanding was the staff had responded on Prebbleton and done some good work, I think, around cutting back vegetation and lighting and such like. I think it was reported, but I'll leave that to staff. Again, I'm sort of a Deborah spoke recently about DCs, and we really and particularly the large number of highly costly road upgrades, which are largely driven by growth, well, almost exclusively driven by growth. But the good old general ratepayer is picking up the tab. And if you look at particularly the intersections, and they're in my ward, I want them to happen because they're going to. The large burden of that cost should have fallen onto the development community that drove this growth. And so I certainly would support Deborah about the development contributions and making sure that the actual growth community is paying an appropriate share for what they're putting onto the district. If you'll hat now, I acknowledge I am doing that the Springs Ward particularly is seeing urgent need to see some of these brought forward. I'm particularly looking at Ellesmere Road. Not a pleasant experience. It's a largely peat-based road, which is up and down. We've solved the problem by putting in speed limits, which is that the way you solve infrastructure? Reducing speed, it's a temporary solution at best. And my own community, the Lincoln Town Centre, unfortunately their submission was received slightly after the cut-off date. It didn't get included in the submission, so you weren't able to see it. But it would come as no surprise to you to hear them vehemently saying that Lincoln Town Centre is too far on the horizon. And again, it's that comment from the Prebbleton community really resonates are we all seeing the same love? And you can't, with your hand on heart, saying they are, because it's clearly not true. You know, it's inequitable the way the current funding is being doled out, and we understand the reasons why. But clearly, our other communities are not feeling the love. Lincoln, in particular, is struggling with the volumetric increase in traffic, particularly the desire to commute through Prevalent to Christchurch, and Malcolm will no doubt speak about that. But there's a safety issue, and some of these things I think need rejigging to recognise the priority has now changed from perhaps Rollston, where it's largely that the back has been broken. Some of these other communities now need to have a bit of a hand up and a bit of move up the priority list.
I agree with Grant, particularly around the DC conversation, to be honest. There is stuff that I don't know whether it's being programmed in. I know Andrew's probably got a huge list of things that he'd love to do if the money was available for, but it's getting it there in time before something dreadful happens, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd go along with it as it is, but I do agree with Mark, and Prevalton seems to be one of the ones that we had a lot of discussion over from people, and I think that should be looked at, but apart from that, I'm happy.
So something that's not been mentioned is the fact that we'd asked a question on climate change, and there has been a number of people who have asked to vary the program because we are road focused, and it's unfortunate, but that is actually where we are as a council. And as Grant has brought up about the problems of increasing traffic on our roads and what needs to be done to our roads to cater for that. But we also need to keep mindful that we cannot just keep having increasing traffic on our roads. And if you remember, Don Bay came and spoke to us and said that we have got the highest, or Rolleston's got the highest car or vehicle usage in the country. Now, we've got plans coming though with the PT Futures work that Andrew's been involved with, and we have been looking at cycleways, but a number of those have been pushed out. But we do, I think, with PT Futures, when that kicks in, and all this discussion around MRT is still coming up as well. But once we get more of an idea of where those sits, we really need to be then, I think, what years coming up, need to have a proper look at how our program is and how we are fixed going forward to ensure that we are making changes that will have climate effects on the climate, positive effects on the climate, not the way that we're going at the moment. As it stands at the moment, I do approve what has been put forward.
Yeah, we're having a discussion around collection of DCs, and I think under the old Town Planning Act there was a thing called betterment. Grant, you've raised that about where the money is spent. I think we've replaced betterment with DCs. The wider question that's frustrated me for some time, we're talking about, and this will come up in other topics as well, is that we collect an award and we have to spend an award, and that creates the inequity of funding that we've just seen in the discussion around roading. I think, and statutorily, the answer that came back 3 years ago and asked this question is that you have to spend them in the award that they're collected in. It would be nice to be able to revisit that. It would be nice if that wasn't the case, because then, as Grant, you said, are we seeing the love? Are we feeling the love around the community? And I think that would be fantastic if we do that. Apparently we can't. I'd love to revisit that at another time. Again, acknowledge those issues around the community, and we have to work harder to achieve those good outcomes. So, yes, support the decision, but I think we've got clearly from the submissions a lot of work to do in those communities to make them feel as though they're seeing the benefit of increased growth.
Come in, 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me? Are you receiving? I do support the work that has been done in the background for our roading project. So I very much support the work that Mr. Maisie's been doing and working alongside Te Whakakatāre in the roading improvements around my community. I'm very thankful for the millions of dollars that our US councillors have okayed for those projects over the last few years. Street of Prebbleton, as you've heard, you saw the residents here last week. 16,000 plus cars a day, a school with 570 kids trying to cross the road to get to it. It all points to a disaster waiting to happen. 25, 26, it's still a long way away. There are several things that are likely to happen next time. There's lights, there's slowing of main streets, some excellent work coming up in that time frame, which, as we know, is scheduled and takes time to get through the list. There's one simple thing we could do in Prebbleton to make life livable between now and 2025, and that is to drop the speed on the main street to 40 km. I have had conversations with staff about trying to do that through our bylaw. We're looking to put in the speed changes, and I've been rebuffed. I'm very disappointed in that, and you may well see a notice of motion coming to council to rectify that situation in the next few weeks. So I support the staff and what they're doing wholeheartedly, but I do think we need to see the love. Grant's made some comments about the main street of Lincoln. I'm always scared to go and have a beer at the lab because I get it in the E. Inequity in spending has always been a challenge in my time here at Selwyn District Council, and money being spent here, there and everywhere. We will get there, but it will take time. I do support what we're doing. I thank the staff.
Sees really, I think that's what seems to be correct. We need to start sharing that love, and that love is obviously a contribution. In terms of climate change, I think it's good for the communities that are close together. We've got a service that runs at the moment that's about a step of what's actually needed. So.
Yes.
I think that also needs to be looked at, connecting some of our outlying communities, and that should be taken into consideration as well. Yes.
That was a sound of isolation.
Yes.
Everyone gets home fuel.
I don't know if I finished what I was saying. It's not creating new roads, but we're making existing roads safer and accessible. Yeah. Thank you.
Good place.
My speaker here has dicentus written on it. I think it's dissenting. But yeah, I support the decision, and having listened to some of the comments, internal arterial roads, the build-up of traffic is because we rely so heavily on Christchurch City for our point of employment. So that is the issue. Public transport we've tried, and to a degree, but it's not really been supportive. And even if we put in fast rail or some form of rail system between, say, Darfield and Christchurch, that would only pick up one small sector of our whole district. I think the answer really is, in the long term, industry and supporting manufacturing and have growth with the people of Selwyn more inclined to go, say, for instance, to iZone and iPort to work, which then stops that, alleviates the traffic over the long term. And it would be quite good to have a policy statement where we put a little more industry and a little bit more effort into some of these outlying towns, Lincoln, Darfield, Leaston, so they can support their own population with employment a little more than what we're doing now. Because I don't see people cycling as generally from all the way from Lincoln into the city. Certainly at this stage, we don't cater for that, but it's just so far in the future that I just don't see it happening. I think we'd be better off trying to prioritise work within our district.
Thank you. I hope this doesn't go off. With regards to my understanding of how we collect DCs for some of these projects, I just want to highlight for you some of the inequities that I'm looking at from the pages that I requested on Monday. We have the Lincoln Rolleston Road, Selwyn Road intersection upgrade at 1.83 mil. The development contribution from the developers is 0.8%. 99.2% of that upgrade is expected to be paid by our ratepayers. Why are we upgrading that intersection? Because we have subdivision growth on its immediate boundary, targeted strategically, and yet we're only collecting 0.8 from the developers. That's one example. Now we'll go to the Ellesmere Road seal widening, and this is through the that seal widening is expected to cost over $2 million. That's the project. The total cost from the development contribution, 7%. 93% is expected to come from the ratepayer. Now, that's already an inequity. Why are we looking at upgrading that particular road? Because of the increase in traffic. Why? Because of the growth. I'm just naming those two, but the rest, if you actually have access to these sheets, have a look at how disproportionate the pressure of growth is being asked to pay, and the ratepayer, the existing ratepayers, are being asked to pick up all the other external costs, and the imbalance needs to be reviewed and adjusted. Because if we weren't experiencing the growth, we wouldn't be looking at these projects. They wouldn't be there. So it's the pressure of growth that is actually putting these projects in place, and we are having to fund a percentage basis, but the percentage basis to me aren't even equitable between the developer and the ratepayer. They're varied, they're all over the place. If you live, for example, in Leaston and you want to fund a cycleway between Leaston and Southbridge, this isn't in the project, it's post 31, but to give you an example, the expenditure is over $4.5 million. And the total cost from the developer would be 30%. The other funding sources would be 70%. We go to a Springston Rolleston cycleway at nearly $2 million, and the cost from the development contribution in that case would be 14% versus 86%. So some of you who have actually said on the outlying districts with regards to how we collect the DCs on a ward basis, and you want to share the love, you have very little growth at the moment, so you don't have the DCs coming in. High growth areas do, but please remember, high growth areas also need the infrastructure upgrades. The question that we need to be asking ourselves is, what is the fair proportion that needs to be reviewed through our development contribution versus those funded from other sources? And that's all I'm going to say on this. The whole, for me, needs to be seriously looked at, because it's just an inequitable imbalance.
And if I can jump in here, I know there's another speaker, but in terms of that issue, Today is not the right time to be discussing DevCons and how they're allocated, but what I've done is taken a note to add that to our council briefing meeting, not next month, but the month after. We will introduce and have a general review of the current process and philosophies and how that may be expanded.
I think it's important we just clarify a couple of things here, because there's a little bit of misunderstanding going on around DevCons for roading. They are not separated on a ward basis. There's two pools. There's an Eastern Selwyn development area and other. Deborah was making comments around a couple of roads, and those projects will appear in both lists. And so where you referred to 0.8% being collected, if you look on the other piece, there's 30% being collected. So it's not quite. There's a bit of misunderstanding on how that's been read. So yeah, it's not on a ward basis, and just need to look at the two lists together.
Oh, Andrew's wanting to add to that.
Yeah, just to follow on from my perspective. So basically, the assessment of development contributions for the roading projects is based on, or has to be based on, the percentage of growth that relates to the funding of those projects, and that's where the development contributions are the basis they're calculated on. That's all assessed through transport models that have to be developed and validated to support that. And we go through all the rigmarole with the NZTA and audit and everything like that to be able to prove our case on those things. The other point I'd like to just make a reference to in terms of funding sources, yes, we have the income, as it were, from development contributions, but what's not included in the discussion is the fact that where those projects are eligible for NZTA subsidy, we also have them subsidised on that basis. So essentially, the development contributions that we collect offset our local share, with the hope that NZTA fund their share.
Thank you, Nicole.
So I'm going back to what Malcolm has brought up about his concern about the main street of Prebbleton and lowering the speed limit. And I can't remember off the top of my head of a different roading projects, but I think there was something there about Prebbleton, the traffic calming through the main street. Yeah, so if that could be brought forward, because although if we try and put a speed limit change, it's not going to make a difference if it doesn't have the added traffic calming there as well. Yeah, that's right. Anything's better than nothing, but the going from 50 to 40 and having the speed limit signs change, the driver behaviour I don't think will change, but if we can have combined with actual traffic calming there as well, and that will help with people crossing the road as well, presumably. It's just a thought.
So what project are you suggesting gets pushed back to fill that time frame?
What size that is we're talking?
Oh, yeah, Andrew and Murray.
If I may, just to give you a rundown, if you want to put it that way, on the whole Prebbleton situation. So as you know, Prebbleton was always in our sights in regards to the fact of how it would be impacted from the Southern Motorway, and particularly stage 2 of the motorway. And we've had discussions before in terms of being able to explain the fact that the interchange to the motorway is on Shands Road, to try and get the traffic off Springs Road going through the township onto the Shands Road arterial and onto that interchange. So the basis of what we've been doing actually started in 2013, was building a business case with the NZTA on how we would work with them and ourselves to make that sort of fundamental change happen. And so the business case centred on the fact of the 5 key arterial intersection upgrades on Springs and Shands Road, of which we're building 2 at the moment at a cost of around 9.7 million. The total value of that program is something in the order of 25 million. You know, in our LTP at the moment, the proposed LTP for the first 3 years, we have 2 more of those intersections being advocated to the NZTA for funding. And so we are following through on the business case that we, as I said, had set up with them earlier that propagates all this. As part of that is the upgrade of the connections between Springs Road and Shands Road, lots like St Blake's, Trents and Hamptons Road. So what we're trying to do is get those fundamental connections in place before we concentrate on the main street, and hopefully with those improved arterial connections, it will actually have an impact on the volume of traffic that goes through Prebbleton as opposed to just catering for Prebbleton itself. I was actually talking to the NZTA on Monday about these projects and advocating for them again. And the advice from NZTA is based on their current funding issues. I was pretty much told, don't hold your breath, but we continue to fight for Prebbleton and those projects. I think in terms of the issue with the main street, yes, I understand people's concerns. I've also discussed this with NZTA in the development of our Safe Network program with them. And so that's over the next 10 years valued at something in the order of $30 million, of which about $11 million will be coming through the low cost, low risk program for the next 3 years. So the issue of Springs Road through the township was specifically discussed with them, and in their opinion, they understood the problem. And at the moment, there is $1 million allocated in for the next NLTP, not this one coming, but the next, to support this change in speed limit through the centre of Prebbleton. The issue being that basically we were even talking about dropping the speed limit to something like 30 kilometres an hour to really constrict that through traffic down, get them shunted over to Shands Road on that arterial, upgraded intersections through to the interchange, and away they go. So that at the moment, $1 million sitting in there in the future. The issue, I suppose, is can you support, or can we support a lower speed limit before that? Probably the answer would be no, in regards to needing the engineering treatments to support that. But I think there is something that we need to do to just be able to work that through. If there's an interim stage that we can lower the speed limit before the ultimate needs to kick in. I've heard you saying about sharing the love in terms of our major roading projects and how we assign projects and things like that. And that's certainly something in the 10-year program I've tried very hard to do. I think you've got to remember back when we were talking about the draft program in September, October last year, you told me to go back and sharpen the pencil and dial quite a lot of projects out of the first 10-year period. And that contributed to around $45 million over the whole program. However, in the 10-year program, at the moment, we have got 7 projects for Prebbleton at a total of about $17 million. Compare that with the Lincoln Town Centre for the same 10-year period, that's sitting at 13.4 million. And for Rolleston Town Centre, that's 16.3. So in actual fact, Prebbleton is coming out pretty much on top, if not roughly the same. So I think we are doing quite well to do that. I think, again, it comes back to it all is fundamentally sitting around how NZTA will be providing the funding, and we don't know the impact of those decisions for at least another month or so. So I can't sit here and even say that what we've got dialed into the current program can be achievable. It's all pretty much in the air, but what I'm trying to say is that we have actually tried our hardest to bring them in and along with our program over the next 10 years.
Well, I think Andrew's quite in detail comment on the things I was going to comment on, but overall, there is over $100 million CAPEX program over the next 10 years. Putting it together is a series of compromises and prioritisation, and putting in the important things first, and obviously Prebbleton, and if we get Wakakatahi funding, obviously that's really important, and they're under funding restraints. So in all of that, and the speed limits will be discussed next week, and there's varying views about how that can be achieved. But I think the key point in the decision 5 is that the program can be reviewed on an annual basis, and that things will come up. We all heard the Prebbleton residents on Wednesday last week, and obviously the steps are in place now to do something. However, don't lose sight of the structure of the long-term program, the rationale and the practical reasons for it, and the fact that it can be reviewed every year, So use the next year to think about what you should want to shift, because that didn't come through the submissions. Thanks.
So we haven't reached lunchtime yet, and we're still on our top 8. So I'm going to allow these couple of speakers that want to go second time round. But if we haven't got through by lunchtime the stuff that we need to around, particularly this top 8, and the next piece we're going to have to speed up this afternoon. So we'll allow it now. We'll just see how the day goes. I'll explain the next. So Deborah, Grant, and Malcolm.
My comment will be brief. While we're planning this for 10 years, the way that we are actually experiencing growth, when we come to do 3 years, this will be all out of kilter again because of the pressure of growth.
Want to acknowledge Andrew's comments. It's the hardest job in town, being a traffic engineer in Selwyn. So well, it's easy to have a crack from this side of the table. But I did go I just want to provide some context. I did go to those communities to see what they were talking about, and it was at both ends of the scale. The main problem and prevalent appeared to me really was I was worried about, and I was standing near the pedestrian crossing, was getting kids from one side of the street to the other in peak traffic, because kids tend to believe that a zebra crossing gives them some invisibility cloak that they can walk across without getting struck. The same thing in Lincoln. I went there and they were very worried about getting across the road, but it's the reverse spectrum, and I shouldn't generalise Lincoln, but I was walking beside a person who was in the wrong side of 65. I was on the other side of the road. They were only a quarter of the way across because they haven't got the speed to get across fast enough. So the solution seemed to be, and I guess it's costing, is pedestrian activated traffic lights rather than actually traffic light at junction of roads at a crossing point. Could that be a solution? Was it cost effective? Was it just ridiculously expensive for the benefit? But to me, especially for the kids getting across the road at Prevelton, I go past schools in Christchurch that have pedestrian, button operated pedestrian traffic lights. So you're not constricting flow all the time, just at need.
Yeah, I'd just like to acknowledge, as I said before, the amount of money being spent in Prevelton. I'm well aware of that. We are a left out township. You can't go right out of your gateway on the main street. So as Bob found out when he came to visit me the other day. But I will say the bright line on the horizon is, since the public came last week, road traffic enforcement have been very busy on the main street of Prevelton, and around 9 and 3 o'clock you hear the siren go about every 3 or 4 minutes. So it must be just time to process one before he gets another one. So we've certainly got road policing on our side at the moment.
Thanks for the conversation, everyone. I think we've hit a range of things. One is that some people aren't on this list at all. So there's some people that are left out completely from right out to 2051 who will feel upset that they're not included here. Others feel that they want some projects pulled forward further. They're already on the list, but want to see it sooner. And it's good to have that type of discussion. That's a tension that we're faced with. I need to recognise that legislation constricts what we're allowed to spend DCs on and limits what we're allowed to charge for them as well. So it's not just as simple as thinking stick your thumb in the air and think what the change has been ourselves, but there's some really detailed analysis that goes on around that. And just highlight, it's been made by a few people, less travel needs to be our future. And thinking about actually how we attract more business to be here, people will be able to work in Selwyn and not have to travel to town for everything that they're currently doing. Is going to be required, and that's going to require some investment as well. It's outside the scope of what we're doing with this long-term plan, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's where we start thinking about next long-term plan. iZone has been a huge success, and we need to think about what the next thing around bringing people to work here looks like. And lastly, around climate change, the changes that are required, and later on today we'll be talking about the work that's currently going on with staff to employ a lead in that climate change space. That's going to have flow-on effects into all areas of council and needs to, and that'll include our roading reviews too. So David, we look forward to the DC review that you've mentioned, and the report to council will include the current status of road program, and acknowledge Malcolm's speed limits request that may come to the next council meeting. And I guess it's a challenge for us as well. We do like to do things really well first time. So we spend a lot of time planning them, and then we engineer concrete and we pour it, and it's there for a really long time. There's other options around trying to come up with an interim solution that could change the streetscape dramatically. That would include planter boxes or other forms of temporary cone that is used on our state highways all the time to try and slow things down. So we might need to be a bit more creative rather than thinking about what the millions of dollars solution are. What's the $10,000 solution that is going to help Prebbleton, including a review of the speed limit? So a few things for us to continue to think about. Thanks for all the discussion. Item number 6 is the future of Prebbleton Community Centre. There's a staff comment there and draft decision to proceed with the project following staff advice. Jenny, you're first up.
Thanks, Sam. You'll be pleased, Malcolm, that Prebbleton's going to get another wee discussion now while we go around the table. I see that this project's been on the table for a wee while and needs to progress, so I support the staff decision to keep it on the box.
Support, the timing's right.
Well, I support, but the timing's wrong, as you well know. There's 4,500 people in Prebbleton at the moment. There'll be 5,000 by Christmas. The new houses being built. This project was in the LTP in 2018. There's been some consultation on it. 186 people have supported it to be done as soon as possible in our submissions. I'm very disappointed that in my naivety 2 years ago when I let it slip out of the annual plan, that I've been taken advantage of, and now it's been stuck out to another 5 years. Another 5 years, I don't think I'll be around this table. So I won't get to see something I've been getting funding for the last 15 years. I'm very disappointed when I look at the other project that has taken precedence over it, which is supported by a population of 2,300 people. And I see submissions coming through to that saying, we haven't been consulted, what are you doing? Calls for protection of the old rugby club. And I'm also told that the rugby club is actually the de facto town hall, was built in 1977 for that purpose. 44 years they've had something which was their town hall. And the discussions around this table a year ago were that there hasn't been a community building in years and we need one. Well, that was a crock, wasn't it? Because you have had one, Philip, since 1977. We get a letter today saying, what are we going to do about it? We get a letter today saying, going to repurpose the rugby club. Where's the funding? Where's the master plan for the reserve? We haven't got one. We're talking about a town centre master plan. We haven't got that either. So what happens when we get along to finally working out what we're doing on the reserve, and we find the cost of repurposing and keeping the rugby club goes along with a new community centre? Does that mean then that the Prebbleton Hall gets pushed out for another 3 years and we might see it by 2030? Because that's what I've seen before, and it wouldn't surprise me if it happens again. So I'm pleased to see it still in there. Long may it stay. But I have absolutely no confidence that it will remain in the future, going on what has happened around this table in the past.
Thanks, Mark. Shane.
Thanks, Malky. I'm glad I went after you now. So, from your comments, you would like it brought forward?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. And fair enough too. You'd like to see that come forward. You've been here for long enough. Yeah, I guess, there's been a certain amount of vacillation really in the community. So if we continue to use that word, we can use it.
Very nice.
And that's obviously driven the timeline. And I'm supportive of it going ahead and also the timeline. Whereas, the community, and we've heard from certain submitters, and admittedly they're of a age bracket, around consultation with the leasing community. I know that's what we're talking about here, but I guess these decisions come to the table because they're led by the community and good councillors. So this is where it sits. I support this moving forward and the staff advice. Thank you.
Yeah, I support the staff advice just in a simple form, but I was going to mention this anyway, and I'm not mentioning it just because Malcolm has, but we did at some stage agree to putting in a community centre for Prebbleton. It is a very advanced little community, and it's disappointing that we've moved it back for one reason or another, and I guess there are good reasons for that. But you know, if things look a bit more optimistic, I'd be first person to put up my hand and say a deal's a deal. You know, we did say we would I think it was 2.5, 3 years ago. But yes, I support it, but would like to see it move forward as well.
I support this. I agree. I'd like to see this project brought forward. Interesting to note that this project was first mooted around 2018. And if we actually go to the DC's calculation, we actually see that the Springs Ward has $11 million in DC's, and the split is 21% development contribution and 79% general rate. We go to Ellesmere, and sorry to be parochial, but that project wasn't even on our radar in 2018. And it's come up. The DC sitting in their opening account is 7,401, and the split between that project is, just bear with me, 12% developer contribution and 88% rate per general rate. So I would like to see this prioritised over and above, dare I say, the Ellesmere, given the amount of DCs that have actually been collected. And I could argue similar for the spring structure plan, with regards to it being first consulted and agreed way back in 2016. And every time we just get it pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. Yet this is where we're collecting the major of our DCs, the funding's there, bring it forward.
My initial reaction reading the submissions was, what's Prebbleton done to the rest of the district? Man, did Prebbleton take its lumps from the district who said don't do it or defer it? And I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit facetious, but I couldn't quite understand why Prebbleton was the most unpopular spot with the rest of the district. My initial reaction was to agree with staff comments, but I wonder if we put this to one side and come back after lunch, because I'd like to know what is the impact if we were to bring this forward. And so on that basis, I'd rather we came back to this with a staff update after lunch as to, can we bring this forward? Is it possible to bring it forward? If it appears to be more ready in the planning than Leaston. Leaston's was brought forward because we found that the current medical centre library is earthquake prone, and it may be more prudent to build a new building than strengthen the existing. But this project has been planned for a very long time. It is a growth community. It is in need of an appropriate facility. So, you know, I'm ambivalent. I'm not vacillating. I've got to get the word in there somewhere. But I'd like to know, could we bring it forward? Could it be in the next triennium rather than 5 years, or as Malcolm fears, much further out? Because in 5 years' time, we may not have a Selwyn district.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, my response to that would be, I would be very reluctant to see any change to the proposed timeframe at the moment. That requires resourcing, feasibility work to be undertaken, and there is a significant amount of feasibility to be undertaken across a number of aspects of this facility: the type, the users, the location, the cost, the funding, all of which will have to then go out to separate consultation again. So the staff advice is, if you look at line 2 there, to continue with appropriate feasibility discussions with interested parties and report outcomes to council together with locations and options. So I would allow staff to do that. There are other facilities that we're going to have a look at as well. Don't forget also, when we put this consultation document together, that was the known time frame, and that is what people have responded to in their submissions.
Range of views around the table on this one. There's think that the timing has been raised by a number of people sitting up to my right, matters to the community, but when I think 25, 26, that allows a couple of years to figure out where the location is going to be, which is undecided as yet, and is going to require a bit of time to actually land on. It allows a year to think about what the design of the facility might be, and at that point we're at 25, 26 to get building. So if the dollars are in the budget at this point, that to me does not signal the start of the project. The start of the project is staff, and the staff response is now. They're going to continue to work on the appropriate feasibility, location, and suggested construction pieces, so that that can be informed, so that we can start spending money in 25, 26, which is build time, not start consulting with the community time. But Douglas, I don't know if you've got anything else you want to add?
I think there's two things with Prebbleton. One is we don't own the hall, so we need to carefully work through that process. And I think they're amenable, the hall committee, to where this goes. So that's important.
Yeah.
The location, one of the locations, and to be fair, the most logical location now would be on the domain. So we need to talk to the various building owners and users down there as well. So, and that's not a short-term conversation, because like rugby are down there, and we just need to work through, because their building might be in the wrong spot. So it's not the sort of thing you roll in, have the discussion, and then roll out again. It needs to, you set the tone, and then, so we do need probably just a couple of years. Just remember too, one of the issues in Prebbleton was trying to get some clarity from the community exactly what they needed, which is one of the reasons we pushed it out to buy a little bit of time. I think also what was sort of slightly unfortunate was the hall committee 12 months ago pulled away from us, and we sort of understood why they did that, but that also just sort of set a different tone and just probably slowed things up, which would be frustrating. But we are committed to the new park, of course, on Birches Road, so there is some improved community facility going in, over the next 12, 18 months. So that's the program of works over the next, particularly say 12 to 18 months.
Thanks. I think it's good to reflect on the community feedback that we've had, and the Prebbleton community saying, give it to us, and we only put it off really last year to give ourselves a 1.7 rates increase. Otherwise we would have had it in there sooner. So it wasn't about the project that was pushed back. It was actually trying to solve a solution for our whole district. So continuing to leave it where it is, I can see some sympathy for what's been said. When we think about the Leaston discussion, a lot of that has been, well, hang on, what's going on here? I'm not quite sure that we've had enough conversation about this, and so we've got a different type of feedback from parts of the community. And then Hororata, we've got the same view as Prebbleton, like, come on, we've already spent money on the development of what this place should look like. We know that where it's going to go, and we've got money in the bank to get going. So we're getting different feedback on the 3 different projects here from our community. And so thinking about timing, I think, is important. So thank you for raising it. I do think, though, that we need staff to understand that the date that's in there is a capital build type dollars, and there might be dollars required before that to do some of this other work, and maybe there needs to be, if that's 23, 24, when we're thinking about what the design of the place is going to be, so that we don't try and say the project is all going to happen in 12 months, because that's not going to be the reality, and that it's a signal to the community that things are happening ahead of time. Douglas, would that be reasonable?
That's fine. Just one comment, Councillor Hesson's been referring to development contribution percentages. You just can't refer to them on the numbers. They all have assessments as to growth as opposed to existing use. So they are different in each ward because there are different growth percentages. So, and you can't easily allocate development contributions out of reserve accounts to halls just like that. So you just need to take the work that particularly Mark Rocks and Greg Ballard done on the development contribution policy is as per the legislation, and it is fair and reasonable. It's okay to test it, but you need to test around the edges, not perhaps that general wider thing that they're just too light.
So, Councillor, if we just amend that timing, so 25, 26 will still remain the build, but 23, 24 would pull some money out of that budget to be included for the design work at an earlier time frame, just to reflect the reality of when the work's going to occur. Okay. So we'll leave the timing.
I don't think a difference today to bring, say, a few 100,000 or 23, 24 make a difference to the project. Maybe it's the next, it's really can be an LTP 24, 34.
We've got the signal. You've got the signal around what we're wanting to do. 23, 25, 26 is the build date.
The work we're doing for the next 12 months is minimal cost externally. So.
Okay, good. We'll leave it as it is. Thank you for the conversation there. The next item is the Leaston Library and Community Centre. And there's a number of points here that staff have made. And Grant, you're first up.
No, I'm pleased to be first on this one actually, because there's, the previous debate did bring into highlight some issues, and probably it's a good time to talk about the experience that we faced in Taitapu when we built a new community centre. We were very gung-ho on the timing, and I clearly remember John Reid and Douglas and us saying, let's take it 3.5 to 4 years to get this opening a door. No, we'll do it in 12 months. And sure enough, Douglas and John were right. And I was wrong, and the community was wrong. So, although that may seem a long way away in Prebbleton, actually, it's probably about right. And probably we may see the least, and it might be a bit ambitious what we're trying to achieve, but it gives you a start point. And I would think by the time the Prebbleton is discussions around location and design and feasibility, it'll be bang on time probably. So that's the context. This one, why has this been brought forward? I think I'm in a good position being a sort of objective from across the border that clearly ticks a number of boxes. And, we've been talking about a lot of our work in our previous LTP was around rebuilding from the earthquake. What did that look like? How did our communities look like in the future? I think, we largely thought that we'd finish that with Sheffield and Springston Hall and getting some new facilities built, particularly in West Melton, places like that. But going back and doing some more detailed engineering evaluations has led us to the uncomfortable truth that the building we currently have in Leaston is not quite up to spec. And you can't walk away from that. You've got to front foot it and look at what the future looks like. So I think one of the things we've prided ourselves in Selwyn about is looking to the future and actually having a strategy about it. And I think this ticks the boxes for that thing, is that we've had a strategy. If you look at some of our builds, West Melton, looking at Taitapu, and it's bringing them onto reserves, integrating services into them when you can, so you get the widest range of services for the least amount of bang for buck. So if you have a library there, well, immediately the community centre's open at the same time because you've got staff there. So strategically this works, and it makes a difference to this community. So I think you step back and look also at the connectivity of the sewage scheme to Pines and think about where growth might occur, both in Melbourne and in Ellesmere. You're starting to see a future where this kind of facility is absolutely needed. Just to put some context around Deborah's contention about no DCs, and I think, to be fair, the councillors past, particularly councillors Barnett and McEvity, they were quite robust in telling us repeatedly we should be putting a DC model in place for Ellesmere to provide for this facility, and because we didn't have a number in our LTP, we couldn't build a DC model. So I think it was a chicken and egg there, really, in some respects. So we've been quite strategic, I think, the council has, about where it should go, and putting it on a reserve does help funding. It's particularly about what the future of Leaston looks like. I think my personal view is it's a great solution, going wider and thinking about strategically what does Leaston and Ellesmere look like in the future. My own view is that you would at least allow for a future aquatic strategy close to that as well, so new design. Malcolm is right. What does the master plan look like? So it's going to take a bit of time, and maybe we won't start putting water down in 22, 23. It might be 24, 25 before this building goes up. But I think it's about getting started and giving particularly the tenants in the existing building some certainty, the library services and the community services and the community at large. What does our future look like? The discussion around the rugby club being a de facto town hall, it may well have been, but the reality is now is that the detailed engineering evaluation tells us it cannot be. And it's not, in my own view, and what I'm hearing from staff, is that it's uneconomic to repair, and that's a hard, unpalatable truth. But it is what it is. And so, I guess you can see where I'm heading. So, I guess the impact on rates. So, the cost of this new facility, $10 per annum and $9 from the library. If you flip back the page, It's about the same for Prebbleton. So between the two, we're talking $32. So you'd have to, if it was possible to sort of try and advance Prebbleton alignment, and if we had capacity, well, you'd say, well, for $32, there's a quite a big bang for buck here. Whereas we're hitting the poor old general ratepayer from our roading. If you're out in the sticks, $1,385. If you're in a $550,000 house, $113. I know what our communities want. They like being able to have safe roads. They also like somewhere they can go borrow a library book and recreate with their friends. So I'm pleased to support this as the first speaker.
I'm going to support this one. I'm not going to go through all the excellent points that Grant just made, but I will just comment that there is a difference, and Malcolm's going to glare at me, I'm sure. There is a bit of a difference with between Leaston and Prebbleton, just that, yes, Prebbleton's a growing community, so is Leaston. However, Leaston isn't well connected or close to several other community centres by road, bus, cycleway. Fair enough, it probably deserves a library at some point, but right now Leaston has one. It's earthquake prone. The community rooms and everything else also in an earthquake prone building. The rugby club, we heard from the guys who actually, with the rugby club, I know that there were a range of views around the future of the building, but the rugby club themselves literally said it's going to be uninhabitable within 10 years. So whether or not there's ways of mitigating that, the building's no good, not for future. And the last bit is Ellesmere's got a much more diffuse population, and they do need somewhere to centre on, really. There are all those little halls, but that collection of services together is needed.
Yeah, I agree that it is going to be a complex operation. I think it is going to take quite a bit of time by the time you go through all the people that are involved with it, find out where you're going, what happens to the old building, and all those type of things. So I'm for it, but I think it's going to take a bit of time.
Not much more for me to say. I'm for it.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. They were very articulate words, and it's always difficult coming after you when you have an impassioned speech like that. And what I'd like to do first, I guess, is acknowledge all the submissions, and there were a number of them from our ward and outside our ward, obviously, but the one in particular I felt most connection with was the Youth Council. And I just acknowledge the fantastic work that they did in consulting with their demographic, and the very clear questions that they asked and came back with. And I actually found that really instructional. Look, we've got a complicated system there. You could say that it's caused pericombobulation. So I'll slip another word in. But it has, what it's created is a sense of confusion in our community about what the direction is. And I think it's worth noting, and it's been noted by others around the table, that actually the rugby club is not a council-owned building. It's a club-owned building. It adds complication to it. We've also got the complication, as Grant and others have said, about earthquake and water tightness of those other two buildings, and also that one of them is used as essentially as an investment for us, and that we're providing rooms for the medical centre, which is it makes sense to me that we separate those two entities out going forward. And it's giving us a great chance to centralise and make an anchor project in Leaston and realistically in Ellesmere going forward. We've had some commentary and confusion again around the acquisition of those sections on Lake Road, that it's a preconceived outcome. It's not a preconceived outcome. There's been a demand for those to be added to the park over a number of years by the Park Association and the community. So from my mind, it's given us the options. We've been very good as a council at acquiring property to give us options going forward, and regardless of whether that's the final place for that building, as we continue with the approach, and I acknowledge that in the staff recommendation that we'll continue to consult with that community. I think it's really important that we learn. Again, Grant, you've referenced the Rhodes Park example. I think it's really important that as quickly as possible we set up a competent and compact group of people to guide that consultation process. I think that's a lesson that we should learn from Rhodes Park. Is that I go back to the final words here. Back in the days when I did actually used to go to church, there was a wee poster on the wall that said, "God so loved the world, he didn't send a committee." I'll leave you with that.
I think you're aware of my views. You had 135 submissions for a population of 2,300 people. You're not the only building in the community that has an earthquake axe holding it. So does the Prevalent Community Centre, built a lot older, lot time before 1977. And I didn't realise that Ellesmere had an extra councillor.
Shane.
Kia ora, Malky. Yep, very impassioned again. I get that. Well, I'll just, I guess, agree with a lot of the comments that have been around the table already, and step outside of that a little bit and just say, look, I've lived in Ellesmere now for 5 years. Admittedly, I came from Perth, so it was a bit of a change and also a culture shock and temperature shock and all that sort of thing, but it was tough the first year. Over the consecutive years, I've grown to fall in love with it, and really it's the people. And what the people have told me over the period of time that I've been there and also elected me on is that they actually need a heart, and they don't have that at the moment. They don't have a gathering place that they can actually share knowledge, culture, and grow the community. What we've seen over the last probably 2 to 3 years now is an influx of different cultures, new demographic, and I think that's what's clearly represented in the figures is our younger demographic, where the older demographic will tend to come and present. And I think that's the key part of this consideration, is that we've got a diverse community looking for somewhere to congregate safely. The driving force of this is obviously the safety concerns of where it currently exists, and we're seeing people actually not use that building because of the safety concerns. So there's an economic loss there. I think it's all been summed up pretty well around the room, and I can understand there's the different views. It's progressed to where it is now because it's desired from the community, regardless of where it goes and what currently exists. It's what's needed, and that's clearly articulated into where we've got to now. So I'm happy to support this. I'm happy to support this for our community and also for our district.
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I support this. I support Prevalton and this, but I would like to make the comment that when we listen to the submissions, I certainly take into account the youth, our youth organisation doing their own survey. I would have preferred that we had maybe a little bit more of a professional one than that. And it seemed to me from what I heard from the submissions that the consultation hadn't been that good. In fact, the chairperson of the township committee wasn't really sure that he wanted or had felt that he had been consulted. I would have thought that the township committee would have been one of the first organisations to have had input into where a new community centre goes. Now, I'm not saying that I don't believe that Leeston should have a new community centre. I think they should. But when we're talking, we had the chairperson, I understand, of the rugby. In fact, we've been using that facility for some years as a community centre. When he said that he hadn't been consulted with, I'm starting to have alarming sounds in my head. And when the Prevalton community people are saying we haven't really been consulted that well either, it's becoming quite a noise that I don't think is making me feel very comfortable. And I'm sure very shortly we'll be talking about the Hororata Community Centre, and they'll be saying the consultation and the community consultation has been terrible. And for that reason, there's been a lot of confusion about whether we should have one, where it should go, and all the rest of it. I think that we have a problem here with the Selwyn District Council about consultation, marketing and communication, and I think that's leading us to a lot of problems that we've got within our community. It's not that we as councillors don't want these organisations, but we have to communicate with the public. They are the people that are paying for it, they're the people that will be using it, and I think that we've been sorely lacking in this field.
Look, I'm not going to say that I don't agree with any of these facilities. you've got with regards to Leaston. I happen to know that you would be really time pushed with regards to the fact that the rugby club own the building. We don't own the building. I remember with regards to Prebbleton, they have been consulted. Their facility, right? So there's already consultation that's already happened. We're going to be on the third round of consultation for Prebbleton. We're just starting the consultation with regards to Leaston. So while I'm not going to grudge where it's sitting at, good luck in meeting the time frame because
Thank you. It was interesting looking at the numbers, 136 supporting Prebbleton and 135 for Leaston, both communities with currently earthquake-prone facilities. I support this proposal, but I do think we need to proceed with some caution. Those from that community who said you need to build a building that we can seat 500 in for Anzac Day might be a little bit disappointed because that might not be the right sized building for council to build in Leaston. To build a facility that seats 500 once a year may be oversized. So we do need to consult with them, but it doesn't mean we give them everything they want. The new facilities need to be right-sized for the community. So that's really what I have to say, that they need a new facility, and I think that the potential location next to the domain is indeed the right place, but there needs to be consultation around the right size and what it includes, whether it includes a sports court or not. So I look forward to that consultation being done and seeing the result.
Thank you. Jenny?
Thanks, Sam. I support this project going ahead. And yes, you do have to start somewhere. There's a lot of discussion to be had, but you've got to start somewhere. So I'm in favour of it.
Thanks for the comments. Douglas, did you have something as well?
Just reasonably quickly, it is quite complex, this program. Malcolm made a good comment about the Leaston Park plan. That's quite important to understand how the actual park itself would take the type of build development that would occur. Mr. Ruckers has reported to you previously on significant work undertaken on a community centre in Leaston, and we had a meeting in January, February 2020, actually held in the rugby club rooms about how we presented that plan. There's definitely probably one of the things you've heard is a desire to actually put a community centre at the Heritage Park to support that activity, which is where probably there's a little bit of sort of maybe a little bit of linking into that site. But I know the discussions we've had, and certainly Councillors and Lemon have been very much involved in these on the rugby club. The rugby club have actually given us the letter which says we're basically finished with the building. We just want to move on to the next stage. The building is, as some of the numbers said, seismically got issues. It's not easy to sort or resolve. Reality is it will need to be removed. Under this proposal here, there is, we own 5, 7 and 9. Rob Allen and I have met with the owner of 11, which is the former Dean's Apparel site. We're looking to bring a report to you end of June. We didn't want to bring this until the long-term plan process had got through to see whether we buy it. It has a couple of buildings on it, which we need to figure out how we might utilise. And then it's just the whole issue of the medical centre with its earthquake proneness and then the weather tightness for the building. So it is complex. It might be we've got to push. The way it works at the moment is there's design work in 21-22 and construction work in 23-24. It might be we've got to slide that out a bit because, as Councillor Miller said, the beauty of the Rose Park project was that 3-year horizon. So I think, just to summarise up, if there's a complaint that we haven't done enough consultation, would be the consultation around how the Leaston Park site will work. And that's where the next stage is.
Thanks. What I've heard is it's very complicated, this one, and there's a lot of water to still go under the bridge, but there's support for something new to happen. With the sections that needs to be purchased, with the rugby club that's on the site, with the community accepting what the future might look like, and with the conversation we had around Prebbleton, around how long things take, and for us, how long things take. I think we should be realistic with our time frames rather than overly ambitious. And I am often frustrated with how long things take on council. I'm becoming more patient than I was when I first joined, but I'm really proud of the things we deliver. When council says we're going to get on and deliver things, we do them, and we do them well. But rushing them doesn't give us that answer. And actually taking the community with us on this journey is going to be a really important part of making sure that the project is successful. So I'm going to suggest, following Douglas's conversation, final comments there. So we begin now, and we continue now as we're going. But community, it's happening. We continue with the conversation. It still, as timing goes, is ahead of the Prebbleton conversation, so we're not asking staff to begin on 2 at the same time, and we're able to land on an answer that has the budgeted amount in a more realistic year, rather than it'll be unspent and uncompleted capital projects for the year that it sits now. And we're already asking David to ensure that we actually meet when we put budgets in. If we're not realistic in the first instance, I think we can't then hold him to account for delivery in the years that we knew we couldn't achieve in the first place. So there would be a slight amendment to where we were by either a year or 2. I'm happy to take some feedback from the table on where that sits. We've got Murray first and then Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Just regards consultation, it's just probably pertinent to realise that we've held a number of face-to-face meetings with various groups over the, I guess, 3 years. We've been talking about this, and we employed actually a company Exist, which who contacted a number of interest groups prior to this, and held a workshop where the community could come and have the discussions and have a say on that, which gave us the initial sighting of the park as the preference. It's worth noting that they also presented to the community committee that time, and just note that the community committee in their submission are supportive of the proposal. The other one is the rugby club. The presenters there were actually the club captain and the secretary, not the president. Their submission is also in favour. So there's been a large degree of consultation with the community. I've attended the rugby club AGM and to discuss this matter. We've had face-to-face meetings. Shane and I have had face-to-face meetings with various groups. So there's not a lack of consultation. I think, as Douglas has just alluded to, the consultation now is about what that looks like. The consultation we've taken to this point is about siting and demand and need. Where we're going now is what that looks like.
Small question for the CEO, and it relates to both these projects, I suppose. We've had some pretty big delivery with the Selwyn Indoor Stadium and the Tiawatia and West Melton and Health Hub. Largely, though, they are already pretty much delivered. I mean, have we now got internal capacity that we could attack these projects at the same time, or are we still constrained by capacity? Because I'd imagine we've built up a pretty strong team internally that may, with those projects dropping off, have capacity available.
Yeah, timing is everything in these cases, and with the 2 projects that we've spoken about in Hororata, which we're going to start talking about in a couple of minutes, and one of the discussions that Douglas and I have been having is who will be the project leads, do we have the personnel, but more importantly, what experience have we gained through the construction of the 4 that we're doing concurrently at the moment, so we're not seeking additional resources grant to be able to deliver at this stage. We're comfortable with what we've got.
I wasn't framing it that way. I was framing it hoping that you might have had extra capacity that wouldn't want to see staff laid off that possibly could be applied to these.
Very protective, Grant.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the time frame as it stands. Actually, I think we've got enough capacity within our framework at the moment to be able to handle that time frame, and obviously staff will put that in there because they think they can achieve it. just within your proposal to extend it, does that include the medical centre as well?
Medical centres in for 21-22, I think.
Okay.
So we're a wee bit further advanced on that, but we also, again, it's the siting of it, and how it fits on the park and commercially, I'm required to do some business planning for that. Just in terms of resourcing, just so we're clear, we haven't replaced John Reed's role. We are, as Councillor said, we've got a couple of buildings almost finished, so we do free up some resource. A lot of this work, though, is that, particularly in Eastern, is that on-the-ground planning, which is the work we've started and starting to work at the program, so that will take some time. But we're also looking at a little bit of external resource. That's interesting. We move to more of a land development phase over the next couple of years, and we start that planning particularly for the district park, start to muse over that.
Great. Thank you. So, good conversation. Number 8 is, what is your view on the future of Honorata Community Centre? And the comment here is the issues between Go Honorata and Honorata Community Trust have been well captured through the hearing process. Staff are now re-engaged with Honorata groups to finalise community preference around option 1 with a report back to Council here in December with a final recommendation. And first speaker is Sophie.
Unlike Grant, I'm not necessarily excited to be the first speaker on this one because I know it's going to be an interesting topic. But I will support option 1. I don't want to rule out that the need may not, it might end up costing more than we've got here in this particular consultation. I'm definitely not. There were some really interesting submissions around this topic. So as far as consultation goes, I think pretty much everyone's aware of the various options, and there are some pretty extreme views at both ends on whether or not it should go ahead, and in what scale, and what happens to the old hall, and so many possibilities going on here. So I'm just going to come back to, I'm quite, Cindy Driscoll made a good submission where she basically was trying to present it more as a cultural hub sort of project rather than something that will have several netball courts or anything like that in there. And I think that's a reasonable place to put it. You get something that's going to be big enough to hold, say, a funeral or a performance, a play, musical, whatever. You're going to end up with something that's got at least space for a sports court in there as well, if that's a possibility. But I don't think it should go humongous because it is, as we've mentioned several times, one community hall that is surrounded by others that potentially would have to close if this is particularly successful. On the flip side, there are obviously buildings around the district that may be coming to the end of their lives without having significant extra funding put in there to upgrade them. So it's a big question, no doubt. The only other comment that I'll say is overall sporting facilities definitely need to focus more on Darfield for that. That was one of our sort of sideline questions there. That's the sporting end of it. That question should really go towards Darfield. And if Honorata, the community, the trust and everybody else wants to make this a hub people come to regularly, whether for small or large events, it really needs to include some kind of transport plan that doesn't involve everybody coming in by car all the time individually. It's got to be better parking for buses and some sort of deal with a bus company on how we get people en masse into that type of image. Thank you.
This one I'm really unsure about. There's so many factors at play with this particular one, as both Sophie and Bob have already said. So with the old hall, and I don't know much about the hall itself, but I do know that it is going in the district plan. It's been put up for being a heritage building, and I'm not sure where that leads going forward for how that building, whether it has to be kept or what the process is. But the Heritage New Zealand did advocate to try and reuse the building. They could see value in the heritage buildings being kept, but they had to have some value in being used and be fit for use. Also, on the other side there is these groups in the community who are promoting having this community centre, and Bob is right that we don't get other communities coming to us with money to put in to build a centre. But the issue also is not just the capital build costs, it's the operating costs over the life of this building. And I still am unsure about how this building will be used and the expectation of it. And there's just so many unknowns that are in my head about it that I'm really uncomfortable about trying to put a decision. And the responses are quite split as well that have come back when the questions have been asked about it. And just on the actual paying for the building from the council side, the groups that came to us were very particular about saying that it was the biggest reserve that was in the district. But the reserve is being used, part of it as a dairy farm, and we've got other uses. So the actual part that's being used as a reserve is actually quite a bit smaller than, I don't know how it compares to other reserves in the district, but if that's what they're wanting to talk about, it really isn't the biggest reserve because it's not being entirely used as a reserve, even though it is reserve land, as that qualified. So I would be the bar at the bottom, is that I don't have a preference because I don't know, and I don't really know. I don't know if I support going around with option one, and I actually would like to hear what the others have to say about it because I don't actually feel I know enough about it. Yes, I'm fascinated. That's right.
I'd hope out of this process that we'd get some clarity, and I still don't have clarity. Nicole, you just alluded to that. I guess where I'm sitting with this is we've got an option here to go back to the community with option one and report back. Understand that in its entirety to get it, because the initial proposal, the 4.7, was incumbent upon that building no longer being in our control, being sold and being part of the funding model. We've talked about Nicole's about OPEX. Well, where do we leave ourselves there? We have two buildings that we've got OPEX on. It's a complicated problem, and I do not have the surety of information or clarity from that community or the greater community for that matter that this is the right decision yet, and hopefully we get that by December.
Vacillation can be fun. I've been involved in this as chaired a few meetings out there, been a devil's advocate in their hall with people getting around the issues here. They're a very passionate community. They're a community that, as we know, gets up and does things, and you can tell by the passion that was displayed in the submission, whether you like the tone of that passion or not, that they are passionate people about this building. I support them going ahead and getting something off the ground. I think there's 3 legs to this stool. They're a community of about 830 people that stretches all the way up to Windwhistle and roundabout. And as we know with rural communities, they pull together and work together and do things together and socialise together over a wide-ranging area. I believe that they need a facility. The size of it in the initial did surprise me. But this community has the ability to grow should we do something about water. Councillor Miller mentioned water in a debate earlier on about Darfield. The only reason why this community hasn't grown is because they haven't got water. This community was 100 years ago a vibrant hub of the area, which I think was even bigger than Darfield in its commercial offerings to the community in the colonial days. So I do believe that if we build it and get some water, this community, getting water onto that community would lead to development and see more usage of it to the future. So I do think there is something there in the way of a legacy project. I am concerned, however, about the old hall. The old hall, in the heart of the old hall is a hearse seeger, and it's quite pretty. If you look at the original building before it's been bodged by various building methods in the last 50 years, it's quite a pretty building. And I'd like to think that in the discussions that we have with this community going forward, that perhaps once they've got their new community building up and running, they might turn their resources to restoring the old hall and turning it into a real museum and heart for that community and save the old building. I know they have the ability. You see Glow, you see the Night Glow, you see the Highland Games, you see everything that community does out there. And if we can create a pathway in our discussions that sees that done, that would certainly satisfy dealing with that issue. And I'd hate to see the old hall get bulldozed, as Bob had said. We don't have a lot of heritage within our communities. Earthquakes have put paid to a lot, especially up in that area. So yeah, I think we do need to have those conversations and see what we can do for that community.
Yeah, I think I do sense your hesitation, also, Councillor Reid. However, I've got strong messages from the community that they need a facility. They want a facility, they need it, and they've put a lot of effort into economic uplift in their communities to bring people from out of our district to come together and have a great time and have an economic uplift through that. So you've got to give it to them, very motivated and very forward thinking. Well, I support the next step of this moving forward at a $2 lift in rates. I just still, again, uncertain as to what it should look like. I am very cautious on entering into a JV with the community, and if anything, given examples that we've had in the past, I would actually advise against it. And if it's a council-owned facility, that's what it needs to be to cover that risk and kill the ownership. So I'm supportive of it moving forward to the next step. I think that's a very minimal lift in rates, but what it actually looks like and which project it actually is, need to be very clear on what the old hall looks like, what's happening with that old hall. Where it's gifted, then it needs to be, or sold, that risk needs to go with that. That needs to be protected. The community needs to be protected moving forward. So I think there's still further work to be done with the community as to what they actually do need, want, and see for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Hororata community needs some certainty over this hall. As far as the old hall goes, from the heritage passion that I have for looking after our history, I think that in time to come we would regret it if we flattened it. and there's a lot of options in the future or something like that. But I think I agree with the submission, and I agree with the staff taking a little bit more time to find out where we're going forward. I'd just like to say that I'm all for them having a fit-for-purpose hall at a fit-for-purpose cost, and if they choose to put money into it, that may well mean that they get a little bit more than they expected. I'm a wee bit reluctant to be saying to them, you can only have a hall if you put in $1 million and maybe raise another, because that's pretty hard on a small community. But I'd love to see us, so this is a fit-for-purpose hall. This is what we're prepared to pay, and if you want to put a little bit more towards that, you can have this and that and the next thing. So those are sort of things that need to be teased out. But I would really like to give this community, which I see as a very motivated community, the certainty that we are honest in our belief that they will have a fit-for-purpose hall sometime in the near future.
I'm not going to say don't go ahead with this project. The domain itself, if you actually look at the concept of the reserve, the pond, it used to have a race course there. It was a very vibrant community in the 50s, 60s, with a number of visitors. Like all our rural towns, if you don't have something to hold the rural community there, they do actually change. I actually support a fit-for-purpose building on the domain for the activities that the domain actually has. And like Malcolm, I'm also going to stand up and say, how many Herseger halls do we actually have in our district? We need to actually start preserving some of our heritage. If you actually look at Hororata, it's got two quaint, lovely churches.
Thank you. How many halls do we need across our district? We have had a view for a while that we need to rationalise the number of facilities we have. Now, I'm not denying Hororata has a need for a good facility. But one of my questions is, what is the right size for a new facility in Hororata to fit in with our network of facilities across the district? Every community wants probably bigger than they need, better than they want, better than they deserve if you take a district-wide approach. I'm a little bit concerned that this is another example when a community can come up with some funding and hold council to blackmail. Where, look, we can raise some money, so we can have the gold-plated version of something because we can raise some money. Ultimately, at the end of the day, council will end up with ownership and the operational maintenance of that building. This wonderful community group that raises money today cannot guarantee that they're going to keep funding this building over the life of the building. So the district ends up carrying it. So if the district, with the assistance of the community, builds a building that's too big for that community, the district will wear the cost for the rest of the life of that building. So that's why I think we need to be prudent. I'm unsure from the staff recommendation that what cost we are actually carrying forward in this recommendation. Is it the 3 million, the 3.3 or 4.7? Or do we get that refined in December and it will be adjusted in next year's annual plan? I am concerned about the retention of the bones, the heritage Seeger piece of the existing building. What we could end up with is two buildings in Hororata to maintain and operate. One, an old one that will be expensive to maintain and operate. The suggestion is give it to a museum to run. Well, you shortly then be followed by a funding application from the museum to fund the building. So let's be realistic. If the old hall is to be retained, we, on behalf of the district, are going to have to pay for it. That's 2 community buildings in this small community. If that's the will of council, then that's the will of council. However, I'm calling for some degree of prudence in these decisions, because that's a lot more than most of our communities have got. We're not talking in Leaston about retaining the old buildings as well as new. We're certainly not funding the existing Prevalton Community Centre, so we're not talking about having 2 there either. So we need a dose of realism in what we're deciding here. I will support the recommendation because it's going forward to a further report in December. But I don't know that I'm going to support the retention of one and the building of another in Horata at that point, because that seems excessive for that community. Yes, that community can grow if there's more water in the area, but it will still be a small rural community. It's never going to be a Prevalton, a Leaston, a Darfield. And as has been said many times, there are other facilities in our network of facilities within a short drive of Horata. At some point, we've got to meet our goal of rationalising these facilities.
I'm not sure where to start, really. I certainly support a new building in Horata. There's never been a discussion to say that we will be maintaining 2 buildings there. I think we've made it quite clear from the beginning that if we build a new one, that we will not be maintaining the old one. When you look at the numbers that we've had for support of Prevalton and Leaston, I think they were 28% roughly in favour of new buildings, and there was a 26% in favour of a new building at Horata. So for the size of Horata, I think that is really good. It's just proving that they're a very passionate community. I was not particularly happy with the comment that Councillor Alexander made, a very degrading remark, I thought, about that community was trying to buy the council to get a new building. When you look at the size of Prevalton and Leaston, they're not putting money in, but you've got a community in Horata that is passionate and are prepared to raise money to go into it. So I support the building going ahead. We may need to talk about the funding, because as Councillor Mugford said, they were putting in half, and now if we go to a 3 million build, are they expected to still put in the 2 million? So there's a lot of discussion to be had around it, but I do support that we go ahead and not keep putting it out further. I mean, do we have to leave it to December to make a decision? This has been on the books for quite some time. Thank you.
There is some benefit to coming last. There's some really good points. Just reflecting what I heard from the submitters for a start off, that people were frustrated. They felt they'd done a lot of work, it hadn't been recognised, and were sort of feeling a bit helpless, and that's where they were at. But just thinking about how this application, even appeared for us, it was Go Horata is the kind of Selwyn we want, isn't it? You got really motivated people who want to get their community going, who are doing stuff off their own bat. And they came to us with a proposal for this new community centre, which is a unique proposal, and it managed to jump the queue by quite a bit because it was unique, because it had a substantial amount of private fundraising. If it hadn't had that private fundraising attached, I think if we're honest, it probably wouldn't have got past the go button. So why we've got it in front of us today is because of the commitment by Go Horata to deliver significant funds. Nowhere else do we do this. We just talked about Leaston and Prevalton. Well, there's no community group there raising $1 million. So it's really a decision about, is this the right thing to do? And then deciding how do you fund it? I mean, the funding is, I know it's a fly-away line, but it's irrelevant because we don't even know what the design is. I mean, once you've got a design, you can then budget it and actually come out with a concrete number. At the moment, we're deciding yes or no, in my view. And I agree with Mark, is that I've got a picture of the High Rata Hall in front of me. The exterior is 1970s concrete block and red brick. Admittedly, the inside is heritage, but the outside certainly ain't. And the community, the phrase that springs to mind is cake and eat it too. Where you, and Mark's right, we will inevitably end up paying for two facilities unless we are very, very clear that you're either having this or this, and the council is not funding both, because that's what's going to happen here. You can see it coming from a mile off. The original plan was to realise the value of that land and that building and put it towards a new facility. In my mind, that hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is it now has a heritage order on it, and whoever buys it or takes it on knowingly with a heritage order on it. That's what's changed. So, but the key things I've heard around the table today are fit for purpose and the right scale to enable all these things to happen. One of the beauties of we've had as a council is some experience about building other community centres and looking back where we've gone right and where we've gone wrong. Largely where we've gone wrong is that we've allowed communities to engage their own architects with their own dreams and aspirations, and have had significant ginger groups which have managed to sway the design or outside what's appropriate and what's the right scale. I think probably with district-wide rating and a commitment to these sort of things, that should firmly be taken back by the council and actually deliver what is required at the right scale and consult on that, rather than a community's aspirational. And some of these are supported by feasibility studies and tell us what the need is and what the future demand is. It's not saying it has to be a concrete block box with no amenity value, but it has to be the right scale, the right size, and future-proofed. So my position is pretty clear. I mean, it appears from all, as with you, Mark, it appears we've given all pretense away of having a network approach. We've thrown that idea out, seemingly. So if it is the will of the council that we do proceed with this, my position is quite clear, is that it's not, you don't have both, you have one or the other. You sell one, and that seems to me to be the heritage building to whoever takes it on, whatever value, and we put our resources towards building a functional place that works for the community. Just reflecting on, I'm sorry to take some time here, but reflecting on my own experience at Rhodes Park, we had a similar discussion regarding the Taitapu Hall. Once we went through the process and realised that it was demolished and we built a new facility, 99.9% of people who had been supportive of retaining the building said, what was I thinking? This is miles better. We're building our own new heritage. And if you think about particular past earthquake events like Napier, people now go to Napier because of the Art Deco rebuild. They're not sitting there going, we wish we'd kept the old buildings. So there is a time when new heritage comes along, and this might be a time for High Rata to start building a new heritage. They still have the High Rata Church, which they wish to retain, but I think that's the future.
Thanks, Grant. And again, thank you for the comments around the room. Just remind us, if we proceed with option one, it's pretty explicit what we've told our community. If a new facility is built, the council would not continue to support the existing hall, and this may be transferred to a local heritage group. So it's council, this decision is around saying we're supporting one facility, and whatever the next conversation looks like around the old hall is completely separate from this piece. I think we can't tell a community yes, 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 no. And I've been dragged along for a really long time here and put in a lot of effort to have a facility. So I think the right answer is yes, but it does need to be appropriate for the site, and I'm glad that's been raised because it's not just about what someone might think that they need, but really assessing what's the appropriate use for the site and for the future use of that area. Heritage doesn't mean that we have to keep it. So there's a few comments being made that says if it's heritage, that means council's going to be responsible. That's just blatantly not true. There's hundreds of heritage buildings in our district, and not many of them are owned by council. So the option for the future of that building can be outside of us. The community centre's operational cost has been raised. So I think we've just got to remind ourselves that no community centre makes money. All our community centres cost all of our ratepayers every year. And this will be another one that does the same. So yes, it will have an impact on our ongoing costs, as do everyone else. And I guess the $2 a year impact on rates is the piece that our community is most going to be interested in. What is the change to rates to fund this thing in $2? We've been talking $30 the last two projects. This one's $2. It might come back that $3 million isn't enough. And that's when there's going to need to be the conversations that Bob pointed out. Well, there is a farm on your reserve at the moment. Are you willing to trade for the right funding facility? It's a conversation that needs to be had. We also need to think, actually, is $3 okay to get an outcome rather than $2? So those are the types of things that are going to be future conversations. Today we're saying we're going to move on with option one, but we need some more information, and there'll be future conversations with the trust by December. Douglas, do you have something you'd like to throw on?
I think everything's been covered. It is that we concern that if we don't have an understanding of what the existing hall will be used for once a new one, whatever, if that's the way it's built, because that will probably hang around our neck a wee bit. The domain argument, just so we're clear, is the domain itself is about 92 hectares, of which 48 hectares is the farmed, but it has that walkway around the outside of it. So the balance of the 42 hectares still makes it, in case he's got a different view, but it would still be the biggest domain. So that number, it's been rightfully bandied around, and it is quite a different domain. It's not a sports park. There's a number of seats. It's got a beautiful lake. It's got the old horse. So it is quite a different domain, but it would be great to try and consolidate our resources. We do have the operating costs allowed for in the new hall in the long-term plan. All that is funded. It's all built into the budgets. But just my final comment, and most people have touched on this, it is the use issue. So the hall has had a known number and reasonably limited use over the years. As it's got a bit aged and tired, it's probably had even a wee bit less. It is supported by a network of halls at Glen Tunnel and at Greendale and at Darfield in the area. So there is always, there's that wee tension about what it is to use. If there was something we probably didn't get quite right in the last 2 to 3 years, it's been alluded to, we got a wee bit carried away with the probably the feasibility report, which, as I said in that email I sent out last Friday, included a stage in an area where you could play indoor netball, quite a large meeting area. So probably the building took a more of a wish list from the feasibility as opposed to pragmatically what was required. So that's why the 4.7 million was put into the budget. So it was very much at the upper end. Coming back to the $3 million option was just trying to bring back a building that met the needs as they were seen. And that's where the 350 square metre option sat. So there's still a few things to tidy up. Councillor Mugford, I think you're bang on. I've tried to raise this issue of the farm numerous times, and I think it's just a difficult issue up there. But that does, it is one of those issues you need to tidy up. Finally, we've been reviewing the Hororata Reserve Management Plan for the last, might be 3 to 4 years. So that's another piece of work that will get completed out of this as well as we tidy that up and set it up. So there is a wee bit to do. The final comment I've made, Hororata community, they are well resourced, they're well organised, they've done some great things. We just need to make sure we use that energy correctly over the next few years because, as probably the group wane a wee bit, because these are massive events they run, but they have a whole lot of small events they run too. But we do want to keep that magic they've got in their community.
Thanks. Can I just make sure I'm clear from the meeting just on the next discussion, because there's two ways of looking at this. One is that they're doing a lot of work, they're self-motivated, they've done some pieces, and we should just let them run with this. The other is, well, hang on, we've got way more control around this, and we need to be the driver of it, and it'll be done in-house. I'm sensing that we want to be moving to the second option, so that as we re-engage with the groups, we can actually just be really clear around where that sits, because I feel that that's also been a little piece of not quite sure who's driving what. So if I'm seeing nods, so I'm going to go with the second one, that we're going to look to drive this in-house, and that will be well supported. Mark, do you have something else?
Yeah, I understand that, but I think there is that middle ground. We need to, when we talk about re-engaging with them, there are hurt feelings there, and we need to engage with them with a genuine openness and consideration, not to give them their wish list, but to arrive at an appropriate response for both their community and the district. And both sides need to understand that their expectations are somewhat grandiose, perhaps, than we expect. But there'll be a middle ground, but we need to engage with that consideration, that feeling of partnership.
Cool, thank you. Grant?
Yeah, I think presentation there, Mr. Stewart particularly mentioned that if he didn't, the budget wasn't appropriate, he was to review his commitment to it. That aligns with the experience that we had at Rhodes Park, is that while we were planning and getting it off the ground, then fundraising was going gangbusters, but as soon as the council rubber stamped it and said we're going to do it, I found it extremely difficult to get money out of anybody else because people regard it as a council project. And that's probably the only proviso I'd put on this, is that if we are going to speak to Go Rada, they need to absolutely confirm what portion of this bill they feel they can realistically fund, because inevitably, once we take it over, we have to build it and pay for it.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, just reflecting on the comments on the screen in front of us, and I think the key thing is that staff will report back to council in December 21. Murray Lemon made some observations about outstanding issues that simply we can't advance today until we have the benefit of that work being undertaken and that report coming back. So for me, that's the prudent way to respond today.
Great. Decision 9, last one before lunch. Bob, you get to speak first. Changes to policy. Staff acknowledge the majority of submitters support the proposed changes to the council's significant policy. Bob's a yes. Nicole? Yes. Murray? Yes. Just use your microphone.
Apologies. Just acknowledging that we've had a number of submitters challenge our DC policy.
So if we could ask that be reviewed, David, when you bring that DC stuff to us, and that will be included there too.
Yeah, concur with Councillor Lemon, and the Chief Executive has said that he will have a discussion about DCs at a briefing in the future.
Hey, just don't forget, everybody, that we do have a report on rates postponement on DEFCONs to discuss in today's meeting. It's agenda item number 6.
Good. Shane?
Engagement policy from me, Māori development. I'd like that to include all Māori and not just mana whenua.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mark?
Yeah, I'm agreed with this. It's with the majority. There were questions raised around the Selwyn's sewerage DC, and that the communities being added to it are getting a significant benefit which they're not paying for. So, but overall, I agree.
Thank you. Jenny? Grant? Sophie? Thank you everyone for contribution this morning. We'll break for lunch. Let's take the 35 minutes through till that clock up there tells us it's 1 o'clock, and we'll start the meeting again. 98, sounds like a lot. This is the top of the document, says document 1, strategic partners, groups and categories. To start the discussion now, we will just work through to probably 3 o'clock and look to take a break for afternoon tea at 3, depending on where we get up to. It was good to have those major 9 decisions done now, but I don't have a predetermined finishing point at the moment, so let's just see how the afternoon rolls out. The way these items have been grouped, there was a bit of discussion from staff around how we manage our partnerships and what we've called here strategic partnerships. And I'll just acknowledge that Waihora Ellesmere Trust should have been in the space too, but in the rush to try and get this out, that's not where they've landed. So anyway, we'll get to that discussion soon. But we try and transition away from the approach that we've taken to date and take a well-beings approach to the way that we would fund community groups who are trying to achieve things that as a council we would want to see achieved. And Denise has been working on a paper to look at how that might work, what would include the SNF fund, so there'll be an environmental, social, economic way of breaking down the way we fund. And that way there'd also be a way to compare what different groups are able to do and provide along with what council looks to achieve. The fear was though that in making that change, we could end up hurting the people we want to help just in the transition and the uncertainty that that transition is going to create. So rather than trying to drop that on everyone today, I guess the theme that I've taken here around the initial starting point is saying let's carry on the way that we're doing it. I didn't see anything that was identified as a major out or a direction that wasn't the way council wanted to go, but let's also include some statements and knowledge that over the next 18 months papers will be presented to council that will look to review the way we fund strategic partners going forward. That may or may not be available for the next annual plan because there's some conversation that will need to happen with each of those groups about how we're going, but definitely for the next year, so prior to the next LTP. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is today we're making some decisions for the future, knowing that probably the way we want to make these, well, I think staff have come up with a reasonable way to think about the way we want to make these decisions going forward. That there's a slight alteration from where we are now. A couple of reasons for that. One is it enables a review of funding, and so people can be accountable for the funds that they're given. But secondly, it provides some level of certainty over a 3-year period for funding going forward, so people aren't continually having to think about what's just around the corner for them. And we would only be doing that for the groups that are identified within the strategic partners type arrangement. So today we start off with Te Ara Kakariki, Lincoln Envirotown Trust, 24/7 Youthwork, Selwyn Sports Trust are there. And first up to talk to the first one is Nicole. So what I've put in here is we've got their current funding is at 26,000. They've requested 45,000, and so the proposed funding start is here at 45, acknowledging the work that Te Ara Kakariki is up to.
Before we get into individual speakers on this, can we just outline where these proposed figures have come from for the general education of those here and those listening?
These are numbers plucked by myself and the senior management yesterday morning before this was sent out. So if you think that they're completely wrong, great, let us know. And that's the feedback that we want from this discussion now. It's based around current levels of funding, what the requests were, and whether we felt that they aligned with what council was trying to achieve. So more than happy to have pushback and change on those numbers. Nicole.
So am I just talking about tech, or am I talking
Let's just do one at a time. Tech.
So everyone would have got the email I sent around about that came from Letitia, because I remember I asked you last week actually how much money did they want, and from what my reading of it, and if anyone reads it differently, they were wanting an increase of 15k, so to 40,000. So I mean, it'd be nice to give them more, but if they're just asking 40, then we should just give them what they're asking for. I don't know what other people's opinions are, and I quite easily put 5 somewhere else.
Great. I don't have all my notes as to why we got to 45 here, sorry. So 40 is the starting point, Nicole. Thank you for raising that. Murray?
Yeah, good point, Cole. I would be happy with that too. If they've requested 40, then obviously think they can work within that budget. So yeah, would be supportive of that.
Thank you. Malcolm?
Yeah, the organisation has gone from strength to strength in the last 5 years. I just ran into the co-chair last week, and they've picked up another major program of work and funding as well. I see they're advertising for another coordinator at the moment. So if they're asking for 40, we'll save that 5 for somebody else.
Great. Shane?
Yep, great presentation, doing fantastic work. Happy to support the recommendation.
Jeff?
I support it.
Thank you. Deborah? Mark? Oh, sorry. Deborah?
Right. I support it, but what I've noticed missing out of some of these documents was a forest and bird submission that actually wanted us to look at our current SNF funding. Currently, we've only put aside $75,000, which equates to $2.67 per household. And they said that if we could increase that to $10 a household, then we'd collect over $200,000 for those particular projects. And I thought, given that we had 38 submissions with regards to addressing biodiversity, climate change issues, I think I would like to see us revisit that 75,000 to near enough to the 200,000 if it's $10 per household.
We'll get to other items that aren't Te Ara Kakariki, but at the moment this is the decision around Te Ara Kakariki.
I realise that, but this is missing off the I didn't find this on the program, so I just wanted to highlight the underfunding that we're doing, but the number of submissions that actually requested, look, we don't mind paying for climate change for our future.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Oh, is it? Sorry. Okay.
Mark?
Yeah, I support this of the groups that regularly come to us for funding. This is certainly one of the more deserving funders. The volunteer hours are huge. The outcomes are great. And if 40K is what they asked for, then 40K.
Okay. Jenny? Crouch?
Yes, I'm always wary of, I mean, they do a great job. Let's acknowledge that to start off. But where is the overlap with ECAN? We seem to be getting in that very less than transparent role where we start to overlap services with another council, and groups will lap this up because, you know, as always, people will fill the space. But we just need to be careful that we don't expand beyond our role. I think it's a 53% increase, which is, it might seem a lot in percentage terms, but dollar value is not huge. But we're also building internal capacity with our own biodiversity officer, Andy Spanton. So we might want to consider how long do we continue outsourcing this, and when do we start bringing this funding back inside our own organisation using the resources we have. So I guess that'll be part of Denise's review of these partners. So I support carrying on, but just with some caveats around where we're going with it.
Thanks, Brad. Sophie?
I totally support it. They're probably going to be kicking themselves when they realise that there was potentially 45 grand on the table. I feel really bad.
Yeah.
But just in response to Grant's comment just then, to be honest, if we brought this in-house, it would cost us more. They have a few paid roles, but the majority of it is off the backs of volunteers. And if we were organising it, it would all have to be paid. We wouldn't get the same level of value.
That's good. Thanks, Sophie. It's the same for the reason that we fund the stuff outside of ourselves is because we can see the volunteer hours that get added to each of these groups is just so much above what we're actually contributing. So thanks, Bob. Okay. The next item then is Lincoln Envirotown Trust, and Murray, you're up first.
Yeah, similar conversation really, isn't it? You just hit on that, Sam. We're talking about delivery by volunteer groups.
Yes.
Yeah, again, it's a good lift. I guess what we've taken them to, not to task, that's too strong a word. What we've asked of them is to expand that out to the wider community, and we used to get regular updates from them Sam, and I think as part of this, we want to ensure that actually this is not just Lincoln and Envirotown, it's actually Selwyn wide now, and that, I know we've had those presentations in the past about how they break out to our other outlying communities. So I guess just perhaps a wee bit of stress test around that we do get that reporting back and we see that going out to a wider group.
Yeah, it does seem like a large leap in funding from 35 to 55, 20k. But, they have certainly been trying to get out into the communities. I'm not sure how successful that is. I know that we don't get the reports we got because some of the office holders have stepped back. I'd say at least 50.
Malky, in a support of to the value of 50.
Sorry, I think that this organisation has tailed off a little bit. We don't really hear so much from them. So I know that their submission was there, but 55 is a small amount in the big picture. But I would certainly like to hear what they've done with the extra money they've got and what they're actually doing, and perhaps a little bit more than we have over the past 3 years or so.
I agree. I actually agree at the staff recommendation of 55. They have been in existence for a long time within our community, and we have given the responsibility for management of climate change environment to these volunteer groups. Now we've actually grown up ourselves, I suppose. We want to start looking at, well, what do we supply in-house? They have the expertise, they have the knowledge, they have the working ability to work with our community, and it's a cheaper option than us actually bringing everything in-house and employing. So that's why I support giving funding to our strategic partners.
I support us funding Lincoln and Envirotown. I probably fall towards the 50 rather than 55 on the basis that it is, even at 50, it's a huge jump of what they're currently receiving. And I get a regular, I'm on their mailing list, so I get a regular update from them. Clearly some councillors are not, or they failed to see the emails. But I wouldn't oppose 55. I'd probably be happier at 50.
I've just got a question, and I'm not sure. I always thought that Envirotown Trust supported Enviro schools. Is that correct? Okay, that's all right. Okay. I would be happy then with the 50.
I think Lincoln Envirotown Trust does support forest schools. Yeah, they work together. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I thought.
Te Arakakiriki does as well. And,
yeah.
And the reason, and the reason that Enviro Schools isn't in more schools is because of limited funding that Envirotown Trust has had in the past. That's been one of the constraining parts that's come back to us.
Because I see that,
and ECAN staff.
Because I see in the previous submission that Te Arakakiriki support funding of Enviro schools, so they're getting money from both. So that's just was my point that I was asking if that's correct.
Te Arakakiriki also support Enviro schools?
Yeah, well, that's why I said
yeah,
I see that they support Enviro schools there. So Lincoln Envirotown also support them. It was my question.
Oh, yes, they do.
Yeah, okay. Sorry to, yeah, a 50k.
The work that I've seen them doing has been very good. The thing that concerns me, I suppose, is that the increased money spent on delivery, not on wages. It is largely a volunteer organisation, and we are starting to see some of their other partners pull back. So, are we always the last man standing as always? And people say that we take up the slack, and so we just need to be aware of that. I guess Denise will be doing as part of the review process. Will be, are they working on subscriptions and all these other things which actually start to build a funding profile.
I'll support it. They do have, I'm just looking at their website now, and yep, it fits what I get in the newsletter as well. There's quite a lot of different things that they are working on, and I know that we're not their only funder. They do proactively go out and seek funding elsewhere, so that's, you know, that's better than a lot of the smaller groups in our area. The only thing that I would say is, yeah, they are still quite heavily focused around Lincoln, and it would be good to see that broaden out across the area, but maybe also go into a few other things. I mean, we've mentioned water efficiency and grey water and rainwater tanks and gardening and stuff like that. They would actually be quite well placed to at least source the information and facilitate that sort of information if we were going to do a bit more education around water conservation and different things you can do in that space.
Yeah, I support them as well, and as been proposed, and it escapes me what the other, they cover off a lot of the environmental well-beings, and they have now, and they have been for a few years, got a trap library. So where Sean Ellis came and told us that we needed to have more trapping, and they're supporting that as well. But there's also something with, yeah, the time bank. So then you can get volunteer to do things, and then you build up time, and then you get that for other things. So it's got they're into social wellbeing as well. But definitely that they seem to have gone back to Lincoln, so do need to say we need more district-wide.
And a reduction in funding there from 84 down to 70. This is based on the amount that was used in the last 12 months. And there's a little anomaly with on the TBC. We can just cross out the sentence that's there and just use the box as we have with the other ones. So, Malcolm, you're first.
Yeah, happy to continue as a recommendation.
I'm happy with that.
Yes. I just did have a note about the reduction, and I don't think your explanation quite cleared it up for me as to why they weren't delivering what we've been previously funding.
I think it was to do with the number of youth workers in schools in the last 12 months, that there wasn't a youth worker available in a couple of the schools, and so that has meant that the funds weren't used, also weren't taken from us for that purpose. Again, this will be part of the review that Denise does over the coming 18 months.
Okay, I'm pleased to hear that if they didn't have the workers, they didn't take the funding, and I'm happy to support what's there.
Thank you. Jenny? Yep. Grant? Sophie?
I'm happy to support the proposed funding, but I would ask that when we do the review, it would be really good to have a bit more understanding around their operating model in terms of recruitment, because I really think they are, you know, it's no other group that is so restricted in where it gets its workforce from would get funding from somewhere like this. You know, places like Rata would not fund on the basis that you don't recruit from the wider population. So I think we do need to try and find if there's a way of encouraging transition to, you know, serving the demographic more broadly.
Thank you. Paul? Yep. Nicole?
Yep, and I support what Sophie said as well.
Cool. Murray? Okay. The next, nothing to refresh in, yeah. The next item is Selwyn Sports Trust. And again, there's a little bit of confusion here because it says 25-35 and the sentence above says 45. I think it's because I initially put in 45 in discussion with staff yesterday. We ended up putting 35 out to councillors, but so I'm personally easy with it being at 35 or 45. It's interesting how much time we're going to spend on talking about small amounts of money, but keen to hear the views of the room, and starting with Shane.
Yeah, kia ora, Sam. Yeah, I was a little bit choked up actually at the presentation when Jess came through, just thinking of Johnny F. Reid. So they do a wonderful job, really active within our communities, and if anything, I think they would deserve not 35k but 40.
I had noted when I first read their submission that I would have supported 35, which happens to match their corporate sponsorship. I'd be happy to say 45 if it matched your corporate sponsorship dollar for dollar. So if they got $10,000 more corporate sponsorship, I'd be happy to support 10,000 more from council. But at 35, it matches their budget corporate sponsorship, which I think is an appropriate funding level.
No. Now I should have made it a bit clear what I was doing with tech is we took 5K off them, so surely we can move the 5K to these guys. I mean, I would have supported that they asked, I thought they'd asked for 48. So I would prefer going up to that, but at least 40 is a minimum I would have hoped for these guys.
Arnica's good for bruising, Murray. Arnica's good for bruising, Murray. Yeah, 35. Any more bids? 35.
So there's 35 as a majority. Mark's comment around matching. No one else around half the table that got to speak after him supported that. So I'm just going to, I don't want to go around the table again, but we'll just leave it at 35 this year. It'll be reviewed as part of the way forward, and if it ends up being lifted over time, that will. Okay.
We've just lost 5K. I just lost 5K.
We saved our community 5K, Nicole.
No, the ratepayers have gained 5K.
The next item is Mana Whenua partnership. And there was a submission 537 from Liz Brown of Taumutu Runanga. We have had ongoing discussions with Taumutu through an executive meeting quarterly, which David and I have facilitated with Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Epa has also been a part of those, meeting with their executive. The things that have been raised here have been raised with us over, almost the time that I've been the Mayor, but particularly over the last 12 months around where that sits. The meetings have been good and have generated a good relationship, and the next step now is to actually formalise that relationship and think about where that sits. In doing that, we would also look to engage with Naitua Hureri, who have part of Salmons Rahi also includes them, and so we would need to think about a joint conversation around Mana Whenua for Selwyn. And then that would also progress formal arrangements for what the partnership looks like. So more formalised meetings, more formalised partnership, and then a contribution to the partner. At the moment, that's just to Taumutu, based on the submission that we have here. I'm not suggesting that's to both at the moment. And some of the feedback, not just from Taumutu, has been from our community, and I think we've noticed it around council too, is there's some of the things we would like engagement on. There's just not the capacity from Taumutu to be able to provide, and this funding would go to that community engagement piece around being able to think about how the marae is a really special part of our district, continues the great work that they have been doing with our schools, particularly around the cultural narratives that every new school now comes with, the naming that goes on, but community groups are also looking to engage in that space, and this will help support that as an outcome. First speaker is Shane. You first last time, yeah? Jeff this time.
Didn't think I needed it. Oh, good. Hey, I support 50 grand. They, in their submission, they mentioned costs and things that weren't recoverable by them. The community learns a lot from the marae visits, and I think 50 grand is something well spent if we're engaging with Murray, and we need to do it a lot more, and probably 50 grand is quite light.
I agree with the 50.
I do not. I think your comments, Sam, do not match the staff comments. The staff comments contribute to Te Pāomoki running costs and or redevelopments. The budget we had in their submission said their expenses were $94,000. They had $38,000 income from school visits, and which didn't really fund school visits, and they were seeking more support from someone. Well, my first problem I had with that is we're not allowed to support school visits. Legally, we are not allowed to. And that aside, that leaves them with a budget shortfall of $56,000 for running costs of the marae. They are, in essence, a non-council community centre. We don't fund the community hall at Kirwee. We have year on year requests from that community to put some funding into that hall, and year on year we say, no, you're not a community facility, you're not a council facility, we're not funding you. So that's one of my struggles with this. I look at their proposed budget. They have $35,000 for major works, planned upgrades, and $7,500 for repairs and large projects. So that's $42,500. Of that, I'd be happy with council putting, say, $25,000. This relationship building will be coming out of other budgets. This isn't what we're talking about here. This is direct funding, subsidisation of the marae. And when I look at it, and I'm going to get called names and things for saying what I'm saying, but I'm being honest. This is a privately run facility who affiliate with a very wealthy organisation. And they've come to us cap in hand for the second year in a row asking us for funding. Well, I'm happy to give them some funding. I'm not happy with $50,000 out of a $56,000 budget shortfall. I'm happy at, say, $25,000 towards their major projects. Their other relationship building stuff will be coming out of other budgets. This isn't what we're talking about. I could be wrong, but it appears to me we're talking about subsidising the marae. Is that core council business? Just before Jenny starts, let me do say that I have a warm and appreciative relationship with the people of the Taumutu Runanga. And I don't want what I've said to be taken in any way a criticism of those people. They're fine people, they assist us in the district greatly. But this is not what it's about. This is about funding their marae.
Actually, listening to Mark's comments, I tend to agree, so I'd support 25.
I'm not completely clear from the explanation what 50,000 going to. I think we could do with some clarity here, because there seems to be some confusion as to whether it's to go towards a memorandum of understanding and an agreement together to work together, or whether this is around funding the marae operating expenses. So can we have some clarity on that first before we sort of go any further?
Yep, I don't know exactly where it's going to be spent by them, in the same way that I don't know exactly where the previous groups are going to spend it. My review back to you earlier was just the feedback that I've had from our community around engagement. So that's my own view around how I would like the marae to choose to spend that, is on extra engagement with our community and the ability to interact on a wider basis. The staff and the submission was quite clear. It was around marae running costs for people to be able to come onto the marae. So my opening statements were more around the feedback that I've received rather than directing straight to the submission itself. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, I think it does. I mean, it's a fundamental change in our relationship, though, because before we've used MKT as our partner to give us advice, and so it's a movement back from a sort of higher level engagement back to local engagement, which I'm not against. But like Mark, I think we need to be absolutely clear what we're signing up for here, and I think our community does too, that we understand exactly. Being explicit right at the start will save some heartache later on when we start to get into, are we seeing this as a start to being as I said, a community centre? Potentially, we've got some pretty exciting developments going on in Leaston, which we'd like Taumutu to perhaps be involved with. But I was under the impression it was certainly to resource our relationship with Taumutu, not to pay for nuts and bolts and school visits. I mean, my immediate response to that, like Mark's, is if it's not economic to do it, you increase the charge to an appropriate level, where it's $1.50 to $2 or whatever it is. So I think I'd like to be well informed before I make a decision. I think at the moment I'm not, so I'd like better information, please.
So this money is not to facilitate the relationship. This money is to give
to the marae. That's the current position, is it? We just look. I haven't got enough background information to vote on that. I mean, it's the document that Liz has given us is create a work program. That's what they're asking for, and to create an agreement, which is what I assumed that the money would go towards. But I'm hearing it sort of we'll give you the money and do what you like with it type thing. So I need to be clear in my mind that there's on points 1 and 2 that we're actually putting this money towards, which I think we're largely already there. I mean, my understanding wasn't, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that our relationship is very strong with Tamutu and you have regular engagement already. So I'm just not quite sure which part we're failing on, that we need more resource. And if I could be told that, would be helpful as well. But I'm happy to see some funding go towards our relationship with Tamutu, because I think they're very good partners and really assist us in everything we do here at Selwyn.
So I'm kind of in the same place as Grant. I would support, I think 50k is a good number, but I would like it to focus, I mean, in their submission, they've got points 1 and 2 to do with developing a relationship and agreement. And I think that's important to put some money towards that, because whether or not they are affiliated with a very rich iwi, that doesn't necessarily mean that the money trickles down to the various runanga. I don't think we should be giving them money for operational expenses, though. If we're building a relationship and a partnership to a group that, fair enough, their income doesn't cover potentially their expenses, so don't actually want to ask them to do the work for free. There's a lot that's being taken away. We can open a whole colonial can of worms and have that out, but that's not the right place and time for it. But I do support giving them some money towards developing that relationship. It would be interesting to know whether or not somewhere in that relationship they would be able to find a place to work with Māori not affiliated to the local runanga though, as well, because there are a lot, and I know they're not, there's this distinction between mana whenua and mataoka, but at the same time, we all live here. And the only other thing I'll say is they've raised again, for instance, in their submission, that schools say that they can only pay a certain amount per person. It works out to around about $4 per person. That is something between them and the schools, or the Ministry of Education. I mean, my kids haven't been on a trip to the marae. I'm fairly sure yours have recently, or at least one might have. Yeah, so I don't know how much, but at the same time, you're getting a full day's worth of educational value out of that, and they need to charge what they're worth. And in terms of the partnership, I'm not even sure that 50 grand is enough to cover what they're worth from our point of view, but that depends on what we get out of it and how the agreement progresses, So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I'm okay with the 50,000, but I really would like to know what it's actually for, and whether it's with the relationship and such like, and it isn't for running the marae and that. So I'd like to understand a bit more than I do at the moment, and that's possibly me, but that's how I feel.
Sophie's got me a bit on the hop. No, I was just trying to look out. I have literally, my youngest had a marae visit all day last Wednesday, and I can't for the life of me remember how much it was, but it was more than $4 we paid for it. But I don't know how much that was for transport and all that sort of thing. But that goes back to that the school should be paying for what they're getting anyway. And so my feeling is the same as what has been articulated by Grant and Sophie. I was a bit confused by the whole thing as well.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Yeah, a bit of a broken record here, really. I guess we've had since, 3 o'clock yesterday to absorb this figure and get an understanding of it, and I don't have that clarity. I've no objection to a sum of money being set aside, but I think we need to have an understanding. I'm not just happy about that just being handed over as a, as a sum with no thought about what that's actually getting us, or getting the runanga for that matter. I think if we're going to have obviously continue to work on our relationship and improve what I believe is already a good relationship, and hopefully this discussion doesn't hurt that, that we actually pay a fair cost, and I'll be consistent with what I said last year. We pay a fair cost for using those facilities, and if that is the 50,000 that we've got set aside, is to pay a fair and reasonable recompense for the services offered to aid that facility to operate, then we do so. I also think we should advocate, as others have said, to the Ministry of Education that they remunerate their local runanga in a fair and equitable manner as well.
Oh, where do I start? I'm a bit disappointed in the discussion I've heard so far around the table, unfortunately. Phrases like kaitiakitanga come to mind. This marae is our marae here in Selwyn. They host many people from our community, many groups, not just school children, many groups of people, and increase our cultural understanding. And in the spirit of care and looking after us in relationships, they are running at a deficit because of their good nature and husbandry of us when they're there. Many of the conversations I've had as being part of the group with the Mayor and the Chief Executive, Shane, this has been brought up that it is becoming very hard for them to manage, wanting to help as many people in the community as they possibly can, and not having the financial backing in their local marae to be able to do that. This is a small step in the way of increasing our relationship and helping that. When you've just been looking at 70k here and 50k here and 45k for the Sports Trust, I invite you to have a think about what you just said. I fully support 50k.
Ka tangata ki titi, ka tangata kākātā, ka tangata huki ahau, mauri ora. First of all, pay acknowledgement to mana whenua, te taumotu runanga, te tuahuriri. My first question is obviously money, and if we're talking about two hapu here, is that a split between the two? Okay. Second of all, the figure, understanding that it's for marae operations, I think it's already been spoken about around the room. I think we have enough professionals within our building here to actually facilitate and help the marae possibly look at rates and increasing the rates. We've got enough there, so whether that figure can actually be quantified as time that can be used to help in that respect. Mana whakahona hono arohia agreement, I don't think that costs anything to do, and I understand that this funding will help facilitate the relationships moving forward. It's been worked on and talked about for a long time, and I hope it does go ahead. If we're talking about funding for mana whenua, I think it's important to reflect on that document on the wall up there, which is the Tiriti o Waitangi. Three of my tupuna actually signed it at the top of that, and it was an agreement between the Māori people of New Zealand and the Crown. I was going to say Hula, the Crown. So it was an agreement and it was a partnership. And if we're looking at funding mana whenua, then we should actually be looking at that reflected across all Māori within our district in accordance with the Tiriti o Waitangi and also the Local Government Act, and that's why I brought up our engagement policy. And if that is the case, and if mana whenua are happy to look after and help grow and protect all Māori living within the district, then I would support that. However, I don't support funding for the operational costs of the marae. I think that as a private owned facility, that comes down to the management. I would be supportive of funding to continue our relationships and the signing of various MOU, but I would also be supportive of councils and mana whenua's outlook and inclusion of all Māori living within our district in accordance with Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Kia ora.
I had the first occasion or chance to speak on this, and really I thought it might have been a bit of a gimme, and I didn't put a lot of, I just wanted to get these out of the way as quickly as we can. And I'm kind of disappointed, like Malcolm, with the response, and I think it's a rather narrow view that some of us have got around this table. I look at, perhaps if you'd asked me this question 10 or 12, 15 years ago, I might have had a different feeling about it, but I've matured as a person, and what MRI signifies to me is that little thread, rather delicate thread, that gives Maori their history, and it's a little thread that brings their history to us, and it's. I don't see the marae as a place that someone else owns. I think it's something that we have to recognise and also take into account the Treaty of Waitangi, the local government commitments to the Treaty of Waitangi, and $50,000 to ensure that we have a marae. Quite frankly, I couldn't care less how they spend it, as long as they spend it wisely on their marae, so that we have that thread between their 800 years of history and our present. And I really do think that we should just start thinking a little bit more strategically than what we are at the moment. It's a precious little asset to this community. What would happen if we had to build a marae? I've got a marae there. We have to have it. We need it. We should have it. It's part of our history. It's part of our culture. It's part of our heritage. It's part of just about everything that's us.
I think what we need to do is focus on the Te Awamutu submission. There's 6 parts to it. The first one is they submit that council commences discussions focusing on establishing a two-ear-like relationship. That's something that is happening at operational level, which I'm driving, and the CE will be driving. The second part is submit the SDC plan for a mana whakahaunarohi agreement to be established with the Runanga. Again, that is something that we have discussed at our quarterly meetings and is starting behind the scenes, and I've personally been involved in preparing several of these when I was in the North Island. The next request was with respect to support for the marae, and there is a financial table that's been presented, and $94,000 cost, which includes $35,000 of major upgrades, but the request is we submit discussions with Runanga should ensue about council's contribution to Te Paramoki running costs, and this is the kicker, it's redevelopment as a well-used community facility by community members. And I think the prudent response today is to acknowledge an appropriate sum of money to be set aside in our budget to be utilised once we have concluded those discussions and brought some recommendations back to council in a couple of months as to exactly how that would be used. The other 3 parts, the Runanga have given their support to the construction of new community facilities that we talked about pre-lunch and around groundwater supplies and water testing arrangement, which again is an operational one. So, Mr Mayor, my recommendation would be that council consider retaining a proposed sum, 50,000, subject to a report coming back from staff in respect to the request on number 3, and that is for how those costs may be used.
Thanks. I don't think that covers it. And we're not looking at funding the redevelopment costs here, and that will be a completely separate discussion from this. I think what I've heard from around the table is that $50,000 is an okay amount. We just want clarity on what that's for. The clarity is that it's to develop and formalise partnership agreements with SDC. So we're clear with what we're providing the money for. We know that it's going to go on that, and any of those other pieces around redevelopment, this is not included there, and through the other discussions we might be able to address that, but this is not addressing that point in their submission. And sorry Mark, just a minute. Yep. That way we've clearly stated what we want to progress the partnership, and we're facilitating that happening. Sorry Mark, yes?
Sam, your recommendation doesn't match the submission. They didn't ask for a budget for items 1 and 2. They asked that we support the development of the arrangement. That will have cost to us. They didn't ask for any funding for that. So your recommendation doesn't match the submission. And I don't quite understand. We've had discussions already today that we can't allocate funding that wasn't asked for in submissions. Their submission in item 3 specifically asks to help fund the running costs of the marae and redevelopment. Well, I didn't even touch on redevelopment. I support what the chief executive has said. We put a sum of up to $50,000 aside to support the running costs of the marae, subject to clarification with the marae as to where that money would go. It's not funding the relationship building. They didn't ask for any funding for relationship building. They only asked that we do it. And I fully support that. So I think that your recommendation is out of order, quite frankly. They didn't ask for money for the funding of the relationship. They specifically asked in item 3 of their submission for funding of the marae. And I'm happy to support some funding subject to clarification of where it's going. And I'm happy to support that we further develop and strengthen our relationship. But they didn't ask for relationship funding.
Thanks, Mark. But the view around the table has been that we're not willing to support money for the running costs of the marae. So I'm trying to reflect what the discussion around the room had been, which says, well, your recommendation is we hold over $50,000, which means we're putting $50,000 in the budget, as I'm suggesting. $50,000 goes into the budget. We clearly identify what that's for. There's going to be costs in developing a relationship agreement, understanding how others have done that and what's going to fit in the local place here. So I think it is appropriate that we attach a tag to the money along the lines of what councillors have requested as we've gone around the room. Murray and Sophie?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. We're getting to the point, aren't we? I think, and that's the difficulty of this. And I just reflect on that, and we're talking about the maturity of our views and our relationship. And one of the great things about going on to a marae is that you have a robust conversation around a marae. And I think we shouldn't shy away from being able to do this. And congratulate Mark for being brave enough to start us off on that topic, and to represent a view. And likewise, Shane, your strong words, especially in Reo to start your dialogue. And I think the part of that robustness of conversation is also reflected in the robustness of the conversation we have around here, and we can reflect the views of the community, all aspects of our community, and arrive at an outcome where we do have a beneficial relationship. And I think I am not averse, stated again, I'm not averse to the money being set aside. What I need, in less than the space of 24 hours, is to understand what that relationship is going forward, and that we do reflect the views of everybody around this table and the views of the people at the marae and involved with our rinanga, that we get the best outcome and to build that relationship.
Thank you. Sophie?
Yeah, I just want to say, in terms of the mention of funding the marae in terms of operations and their visits, which aren't just schools, there's scout groups. I acknowledge that it's not just schools, they're focused a bit too much on them. Everybody should really pay their way to some extent on that count. We were talking before about a review of strategic partnerships. I don't know whether there's a place in there for reviewing whether or not Tamuturanga could be considered part of a cultural strategic partnership, for instance. It's a major cultural aspect, as noted by. That's why a lot of people go and visit. That's the best place to learn about, historical and current Māori operations, and just, location, taonga and all that. But as far as the relationship goes and building that, to be honest, I'd probably be okay with 100K if that meant that they were able to resource themselves and pay people for the expertise that they're going to bring from their side, and that needs to be developed going forward if we're all going to meet treaty obligations. So I'm more than happy to support the 50K towards that, but it's basically not wanting them to do the work for free. And to be honest, if some of it gets filtered off to other positions to help resource support each other, that's part of the whole thing as a small community within a community.
Okay, so we've got an amount that everyone's comfortable with. It's the specifics of it. So we'll work on what those specifics look like, and it'll include some of the things that Sophie's just talked about, and coming to the point where we can have a relationship. But the specific words we'll have on the agenda for the coming meeting, I'm not hearing that it's the dollar figure that's up for debate. Thank you. We now come to the next group, which is hockey. Oh, we can do that now if you want, Nicole. Yes. So there was another group that was Waihora Ellesmere Trust. Kelvin came and spoke to them. It is, it's an individual. It's on the front page, number 653 of the document 2. Hamish Rennie submitted it, and the recommendation here is a budget 20,000 to contribute to Te Wahora Cycleway project, and the funds to be held until we can get a co-governance way of determining what that would look like going forward and who's going to be responsible for the project, rather than just giving the money to Wet and then that not connecting with anything else. And first up is Deborah. Oh, sorry, Deborah, it's on the front of the second page. And my apologies for Wet if you're watching, that should have been included in the front of the document.
I, along with others, actually agree with contributing 20,000 to the Te Waihoara Walkway Cycleway project. And as per the staff submission, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, support.
We're having a jolly fine time here, but where's the money coming from for all these little cash handouts we're giving here? Is it general rates, or just so we're clear? So every dollar we spend is unbudgeted. So just refresh our memory on that.
I think this one's budgeted. Sorry, just on that, Kelvin, you sent a message through. This is budgeted spending.
Okay. Yep. So already in the proposed plan. In that case, I agree.
Great, thank you for that. We'll now move back to the hockey turf. So this is, once you turn over the front page of the group submissions, there are a number of submissions that we received on the hockey turf, very detailed. Obviously, it's a project that's in our plan for the next wee while, and the staff recommendation is that we make it happen. And so the sentence that I've just written on, so just as we read through these, if I've left the right-hand box clear, it's just because the staff's response seems adequate. Where I've added a sentence to the right, it's just to confirm the decision. So I've just written continued with providing a full-size hockey turf in 21-22, just that we're really clear that that's the outcome that's there. If we need any more clarity around what staff have said, feel free to raise that during the meeting. Hockey turf, first up, we're down to Mark.
It's actually a shame I'm first up on this one because I have a great deal more to say about the next one.
It's completely random, Mark. I'm sorry about that.
Last. To me, this is a no-brainer. It's already budgeted. I mean, I'm not quite sure why we're actually doing anything but confirming that it's placed in the budget.
Yeah, Jenny? Grant?
Just reflecting the submitters that came here, and there was some excellent ideas, particularly around the location, and it did seem to have a lot of, if we were to proceed with this, having it close to the new indoor stadium seemed to make a lot of sense around keeping the field clean, access to parking. One of the things that I think we'll find challenging if it does go ahead is I went to visit Ngāpunawai last week with two fields, and it is chocker with cars. So you divide them in half and then add our Selwyn Sports Centre on top. Regardless of how many people walk here, we're going to have a problem on our hands. So the budget is largely funded from DCs and operating revenue. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's a DC and reserve rate via way, sort of a loan effect with charges and reserve rate coming in to fund the ongoing service renewal.
So the only thing I hope would be part of is CAST has a renewal funding out of the Canterbury Hockey Association. We want to get in on that renewal funding and make sure that we get our share for our surface as well.
Yep. So the key thing is, and that's the key thing, just so you know, why Makariri gets something like 23,000 a year out of Canterbury Hockey for hires and use of the turf, and they get about 8,000 from their local club. So that's the type of model, and you would then take that cash and a bit of your reserve cash, rate cash, and just sinking fund it for the future. Can I just talk about the location? There was, ignoring the football turf for the moment, if you did put it on the east side, some balls will escape that pitch, and right behind the east side location is Foster Park Playground and the youth park ultimately. So we think that's a type of risk over there that wouldn't be really appropriate. And secondly, I think having all your turfs by your half turf, if on that basis, just gives you that turf thing. So the idea's got some sense, but there's some downside. The third thing is there was a little bit of how would you call it, tension between balls and the half turf and neighbours. And so I think having that all on one side of the park, as opposed to then having some on one side and some on the other side, also gives you. So there's probably three reasons why, if you did have an artificial football turf, you would still want to keep your hockey turf where it is planned, which is number 2 field.
Great. We're not going to go into the depths of where it's going to be located today, so this is really about confirming the funding going forward. Sophie.
Okay, the only question I was going to ask was when, is it, so the field that you mentioned, is that the one that's next to the half turf?
No. The between the half turf and the building is what you call the number 1 football field currently. I think they might call it the number 3 turf, goes to the south of the half turf and where the old Foster Park house in that area is. So that's where we've always had the hockey turf planned for.
Right, fair enough. Either way, so it's already budgeted, so yeah, support it.
Great. Bob. Nicole.
I would hope that any location discussions we have with the club themselves, and I support it.
Great. Murray.
And of course.
Wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly.
My kids play and are members of the club.
Malcolm. He said yes.
I'm vacillating between hockey 1 and hockey 2. Yes, it's budgeted. I support it. And thank you, Douglas, for your comments around location, because I did have that in mind with the further submission we got coming up from football.
Shane, yes. Jeff? Yes. Deborah? Okay, thank you. The next item is football, and just because of the length of the submission and what's here, I might just get Douglas to open up with why the staff comments are here and the way that they are, and then Jenny, you'll be the first speaker.
Cool. I'll just do an introduction. I'll get Mark to talk a bit more thoroughly about it. So it's fair to say probably, and I'm just speaking slightly off the cuff, that the turf's probably arrived more because of a desire to have a more quality pitch for football, which is totally understood. As staff, and we've sort of had a bit more in-depth look at it and then tried to think about growth, we've got some grass turfs going in to Prebbleton, getting put in this, I need to say 9 months, but they won't be ready for another 2 years. And then we start our design of District Park. Now, we've got no idea whether we're putting any more football turf down there. So there's a wee bit of an issue, we think, with capacity for football. Sure, kids football can be played on all sorts of type of pitches. One option has been kicked around is whether we light. Not all the fields at Foster have been lit, so there is a question if you put a bit more lighting in, particularly the fields to the south, the Dines Road end, would that give you more capacity? Yes, it would give you more training capacity, but there is a cost of putting those lights in, and we have tried to minimise the number of lighting poles on the park just to keep an open space feel, because otherwise you just fill your beautiful grass up and your open space with. So there's that issue we've had to mull over. So we do see this will help and just make sure we can give ourselves a bit more capacity for the next 3-4 years in terms of football, which is the biggest sport we've got here in the district. There will be some advantages putting in the 2 pitches in the 21-22 year with a grouping up the type approach, which would help. The football pitch isn't as expensive. There's a bit more work we need to do on that. But there are just generally some good options in terms of putting them in together. I know there is some view that we could defer the football pitch, maybe for timing, but the amount of DC that you'd need to amend and the amount of rate for reserve, they're not significant, but I'll let finance talk to that. My final comment is, I did go out and talk to the mainland football. I made it clear you will be paying for this pitch by use in the same manner as hockey. So they're aware of what our expectation is, and that's that 23 from Canterbury Football and that 8 out of the local club. So they understand that they're up for the long term. I mean, Canterbury Football have one pitch at English Park, which I think they're redoing this year, I think, anyway. So just some comment from me. Mark, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is in terms of the staff comments there and the difference between the two sets of information is because the first one there refers to all the comments that were received from members of the club. So we got a large number of submissions early, and on the last day we got the one from Stan DeRoy. And that had all the information that we were actually looking for in terms of the business case, capacity requirements, and all those sorts of things. So the final sort of comment is the one at the end, alongside Stan DeRoy's submission from the club itself. So yeah, I'd just endorse what Douglas has said. They do lose the ground, so from a capacity point of view, they're going to be down. They're already struggling for space, and it's a club that's growing. The work that we did leading into the long-term plan just on sports requirements across the district, football was one of the ones that was sort of going up exponentially. So in terms of capacity, they're going to need more space, and this makes sense in terms of meeting that requirement going forward.
Great. Douglas got a last couple of comments in. Kelvin, I'll just get you to touch on the funding.
Yeah, I'll just flag one. Queenstown Lakes are currently installing a pitch which is referred to as being a FINA and FIA, I think it is, but football and hockey compliant. Normally the pitches are a bit different, being artificial. The footballs are longer, tuft as opposed to hockey. So we need to explore that dual pitch. Our firm view is, if you're putting in football, it is because you need 2 artificial pitches. You can't make the hockey pitch into a football pitch. Although we need to explore the Queenstown Lakes, we just think there are a need for 2 pitches. So, go on.
Thanks, Douglas. And I guess the capacity issue isn't solved with one pitch anyway. The driver there is capacity. Kelvin.
Yeah, sure. So this is unbudgeted, of course. It wasn't included in the original proposal. It'll be partially funded through DC. It's similar to it'll be a similar model to hockey, as Douglas was saying, but it will still need to be worked through. So it'll be DCs and reserve rate that'll need to come from. So there'll need to be a movement in that. It's very small. So
it could be next year as opposed to this one July.
So that'll give us 12 months to figure that out, and it'll be an annual plan adjustment next year.
That's right.
Okay. Jenny.
Thanks, Sam. Listening to the staff comments, I'm happy with what they're suggesting.
We've sort of gone 3 steps ahead without sort of getting our policy in place in some respects, because it opens the wider question as to what our role is. And we've got a whole list in front of us here. Maybe we should have a round table first about what our role is, because clearly with the implementation of district-wide rating, it seems that every single sports club in Selwyn and Canterbury now regards the council as a sole supplier of services. So, which is a fundamental change from where we've been in the past. And it's 1.3 million. So you go to the other submissions. You've got a croquet green. You've got a number of Southbridge Rugby Club wanting new lights and cricket nets and cricket pitches. And so, how do you trade one sport off against another, or even gymnastics, without an overlying strategy as to how you fund these, actually on what basis and what cost recovery? And while I think this would be an absolutely fantastic addition, I think there'll be a lot of other sports going, well, okay, there's you've set the precedent. Where do I sign up? It seems so. I guess my question to you, Sam and David, is do we need to debate first about our strategy rather than carrying on the way path with our piecemeal approach to implementation?
Well, I guess you're dealing with two things. That is number one. Number two is the OPEX impact. So whatever we do, we're consigning ourselves to future rate increases, not in the 21-22 year, but the 22-23 year. So we need to understand the entire picture, not only the capital investment and where the funding's coming from, but how much it's going to be costing to mow more grass and mark more lines out on a regular basis as well, and where that's recovering from. Second thing, grant revenue and financing policy. Again, we remind ourselves that does set barriers, boundaries, should I say, within which we do our funding. We often see those as barriers to subsidisation or, philanthropy in some cases. We do need to take a long, hard look at how we are funding, what our expectations are from user pays as well.
So I'm still not clear from that answer whether I'm making a decision piecemeal for the rest of the day as what's in front of me, or whether we're pausing and having a bit of a strategy on this, or some form of staff.
Can we just clarify those ones that you raised, Grant? So the hockey, the croquet is in the long-term plan in the 2023 year?
Asking is, are we to go through the rest of the day making piecemeal decisions on lights? And is it, because it seems like every single club has now got a wish list. And I can do that if that's what you want me to do, but I will just make judgment calls. But it doesn't seem to be very strategic from us as an organisation where we make piecemeal decisions.
I think with the time that we've got in the situation we find ourselves in, so we're making decisions based on the submissions that we've got and the one by one. And that's a result. I think you've mentioned it. We've seen it coming since the time that we implemented district-wide rates, that everyone's going to want us to own their lights and run their field. I think the big decisions that we've got in front of us around hockey made, football that's now, is about if this was putting in 5 fields in a park, we wouldn't necessarily be having this discussion. This is about some centralisation of facilities and the ability for a real gold standard Foster Park to be able to cater for future need. I think where we start to go beyond just what we've traditionally done is with the gymnastics, which is about to come, and that's been 2 weeks ago we were talking about how do we pick sports and how do we do things for one sport rather than the other. So we're going to need to have that discussion. I don't think that we haven't had it prior to the long-term plan, and I don't think we've got time to be able to do that justice more than what we're going to be able to decide today before we need to confirm this long-term plan. But let's have that discussion for the next round.
But I think one of the things we have done is prioritise the projects to a degree. So Douglas referred to the previous project already in the plan. Hockey 2021, football 22-23. The gymnastics that we're looking at shortly is around doing a feasibility and bringing it back for consideration. And that obviously will then drop into annual plan for 22-23 and possibly beyond as well. So I think it is there.
And I think Mark is doing some work at the moment around the strategy for this. So Mark, maybe I can just talk, if you can just let us know where that's at and when that might be in front of council.
Yeah, we did do a piece of work leading into the long-term plan, which was in the time frame that we had, was just to get some understanding around demand with sports and capacity requirements that would help inform some of the decisions going forward. And that's where partly the likes of the croquet thing, and that was supported through that process. And this one sort of came a little bit from left field in terms of football, but we are working on a sports recreation and play strategic plan going forward. So we're just about to start on that work now, and that will be something that will probably inform the next long-term plan and potentially the annual plans over the next couple of years as well, if we need to make further decisions around that. So that'll provide a strategic framework, which is exactly what Councillor Miller was talking about in terms of being able to provide some guidance on decision making going forward. But there are a few that you describe as more urgent capacity requirements that have cropped up that we do need to make some decisions around. Some things can be deferred for a year or two. There's no doubt about that, but there are some things that a decision needs to be made. The capacity requirements are there at the moment.
So your recommendation, Mark, is yes. Liz?
Yeah, I think in terms of this particular, the football one, I think they've clearly demonstrated that there's a demand for it at the moment. In fact, they'll lose capacity with the hockey turf going in. And I think it's also supported. They've actually got mainly football have done a regional plan, and it's supported through that process as well. So they've looked at it from a more regional point of view. So I think that also adds weight to that project. I think personally that, as Douglas mentioned before, it could be good to do the two at once, because one, you get less disruption, and two, you've probably got some procurement advantages doing it that way.
While I've got the staff, so Kelvin, can you give me some confidence on the budget? You said some DCs. What does that mean? Is that 60%, 50%, or what does the funding model look like for this?
Yes, it's based on an estimate of around $1.5 million for the turf. We'd estimate about $1 million DCs, $500,000 rates. There's also some OPEX involved, maybe some offsetting revenues that Douglas has talked about. So it would increase the government contribution by a couple of $100 for central and for reserves. The rates impact will be quite modest, probably about $2 on the reserves rate.
On the basis of Mr. Bell's compelling performance, I would say yes. Yeah. So big.
Thank you very much to the panel here who've just been interrogated. But it's great that you've actually got answers. So, I have to admit, the first thing I thought when I was reading this was, geez, we spend a lot of money on sport, which is a bit of a Jeff thought, but it's true. But the other point that I keep thinking is that it sounds like this would also fend off requests for more fields somewhere else, but in some way, because it can be used differently. It doesn't have to have the rest period and all that. So my only comment left is, yes, I'll support it, but I'm hoping that somewhere in all of this strategy is also a traffic management plan for Foster Park, because we've already got people parking and nearly driving themselves into a water race, and frankly nowhere near enough bike parking, because the kids who live in Rolleston will cycle there if there's somewhere safe that their parents are convinced that they can put their bikes. And at the moment, there's sod all. Thanks.
Thanks, Sophie. Well, Nicole?
Yeah, thanks for carrying that up. Grant's questions. Also, Douglas saying about lights with the south part of Foster Park, because I know from when my kids were playing soccer that it would get dark by 5:30, and if they're practicing in the afternoon, then that was, so I know the fields down there could be more well used, but I understand the reasoning by why we don't want to have lights everywhere, and that's a good point to have. So looking forward on the model that the club is running and having Foster Park as their main base, it makes sense to have a field where they can use it. Essentially what they've said and what can be done is, which they won't, but it could be used 24/7, which you can't do with the grass fields.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, it was good to get that clarity around the funding model. The other thing I take heart about this proposal is that we've got submissions from all across the district. It truly is a district push from the sport. And talking about centralisation, so it's one of the times I note there that it'll be a raise in the this is contrary to the things I've said previously, but it's an example of the district-wide rating. What doesn't necessarily work, whereas the DC's rate will be collected in this ward, used to facilitate the district-wide facility. So just for those naysayers on the other side of the fence, it does sometimes work the other way. Malcolm.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer when you look at 1,200 people playing football spread across some Dartford, right across our whole communities. This club is going from strength to strength. I am concerned, however, what's next? If this exponential rate of growth carries on, where we're going to be in the next 2 or 3 year period for grounds. As a comment was made about Birches Road.
Thank you. Shane.
Given the discussions, I'm happy to support.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yes, I'm happy with it, but I also take what Grant said. We do need to have a strategy rather than just yes, 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 because we've got this mindset that sport, yes, and there are other issues which are just as important that we're a wee bit dubious about because we're not used to dealing with them. But the other thing is we've also got to look at our district park, and if we already started to say we're going to remove this field from Gloucester Park to allow for a pitch, where does the district park stack up? And maybe we should start looking a little bit further forward and realising that we may need more space and start getting money into that facility.
Thanks, Jeff. Deborah?
I would actually like to see some sort of strategy going forward, given that I'm aware that through district-wide rating and the ownership model of who owns what on our reserves, with district-wide rating, the reserve committees are quite adamant that, well, if the council want to take over, they can take over all the funding and the assets are actually theirs to maintain and manage. So I don't think we've worked through that funding model very well. We may be doing it at the moment, I don't know. It's a big ask, but you cannot pick, what you want to actually have in your model for our reserves and what you don't want. With regards to upgrading lighting, resurfacing tennis courts. We've got all of those projects to consider as well, and that's going to take money. These are capital projects we're looking at the moment, but there's also the operation. And I'd like to see a strategy actually being presented to us at a workshop or for a council meeting, understanding what are our fully implemented costs for sport in Selwyn going forward with all of this growth. And then I'd like to see another report, complementary, about our heritage and our arts requests as well. I just feel that we are dealing with it piecemeal, and then we'll get to the end of this project and think, oh, we're going to find all this money. So I'm on the mind with Councillor Miller of actually having a report and a strategy come back with regards to, what is our future in spending in this particular area given our growth. While I'll agree with the staff reports, I don't think we can make decisions going forward, to be honest, until we have some sort of idea or budgeted idea of where all these requests fit within our current funding model and our collection model.
Thanks, Deborah. The strategy is being worked on at the moment. It hasn't been ready in time for this LTP. It will be ready for the next LTP and maybe for the next long-term plan. There will be a presentation to councillors once it's ready. We're faced with the decisions that we have in front of us because of the timing that they need to be made in. You can delay all the rest of the decisions if you like, but I don't think that's what the community expects of us. Strategy for that's on its way. The strategy for arts, culture and heritage is what has been suggested and the paper's still to come. So that work is coming. Mark.
Thank you. And sometimes it is an advantage to come last. I would have picked up a lot of what Douglas, Mr. Marshall and Mr. Rikers have said, that previously I've been reluctant to support the installation of an artificial football pitch because they brought no money to the table. I found it really educational in my questioning of the representative from Mainland Football, who said that it's an hourly charge for use is what they do at English Park. Because for me, that's what tipped the balance. We can have cost recovery on an hourly basis for usage from this facility, which will go a great way to funding its maintenance and its renewals. It's clear that there's a demand for it. Football, in their presentation, said they're short of fields, and yet we're taking another one out for a much-needed hockey facility. I support what the staff have said, that there is actually probably a fiscal synergy in doing both artificial surfaces at the same time. It makes sense. So I'm pleased to support the recommendation that this pitch be installed in the 21-22 fiscal year at the same time as the hockey circuits. I think it will increase the value of Foster Park to our communities. I agree that we need to look at parking, but we have actually bought more land adjacent to Foster Park for more parking. It may be that we have to bring forward the budgets for developing that parking, and it may be that we have to educate our community more. When I was playing, when Daniel was playing local sport, we were taught that the locals park further away and walk to the ground, leaving the parking for our visitors. It seems at the moment that many of our locals want to park virtually on the field and not leave any space for our visitors. So there's an educational portion for both council and clubs. But this is a great opportunity to upgrade our facility, to match our sports centre and leave us in a position of being the leaders in our region in the provision of this. It'll be well utilised. So I'm happy, very pleased to support this.
Just quickly, car parking, just so you know, we are just, it's 2 bits of car parking. The unsealed car park on the side of the playground running up on site. We're doing the design right now. We did have it down for 22-23, but we believe we need to do that 21-22. It is funded in the LTP, mainly because there's houses going up next door to it. So that piece will be constructed. If we approve the 2 patches, they'll be under construction 21-22. So that'll just about finish all our site works on the site, which will probably be a good thing. And the new piece of land we settle that early June. And I think design is underway for that because that's got a park and ride element too, as an and can I just please say, Andrew, can I just talk about the hourly charge? One thing, so we're all on the same page of charging. One thing, learning from the Christchurch City Council experience and Football and Hogs experience, it is hugely admin time consuming to work out exactly a half hour there and half hour there type thing. So what we'll be trying to work out with the sports is how many hours are you using on average a week and working the charge backwards that way. Because I do not want to spend 10 hours of staff time on both sport and us trying to get the charge exactly right, as long as we have a catch-all clause that we don't get paid too little and they don't pay too much type thing. So definitely we're on a user charge basis, but within reason to get the charge. The admin time is as minimal as possible. Andrew, just on that pipeline.
Yeah, we have in the program with NZTA for $500,000 of funding to develop that into a park and ride site 23-24.
So the change from what's on your papers is 21-22 to allow the flexibility for both to be put in at the same time.
Yeah, just everything 21-22, just to avoid that, over 2 years for the 2 patches.
Cool, thanks everyone. Moving on to the next item, gymnastics. Received 30 submissions. Don't know, Grant, you're up first, I think, on this one.
On the basis of that last decision, I look forward to next year's annual plan. I expect the Lincoln Rugby Club on a synthetic turf. And prevalent? Why not? This is a very difficult one because, in the light of the decisions we've just made, this is a compelling case. In fact, they're not asking us for anything, or rather than a piece of land to build it on, or the amount of money they bring to the table funds itself. Which again, how does this group fit into our strategy around sporting groups? We've built an indoor stadium and given a significant portion of our ratepayers, want a better word, a pretty big free hit. And here's an organisation which is largely pulling itself up by its own bootstraps and just saying, can you give us a hand? So my heart says, well, let's give them a hand. But I guess we need to ask our staff to give us what they have in some respects, that they're going to go away and talk about it with them before Christmas and try and work out where it's going to be. But from a strategic point of view, I think we've got a large building in the Rolleston Community Centre which could be repurposed. I still don't think that's been adequately assessed. That as an interim place that could happen, but again, I'm not privy to that information, but I believe if the numbers stack up and the due diligence is done around the numbers, that we should assist them, because at the moment it appears that they can pay their own way, subject to us giving them some help. It's not actually an impost in any rate, they're impost at all.
before you speak, so if you just get some comment on that, Kelvin, this is just about providing some land, them being able to fund the debt, and there'll be no cost on ratepayers.
There will be land provided, but of course they can't fund the build. They'll fund it over time for the lease. And as Douglas had put up to the previously, there was about 4.1% return on that, which is probably on the lower end of our investment area. The funding was being targeted out of our investment portfolio, so we'd be having to make a decision whether we're comfortable with it to come out of there, as opposed to it being funded out of a reserve space. Given it would more likely be on the reserve, there's potential for some DC funding to flow into that. Need to assess that, of course, but yeah, I think the approach of taking feasibility look at this and actually spending a little bit of time going over is the prudent way to approach it.
Part of the reason for pointing the December timeframe is it allows us to assess this project financially, but also it means that the work that Mark Rock has referred to before will be at a draft stage, and we'll have a chance to sort of look at that sports strategy as well at the same time, so that we don't end up committing financially to something that you might have a sports strategy months later. So that is deliberately, that probably won't help the Affinity Club, but that gives us, I think, a more district-wide approach. So we will do a little bit of work to work out the costs if you're happy, but all the push on the build will rely on the strategy also being looked at the same time.
Right. And we don't have a date for this to happen. So even if we're funding it and it's going to be paid back over time, what year are you imagining that this was going to come out? The stuff report doesn't have that.
So we would do work on what you call the develop design phase up until the end of this year, and give us a QS. Detailed design is when you go to building consent stage. So if it's approved and the strategy links and ties in with what we're trying to do here, then you would get into the meaty bit, and construction would be more of a probably latter part of 2022 through to into 23 type thing. But you'd work out the program as part of the next stage of design. We'll need to talk this through with Affinity because they've got to make some decisions about their lease arrangement currently. So it might even be jiggled further back yet because if they have to sign leases and commit to that matter. So
I guess I'd rather have the number in the long-term plan and sitting with a particular year rather than it coming through a council report outside of this process. Okay. Then it's all captured.
So if we look to work that up for your final adoption, can I just make a comment in relation to Councillor Miller's comment about Boston Community Centre? I suppose the challenge there is we've signalled, and I'm just looking at Mrs. Kidd and Mark, is we've signalled that's where we see our cultural space. So to sort of suddenly put it into gymnastic space doesn't, maybe lose a little bit of faith with that process we've already signalled we're going down. So.
Yeah. So whatever number you come up with is going to be subject to the things that we want to go through. So we're not saying it's in there. So,
okay. I think we put 3.2 million on it, so we can work that through into what the timing is.
Sophie.
Yep, happy to support finding out more and putting a number on it towards the end of the year. Definitely wouldn't support the idea of putting it in Ralston Community Centre. But the only other thing is, again, broken record syndrome, traffic management. We're putting more facilities in the same place, and if everybody turns up at the same time, it's going to be a mess.
Okay with the concept, but we just need more details.
Yeah, I'm the same, but I think more needs to be looked at location as well. Just with the Rolleston Community Centre, I mean, I'm not sure with their lease arrangements and stuff like that, but we are looking to do it as an arts cultural centre, but it's still an evolving process at the moment, and the stadium is free now for most of the business. Everything's that took that space has actually moved across to Zelwyn Sports Centre, is my understanding.
Yes, waiting with interest both reports from Mr. Rikers and Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, I'm being flexible on this one.
I don't want to use the V word. Yes. Yeah, I'm currently happy with the discussions around the table. However, I know that this facility balances on the social and commercial sort of aspect, and that's why we're looking at land and building something on. Where we've just discussed this, one of our big decisions, and that's around Hororata, and perhaps that needs to be as part of the consideration for it as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm ambivalent on it. I would prefer to see and read the reports that come out and then make a decision. And I don't really think it would come out of left field to me, this. And because I can see the good points and certainly the value of it, I would certainly like to have a little bit more in depth. Where, how, why, how much is it going to cost, and all the rest of it.
I agree with the staff comments. Everything else is been.
I think awaiting the staff report is a sensible way to go. To me, this is actually more of a commercial property issue than a reserves or sports issue. What we've previously talked about is a design, build, lease of a building to a sports group, where we would be getting a return above what we get on the money if it was in the bank, but probably less than a fully commercial lease. That's a commercial property issue, as long as they have the security of the lease. So I'm happy that it's for the December report, but I think that's where it actually belongs. With the suggestions that we keep coming up with other purpose for the Rolleston Community Centre, I'm a bit miffed and a bit irritated at that. Previously, council had agreed that we would wait. The council would wait for a period of time after both the Sports Centre and Te Awatea opened before we would decide on another purpose for the Rolleston Community Centre. That's the promise and the commitment we made to the Rolleston community. We don't seem to be honouring that promise. We're coming up with all sorts of good ideas before even Te Awatea has opened. I think we do need to wait and see where the dust settles with Te Awatea and the Sports Centre before we keep making these commitments. We are premature in offering the Rolleston Community Centre to other groups at this stage.
Can I respond to that? I just want to elaborate on what I had said. I was not saying that this was a long-term purpose for it. I was saying there was space available at the moment. But going forward, what has been looked at is having a cultural and arts space. It was never in any intention of saying that this was a permanent location.
So a holding figure in the budget subject to certain decisions and a report back by the end of the year. Great. The next item, heritage and historical submissions. Again, we've got a number of these, 30 submissions. Sophie, you're up first. Oh, before Sophie does, I'll just say what the outcome that I've written here on the right-hand side that allows us just to take our time rather than charge off into a particular project. So that we would spend 2021, 2022, so the next 12 months, working with the heritage sector to inform a Selwyn heritage strategy. So actually take a step back and actually think about where this needs to go. The strategy would inform future funding and projects, and including a possible $20 rate as part of the 2022-2023 annual plan, which is what we were asked for through submissions. The cost to develop a strategy would be, though, included in the year one of the LTP. There's 50 grand, and this $50,000 is left over from the township discretionary funds that haven't been used, that Denise still currently has, would be spent in 2021-22 as immediate support for heritage groups to respond to the need that we know that's in front of us right now without committing to major projects. Councillors would be appointed to support the strategy development, and so far I know both Mugford and Bland have raised with me that they would like to be a part of that. There may be others, and it's not an exclusive group. And then we would prioritise the use of Rolleston Community Centre. We already know that it's been art. We've had submissions through here that it should be included in youth. Actually, sorry, I should say community arts. And it's made me make sure it's community art. And that includes performing arts, youth and heritage, because those are the submissions, the types of submissions that we've had so far. But spend no major capital money on upgrading anything in the Rolleston Community Centre until, as Mark said, the dust is settled on the new buildings that we've got, and also until this Selwyn heritage strategy has been created. So that was my thinking behind the background of what the recommendation is there. Sophie.
Good ones today. First Hororata, now heritage. Excellent. I definitely support creating a heritage strategy. because there are a lot of smaller groups, and we don't spend enough money on preserving this stuff. But it does need to be strategic, because the presentation we had a few months ago was wonderful, but it was also far beyond what we can realistically fund, even if we put a specific heritage rate on there. So it needs to be strategic, and I pity whoever has to go through all of those requests and work out which one needs to come first and priorities and stuff like that. But definitely support doing the work. 50 grand for some sort of immediate support, I think that's great. It's probably nowhere near enough. So again, that fun time's going to be had trying to divvy that up. And the only other thing I'll say is, I honestly, thank you for confirming that the dust will settle as far as Rolleston Community Centre goes. I honestly think once you put arts and youth in there, there's not going to be enough space to put heritage in there as well, but that's my personal opinion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree with what's so far, but I think what we could do with in the immediate future is to actually do have a staff member and maybe councillors that can answer questions. I'm involved with 2 societies, and they're both asking questions all the time, of which there aren't a lot of answers for. So to me, even though it's going to be a year before this is sorted out, I think we need to move on, especially a staff member, earlier than that.
Yeah, I support having this, looking at a strategy, and need to look right across and not just be looking at buildings and such, like have to be innovative and thinking on how we approach heritage going forward. And that was the question that I asked Grant Clausen, was around how do we, we've got an issue with archiving and storage, and how does he see things going forward. It's fine to pick a number out of a hat, but really need a strategy and how we're going to go forward. But it is good to see that we are looking at doing something to do with heritage going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Look, firstly, 30 submissions, so a substantial number of submissions, and congratulations to Grant Clausen especially for pulling that group together in what was a pretty short time frame, to be honest, and he's done a wonderful job. And whilst we might say there's not a lot of detail on the submission, the fact that he's managed to pull a huge number of groups together and get a common focus to bring the submission to us is to be commended. This comment there, staff comment there, that the overall trend of submissions was away for funding for capital works. So I think yes and no. There will be some potentially substantial capital works involved in that as well. I guess my question, if this is the LTP, is why delay by a year collecting that $20 rate? I think we could start and put that in place now, but maybe a lone voice there. But anyway, it's a start to the strategy, and I think I should support it from that perspective alone. Assuming that the 2 councillors named are happy to be on that, I'm assuming you've had that conversation, Sam, at that level. And I think this is a good start to a recognition that we're probably in need of having further conversations, and a range of other groups that have submitted on this as well shows a wide range of support across the community.
Great, and I'll get Kelvin to comment. Maybe Kelvin wants to get around the group just around the additional, you can do it now if you want, just around the rates and why not this year and that sort of thing. Okay.
Getting a good vibe from this today. I think the strategies are long time coming, and we're getting there finally. Having had this portfolio in the past, Grant has done a fantastic job in getting all those disparate little heritage groups together and singing off the same song sheet. Yes, let's get on with this. Go well. The $20 rate would probably blow our percentage of rate rise through the roof if we did it now. But I'm interested to hear what Kevin has to say at the end.
Well done to Grant again. Just concur with my colleagues there. We're going to hear about the rates shortly. I think, we've definitely got a lot of support for this to go ahead. A lot of community have come together to see hold the protection, National Arts and Culture Fund. So I'm just interested further down the track actually what that means. To me, that means everybody's culture, including Māori culture. So
I'd like to see that incorporated. Also, within the submissions here, it wasn't the regimental museum at Burnham wasn't included, so hopefully that's included further down the track. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It has been a long time coming, and it's not that we haven't been aware of it, it's just that we haven't got our mind around it. And one question I would ask is, after I finish speaking, I'm sure the answer will come, is how much does $20 provide us? And I do see in the staff comments that the general aim of most of the speakers, or certainly most of the speakers, was that it was to support volunteers, and that I don't agree with that one little bit. I think the general feeling was that we weren't supporting the capturing of art history, and it was deteriorating while we were speaking, and that we do need to have a strategy to support the historical background to Selwyn and the storage of documents and precious items, and of course our Maori history, all 800 odd years of it, is as important as any of it. So the culture aspect of that must come into it. I do note with a little bit of disappointment that the Regimental History Centre, and I thought that the chap who gave the submission, David Clarkson, and the Lieutenant Colonel who supported him, along with a member of the community, Bruce Russell, I thought that submission might have been put in here, because to me it was one of the better submissions that we heard from, and it was a submission that asked if we would just try to house this museum that we have out at Burnham. And I know that Shane went through it, I think, yesterday, and he probably have some further comments to say about it. It's a special little place, and it's got a significant amount of history, and it's deteriorating very rapidly. And I guess we've all read it, but the staff comments certainly on that submission, which seen as not in our actual document here, I will read out to you. This proposal to utilise space at the Rolleston Community Centre, former library space, and they're not asking that that be the only place that we consider. They were asking if we could just think of somewhere for them. Of the Regimental History Centre has been considered by Council previously. It has acknowledged that a facility of this type could be an asset to the community and provide a more publicly accessible venue. With the impending opening of a new community facilities in Rolleston, it's difficult to gauge the impact on current space at Rolleston Community Centre, and I agree with that. And for this reason, it is proposed to make the RCC and the former library space available for a variety of alternative community uses, and to monitor use in the short term to fully understand how all the facilities will best to work together for the community. And that's the worry that Mark has, and I agree with that. It is known that some of the existing RCCUs will continue to require space, and there's also a need to provide space for Council's own requirements. There will be an opportunity for groups such as the Regimental History Centre to express interest in utilising space at RCC in the next few months, noting that exclusive use occupation could potentially be considered. It is noted the RCC is an earthquake risk building, 40% NBS, and it may be prudent to undertake strengthening works if the building was to be extensively refurbished for alternative uses. But what the Regimental History Centre are actually asking was, that was just an idea, is if there's even a house or something like that that they could use, because without a place to call home, they're not in a position to actually ask for money or apply for funding. And this is the problem that we've got. But this is probably only, we have Glen Tunnel Museum, which is a mining-based museum, and very interesting, but this is probably the best presented museum that we have, and the unfortunate thing of it, most of us won't have seen it. So I do hope that the $20 rate will be used for actual, perhaps a museum which would encompass rail, military history, our Maori history, and agricultural history together, and that we can then celebrate all of that.
Nice idea. Practicalities around the $20 rate and the UAGC capping. And we have other areas where people would actually like to have seen the UAGC rate actually raised from what it is, and we have more funding where we actually fund things as a $20 rate per household. So I just want to know where that $20 rate is going to fit within our cap at the moment for the UAGC. UAGC, which sits at 30. I thought we were at our max. 30 is the max, and where are we at the moment? And how many other $20 rates have we got? Is that including the water rates?
I'll get Calvin sorry to answer that, but the targeted rate doesn't fit within the UAGC.
No, I know it doesn't. No, but the $20 rate does. Oh, so you're looking at giving it being a targeted, sorry. Well, yeah, that's what Mark's just said. If it's uniform across the district, then isn't it a UAGC? It's not a targeted rate. A targeted rate is for those that benefit pay.
I'll clarify that now, and Deborah's heading down the right path on that. This is the rate which would be levied to the entire community in the district. Therefore, it's a uniform charge. Therefore, it falls within that cap, and they're pushed there. So there's no capacity to take on a $20 targeted rate. If you were to, and I think that $20 from memory is about 400,000 raised, and I hadn't asked for 400,000 in terms of calculation, but if you were to fire 500,000 into the general rate, a property worth 550k, $15 per annum. 800k, you're at the $20 mark, and then you've got the 10 million property of a farm, 186. So that's sort of the impact you're looking at if it falls within the general rate.
Which brings up an interesting scenario with regards to the previous, what we were talking about with regards to sport, and we've got a district-wide rate, and we're looking at increasing the rates. What's the proportion that would be paid by the rural community for those services versus the urban community in the same scenario? Just looking at it from a proposal perspective, when we're looking at our rating structure at the end of the day, because as soon as you go to a targeted rate, Federated Farmers brought this up, and so did the Sustainable Land Group. As soon as you start increasing the general rate component, the biggest portion of people that end up paying are our rural community, because it's based on a capital cost. Yet the biggest users can often be the urban. On an individual basis, collectively, yes, you do collect more rates from an urban as opposed maybe from the rural, but let's go back to each household having to pay that amount of rate.
What I was going to say about the rating proposal is that it will be very difficult the 21-22 year because of that very, very thin margin. But just have a look again at the wording of the recommendation here. And it's to work with heritage groups with a view to introducing a $20 rate in 22-23. And that was made confidently in the expectation that because of our growth, we will be able to have expanded that headroom to enable that to happen. So it's not so much about the rate, it's about the timing of the introduction of the rate and the flexibility that Denise and her staff have got to work over the next 6 or 7 months with those groups to develop the strategy and the funding requirements.
Thank you. I do support the development of a strategy. That's my original notes that I've made when I first read through the submissions, that we had an ad hoc list of requests with no strategy behind them. So I certainly do support the strategy. I'd had noted that I didn't believe we had the headroom for a $20 per household targeted rate, and that's been confirmed. If we allocate councillors to support the community in this portfolio year, I would ask those councillors to maintain the communication links with every other councillor. Share the questions you've been asked and the answers you give, because you won't be the only ones asked those questions and giving those answers. So if you share that with your colleagues, then we can all be consistent. I agree that the strategy should be multi-generational and multicultural. History isn't just a European farming history in this area. There's a whole lot of history. There's the transportation history. There's the mining history. We have a really interesting history that most of us don't know. And finally, it's a fallacy. The general rate increases hurt the rural sector more than the urban. The capital value in this district of the urban sector is now higher than the rural. As a sector, general rate increases raise more money from urban than rural. Individual ratepayers in the rural sector may pay more, but as a sector, they pay less.
I support staff comments and a strategy plan going through.
Yeah, it's a good proposal from the heritage groups, but probably I support where we're heading because I think it needs, if they're going to join themselves up, they need a governance group and a mechanism that we can, distribute money and they can actually use it. Probably that wasn't there. What we've heard out of the submissions is two things: is that we're right up against our UAGC cap. We want to use that more. So can we lobby to get that changed? I mean, that's the first question, because clearly I've got a vested interest in the roading rate, and now there's $20 for heritage. So I suppose understanding, is that a non-negotiable number that'll never be changed or can never be changed? It would be interesting to understand that.
Sorry, just on that ground, I think the only way that it'll be changed is through the future local government review. So I think they will look at that, but I doubt they'll make any changes.
Okay, understood. I think the thing that probably annoys us about heritage is that we've already got a targeted rate which goes to the thing called the Canterbury Museum, which largely regards itself as living on Worcester Street and not having much outside implementation. We are starting to put significant funds, and we'll continue through that redevelopment. I think our expectations should be higher on them to get out here and help. If they don't actually put sticks in the ground, but at least put significant resource into helping these heritage groups get themselves to the place they want to be, because in my view, we're not seeing the rewards for the funding that we're putting into them, and we'd like to see more of that. I agree with Shane. I think our heritage is not just European centric, particularly Evie asked us previously in this long-term hearing about our partnership with them, what that looks like. I think we'd like to understand how they see their heritage represented in our community and what that looks like. Whether it may not be a traditional European model of a shed with displays. It might be something completely different. It may be digital. It may be something absolutely outside of what we're looking at. But certainly, I think they'd be key partners in this proposal. So take some time, get it right. But yeah, I'm open to discussion. But I still support Deborah's view that if you're going to charge, make it equitable. Talked about general rates and cost. It's if you're using the same road and you're paying $1,300 a year versus 86, it ain't equitable.
Can I just address the point there? The submission which we've drafted on behalf of yourselves to Canterbury Museum on their draft budget reinforces that point. We'd like them to bring displays out to Tiaratia and various other places.
Sophie, you were first. Yep. I'm just wondering, if we're proposing that there be a rate of some sort next year, does that fit into the LTP so that it's signalled ahead of next year? Or do we leave it blank and then it's an increase on what we'd forecast within the LTP?
Given you're going to be developing a strategy, I think you'd be preempting yourselves on what your strategy was to say what the funding is going to be to come out the back of it.
So it's that time, please. Cool. Sophie.
The other thing, that's almost a bit of an incentive for the groups to work together and with whichever councillors are in there to actually come up with a bit more of a strategy within that time period, because it is quite haphazard at the moment.
Yeah, and the strategy will include a funding plan. So we need a strategy and a funding plan so they understand that there's the funding mechanism fits in here too. Great. The next piece is arts representation. There are three submissions that we hear. Some comments have been noted by staff. I've just reiterated where we talked about community arts being in the Rolleston Community Centre. Bob, you're up first. Is there anything else you'd like to add to what's here? Nicole? Murray?
I think it's been captured there, but just the commentary from, I think, all three presenters about having a go-to person, but you'll deal with that in your strategy. So, yep.
Shane? Yeah, quick parts.
Mana Tune Hinari and the Hope Youth Group. I think Sophie raised it before about working with collaborating with other groups as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jeff, anything else to raise there?
No, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with the idea of the use of the Rolleston Community Centre as a community art space too. Really, that's, I'm thinking from the feedback that I get through the community, is that's the type of uses that I would like to see it put to.
Thank you. Deborah? Mark?
I'm happy with the second of your comments, not your first one, which was that work with providers and look at the Rolleston Community Centre future options, that we have a commitment to wait. And while we wait, we consider it, because there's going to have to be some budget for that building. As it's been noted, it's only at 40% MBS, and its suitability for arts and culture may need some significant alterations. If you've ever sat in that sports hall when there's been a significant rainstorm or hailstorm, you couldn't hold anything cultural in it because you'd have to stop because there's no lining on that roof. So it's future options, and I think we need to get staff, and they have already committed to that, to bring back reports in the future about the redevelopment of that building, because I think we're also looking at some millions of dollars to bring that building up to an appropriate standing as an arts and cultural building. If it's arts, there may be some climate controlled storage and stuff needed. So we're not there yet. In principle, I agree with it, but I think we've said to the community we will wait, we should, and I think then we need a redevelopment plan, which we don't have, to commit that building for that purpose.
Yep. The waiting is about spending money, not about use. I don't think we want to see a building sitting empty for 18 months while we wait to see what its use is going to be. So the waiting piece is completely about spend. In the meantime, groups will build that, and we want to continue to see it built. And the focus of those groups is arts, youth, and heritage, which is why my comments are there. Yes, youth. Grant? Anything to add to arts? No. Sophie?
Just that there is that mention as well in the arts representation part about youth spaces, and whoever delivers it, I definitely agree with more youth spaces around the area, because we've got a lot of bored kids, and particularly in the townships, there's not a huge amount of work for them to do. So it's ways of using your time more productively. I think that's really good. And there's been a few mentions about not knowing who to contact for funding. I don't know how we get that message out, because I know that there's plenty of advice available within council and without. But yeah, I don't know how.
Thank you. Let's try and do one more category before we break for afternoon tea at 3. This is planning. These are all the submissions that came through on planning. Nicole, you're up first. There's a number of the submissions related to district plan review matters rather than this process that we're going through. The only piece that I have commented on with staff was looking at the Glen Tunnel work that's in there. We need a definitive answer for Glen Tunnel rather than some of the community wants it and some of them don't want it. Bob, you may have more information there, but we got halfway through a project and now it's is incomplete. So, Bob, do you know, start?
Yeah, there was actually, when we did the first half, there was 2 families that didn't want it and caused a lot of problems. And the funding had run out at that stage. And I think some of the staff believed that it's more of a township problem than the 2 families. And the 2 families are on the bit we've already done. So the other half that needs doing hasn't got any problems.
Nicole, was there anything through those planning ones that you've noted, things you'd like to discuss?
There's quite actually a mix of ones that have been grouped together. I mean, obviously we're not talking to the ones that are district plan, but like the 1222, assist investors prepared to build social housing in a think tank for carbon reduction, doesn't fit with the others. Bob's done on the wiring one, street trees in Treebleton, and I know that Leeston township was wanting trees as well. There's all, sorry, but I can't actually comment on something else.
Is there more than the staff comments? Like, if staff adequately explained where the matter lies, or is there more that you would like them to say?
Well, there's just, I will just wait.
Okay.
Murray.
Murray?
Yeah, I'm not going to add anything of value from what the staff put there. I guess it's just really around us, especially through the district plan review, really adequately explaining the outcomes that we have from those, particularly that productive soils. I think Sam's come through loud and strong, isn't it? And urban growth, urban expansion. So I guess that'll be captured in that process. Yep.
Welcome.
Just highlights we're waiting for an NPS on versatile soils.
Yeah. Shane?
Only waiting 20 years.
Support the staff recommendation to commit with the Livestream Council study budget report, and perhaps that should get we look towards building new facilities. Thank you.
Jeff. Great. Deborah. Yes. Mark.
I support what's there. I think, and I've asked for it previously, we have a underground reserve fund. I haven't had a report back to council on its projects for a very long time. We used to get them. Some of it's been used as we upgrade streets within our townships, and it's kind of been used as part of that funding, but we haven't really had a report back. So it would be useful as part of our roading report to have a report back as to what's in there, what's it been used for. And I do support the completion of the work in Glen Tunnel. I think it's, the job half done is no way to leave the township. And really support the other comments about our township plans. We need to update those. They are well and truly outdated.
Mark, you might recall when we did the balance sheet workshop, we talked about the underground funding, underground fund, and how we're going to deal with that going forward.
Jenny.
But that was that was in again, comes back to a prior discussion. That was in a workshop and not available to the public.
So let's set on the council agenda for an upcoming transport report. Jenny?
No, I'm happy with the staff reports. I've got no questions for them.
Thank you. Grant?
Page 13, Stephanie Wood's submission doesn't adequately reflect questions she would like to see, and I'm sure Malcolm and Deborah would absolutely back into the hilt on this, see the redevelopment of Lincoln brought forward. We've discussed it earlier about the concerns in the Lincoln Township Committee's absolute lack of trust in the council now and delivering on time when they said they were going to do things. Deborah and I particularly have visited Gerald Street on numerous occasions, and we are concerned that the repairs are going to end up costing us more than the actual works if we don't watch ourselves.
We'll let that time in there, Grant, for the answer. Yep. Sophie?
Just wanted to note the submission from Somerset Group Holdings, and just found that was quite an entitled request of theirs to try and compare the decrease in queues that Auckland gives them to what we can do for them in Brampton or anywhere and so on. So I'm quite glad that staff have said, well, it sounds like we've knocked that one back along the lines of, if you're going to do something massive, then come and talk to us, but otherwise, no thank you. So I'm very happy with that. Thank you.
Great. And Nicole, that's the full round of the table. Are you happy with what's there?
Yeah, I am. Sorry, it's just going to this where they've grouped them together, where I've gone through all of these individual ones, and I'm happy with the comments on those.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Next item will be category sports grounds and facilities on page 15 of today's piece. It's currently 7 past by that clock. Let's take. It's going to till past. Going to be good for people. Have a bit of a stretch of your legs, and we'll begin again past on that clock. so we're on page 15 of the A3. That's on the first A3. A couple of councillors have just commented around the process and how we're going. So happy to take some feedback on that. My suggestion is we've sort of started to cover a lot of the major items, and the rest is going to be around critique of staff comments. Do they cater to answer to what the submission was, rather than necessarily major items? But if there are things that have been missed, please feel free to raise them. We're still doing things that are grouped together in the next lot of around sports grounds and facilities. And Murray, you're up first to comment. The only two things that I sort of noticed that stood out were Nancy Borry's comment. It just needs to be a bit more explicit around aquatics in Lincoln, that there is no new facility planned on the 10-year horizon. I just didn't feel like that was explicit enough in the staff comment. And then Rolleston program for benches, there's been discussion about plaques on benches too. So I just wanted to again be explicit there that we don't want plaques on all of our benches, but putting benches up for people to sit on is are quite good to have as well.
We do have memorial benches you can do.
Yeah, that particular is a particular bench. Might have been a bit abrupt of me. Murray, anything you'd like to add to those?
Not now that you've clarified that, Sam. No, they're happy.
And Malcolm?
Yeah, I'm happy. I did notice one of the submissions, Canterbury Cricket, were talking about taking over our new Birches Road Reserve for cricket pitches. I'd be disappointed if Privilege Cricket hadn't been involved in a conversation around that, because they might feel a little bit miffed.
Yes. Shane? Jeff? Deborah?
Yes, I'm happy with the recommendations, but what I've noticed come through was more rubbish bins for our reserves. How do we manage that scenario, especially when people are walking their dogs around our communities reserves, especially along the Liffey? And a submission came through with regards to a request for more opportunity to actually have rubbish tins, you know, for people who are walking their dogs for kilometres, because basically they don't want to have to carry a plastic bag around for, you know, an hour or so.
How about we ask Murray to report back to us at a future meeting around our policy for rubbish bins and reserves, and we can understand the new reserves and the rubbish bin placements.
We'll make a note of that. It's actually handled by the reserves department, but it's part of that greater pack in, pack out philosophy.
Yes.
That the preference is that people actually take their waste with them and take it home, rather than providing expensive facilities. But I'm sure that can be picked up by Jonathan Crawford and the reserves department.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I wonder if, following on from Deborah, then we need to increase our dog registration rate to pay for these bins and the emptying thereof. I believe that dog excrement belongs to the dog, and therefore the dog owner, if they have to carry it home, so they should. It's not for us to, as a district, to fund that. Just more on these submissions, I believe we should acknowledge more strongly acknowledge the calls for the master planning of the district park here in Rolleston. It was originally in this year's budget to start the master planning. The Foster Park developments, which we've discussed extensively earlier today, show that that park is essentially full, and yet it houses three or more growing sports codes. And while their demands in the short term can be met by utilisation of some of our other reserves, I believe that we need to start the master planning of the district park forthwith, because it's not just sports fields that need to be there, as was raised in a submission a year or two ago. Things like boundary plantings should be started now, because that's going to be the coldest, windiest place unless there are significant boundary plantings of appropriate species and appropriate sizes. So I'd like us to get on with that. West Melton, yeah, I think the comments otherwise are pretty much fine. I think, the Osborne Park lighting is interesting in contrast to Southbridge's request. Very similar requests. One's fortunate that the lighting is district owned and the other is not. I support the calls we had earlier in the day that we actually need a district review of this type of stuff, because there was also the call from Dunsandel Bowls Club. They weren't saying do it immediately, but they were saying within the LTP period of the upgrading of their green. Now, they may have paid for it historically, but it's a facility on our reserve. It's fulfilling a community recreation purpose. If it was a sports field that wasn't constrained by their fences and just for their use, we'd probably do it. So I think there needs to be a review planned of how we move across from these club-owned facilities that they put in historically on sometimes on the cheap and without a great deal of engineering to an appropriate facilities. Sports lighting needs to be on a district-wide approach, so that because there are two levels. And I'm concerned that if we fund a training level, as we've seen historically, you put lights in for training, the next request is upgrade them so we can play night games. We need yet another network-wide approach. I'd like to see a staff report on things like that so that we can, going forward, not in this next financial year, but going forward, we need to have a good plan for these facilities across the district.
Thank you. And I spoke with Mark Rikers just on the break, and that report is becoming ready for us to look at particularly lighting, but community assets on reserves, because it's broader than just lighting. So thank you, Mark, for those comments. Jenny? Grant? Grant?
Support Mark's comments around tree planting, especially Craig Watson, I think, submitted last time regarding that. So I think we're sort of behind the eight ball, but other than that, I'll wait till Mark's strategy document, which will answer a lot of our questions.
Thank you. Sophie?
Another one supporting planting in the district park. I've heard Nicole mention several times planting daffodils and stuff in Boston Park. There's plenty of groups that we can call on to help out with planting around the district park. Nancy Borry's thing about pools, I was just wondering, I don't know, because obviously we do support the schools with, to some extent, with a wee bit of their, on the grounds that they'll then open up the use of the pools to the general public, and perhaps we need to remind them again that it would be great to advertise that that's available. I don't know. And the only other one was, there's no mention in staff response about possible addition of bike racks at West Melton Reserve following the State Highway 73 intersection upgrade, because we are obviously hoping that fewer people, more local people will find other ways of getting across to the reserve once that's complete. Thanks.
Just 579 Bloody Gamerson from the Horata staff to meet with school leaders. Is it possible for some of these things for councillors to be there if it involves their community?
I think this looks good, and good with Mark Riker's report, strategy report that he's got, and just following on Sophie said about the cycle stands for the West Melton Reserve Board, and just to make sure that it's part of our strategy across all our parks, we make sure that we have an effort to put more cycle stands in, but also the West Melton one, with how they're brought to us about bringing things forward, because the opportune time that NZTA was doing work, we need to press forward and support that.
One, Bob's already talked about the schools piece, which had the three pieces, and one comment about meeting with the school leaders. Malcolm, you're up first on the schools pieces.
Sorry, Mel. Sorry, Sam. I missed one comment I was going to make on the previous report, and my apologies. Was the Rolleston Residents Association comment about benches in our townships. I understand that we don't want plaques on them unnecessarily, but there's a wider issue, and perhaps it might be picked up, I'm not sure, in our walking and cycling strategy, about this whole provision of a network of resting places in our townships. As we age, we can't walk as far as we used to. And on good days, it's nice to be able to walk a bit, sit a bit, walk a bit, sit a bit. And perhaps in that walking and cycling strategy, it can have that as part of the discussion. The Rolleston Residents Association had been working towards using their discretionary fund to fund some of these. They've had that as a goal for a while, but every time they figured on somewhere to install these seats, there'd be an intersection upgrade, so they had to wait. But the discretionary fund is going away. And I think it's an admirable goal across our townships, if we want to keep people active as they get older, to provide them with that kind of network.
We can add rest areas to the walking and cycling strategy review for it's all part of using the system. Deborah, do you have something else?
Yes, I did. With regard to Springston, I'd just like to highlight that they actually did ask for a project with regards to automatic irrigation. I don't know how other reserves work, but for Springston, they actually have their own individual well consented from Environment Canterbury. And I don't know whether staff are familiar, because it said they may have to have some sort of on-site storage for their irrigation system, and that just does not make sense with the consent that they're able to operate under. So I just want to highlight that particular issue.
I think with that staff, so the response has said and identified all the things that are currently funded and working with, and anything that's outside that, staff will continue to work with those that are there on that.
I realise that, but I just wanted to highlight that maybe they just didn't seem, the way that report is written, there is actually a well on the reserve that they actually applied for and got consented. So if we're going to talk ownership, who owns what?
Thank you. Malcolm, schools.
Right, schools, I think in the staff comments should be great emphasis put on the fact that this is, as it says on the top of page 17, it's the responsibility of the Ministry of Education. Yes, our ratepayers, obviously some don't know that. Marty Gavinson in Horata Primary School, there's a very big reserve at Horata, I believe. It's a good place for a planting, not on a piece of land zone living that could increase the population and support a school. End of story. Other than that, happy.
Great, thank you. Shane?
Yes, very happy with the staff's comments. Rob Hunt and his son, I think it was his son, submission at the end of the evening. Good, great to see the staff comments around his submission. That's all I have.
Thank you. Jeff? Deborah? Mark?
Happy with the staff comment on West Rolleston School. I'm not happy with your comment, Sam, about staff to meet the school leaders to determine best use of land at Horata. If we're going to start giving endowment land to primary schools, there's an awful lot of primary schools across the district who are going to queue up for endowment land, and I think that's an inappropriate use of council land.
I'm not suggesting to be given away. I'm suggesting we need more information, and staff and councillors need to be a part of that process.
Well, if they have to pay commercial leases, they're not going to do it. So I think that's rather silly. I don't think we should be supporting council land for endowment purposes for schools, full stop.
It did seem that Marty might have identified a piece of land that might help a new hall being built in Horata.
I think it's good to see that we're going to work with West Rolleston Primary about getting the footpath. I did ask them about whether they'd approached the MOE about getting it, but I mean, this is a facility that they are wanting to have open to the community, so it's good that we are going to work with them and look at that.
Item is rates, category rates, in the bottom of page 17. There's a couple of comments on the right hand side that nitrates and fresh water responsibility of ECAN. That well, true. The comment that was referred to was a verbal comment that had been noted and isn't necessarily directed at the written piece that Bob Gillard has written here. But yeah, with that piece of clarity, that will be taken out of this as a record. Shane, anything in those 19 submissions that you would like to raise?
Yes, just the staff responses to the SWIP, and we've received a number of very impassioned submissions on that, and good to see the staff's reply there refer to the report. SWIP recently completed, and there's another review in 2023. However, just from the vibe I got from the submitters, it may be best that we actually do contact the person around it. And just back one, Sam, I think in rates in general, perhaps it would be something you would like to speak to. I know that rates at this stage for every the rest of the country are quite low, so maybe that's something we would like to reassure our ratepayers that we are in an equitable space at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, there's a couple of things, and I'm not sure where to go with this, but a lot of the farming community are raising their concerns that by putting rates on a percentage basis, the more your property values, the more your rates go up, and it will at some stage, I think Federated Farmers might have said the same, at some stage it will become unsustainable, because some people, a lot of farmers, at the end of the day, they may have quite a wealthy property which has been handed down generationally, but the actual income that the people that are farming it at the moment is probably no more than an average household income. And there must be we need to look at a different way of setting rates for, I think, some of the more urban, rather rural regions. And I was contemplating that where farmers could perhaps prove that they had done some good stuff with their property as far as biodiversity, and that we maybe should be able to give them some sort of a rate incentive to do that sort of thing, like planting along their stream boundaries and things like that. I think what we need to do is that we need to step back and just have a little think about this, because it is unsustainable to be giving percentage increases on an ever increasing base of a property. So that was one thing that I think we should look at. The other thing is this granny flat charge. There was quite a good case made for that. If you've got a 4-bedroom house with 2 people in it, what's the difference between that with a 4-bedroom house and 5 people in it with a granny flat? And what is the extra cost that a granny flat puts on the community if we start saying, well, say we don't think about the community, but we think about the community as a whole. If that person that was in the granny flat was being looked after in a home, how much would that cost the taxpayers? And I know that's taxpayers versus ratepayers, but I do think that we should look another time again at granny flats and the cost of them, because I think if they're looking after their family, they deserve some sort of a benefit for that, because it would be a huge cost on all of us if they weren't.
Thanks, Jeff. And when it comes to Murray's turn, we might, Murray, you led some work around that. And there was the sort of discussion gets brought up to us every year because people feel that it's unfair. And I think the outcome, Murray, you correct me if I'm wrong, was that there's too much nuance within the different ways of people's situations to be able to treat people fairly and make sure that we captured everyone that should be captured as well. And so we've landed on this position where we're just treating everyone as if it could be rented out, regardless of what their personal circumstance was. I guess the plan here is to review that in 2023 and can look at that again. But we certainly have heard the voices of those people through this process. Thanks for raising it, Jeff. Murray, you want to check on that now? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you that did that work.
Yeah, so there were 3 of us involved in that, and look, I haven't got that in front of me now, so I won't quote it verbatim, but it was so complex in the end that we ended up landing on status quo, and that's not to say that that's right, but my recollection, and please leap in the two of you if you're right, is that there is the opportunity, a little bit like, what's another example, a bit like the bylaw we've just done on animals, bylaw for keeping animals, is that you can apply for discretion. And my understanding was that we left it that way, that you could apply for discretion in special circumstances. Greg, am I right in saying that? It was certainly something we discussed, but whether we landed on it, maybe my recollection of that's incorrect.
Yeah, not so much discretion, I don't think, because that would put staff in a particularly difficult situation. But a certain amount of common sense applied as to whether or not it is a second dwelling, because it becomes our general definition is it has a kitchen, but it becomes a bit of a fine line.
Yeah, that's sorry, I used the wrong term, Greg, but yes, some discretion around whether it was a second dwelling. Sorry, not around whether you're rated for it. Yeah, well, I guess by default you do. So I think it, just while I've got the floor, Sam, I think it's, that time frame 2023 is actually going to work quite nicely with their district plan review, because what we're proposing there is a change in floor area for those buildings as well. So I think it's probably an appropriate time frame post district plan to review that again, and we may have a different view on it then, or may have a more elegant solution.
Yeah. Cool, thank you. Deborah, anything else in this section? Cool.
Definitely. A much fairer system for charging for water races. It seemed that out of our 38 people that actually talked to us about climate change and biodiversity, many of them actually did mention about keeping the water races open, even though the staff comment is that some will close. And we are actually collecting a public good rate, and this particular person, while they were in a rural community and didn't get direct benefit, they were paying a high charge for that water race. They were quite happy to pay what they originally had to pay, as I understand, which was around about $100 per property. And this comes back to the question about environmental credits on farm environmental management plans. If you were a landowner and you had a water race and you didn't want it closed, and a section of you didn't want it closed, but you were quite prepared to accept it as an environmental credit against either your farm management plan, and how that would work was if you had a commitment for so much nitrogen leaching, I'm just hypothesising here, and you overstepped that mark, then because you had kept a water race open or because you had plantings on your property, then you could actually claim that as an environmental credit, with regards to that particular swap. Whereas if you didn't have that, then you would be penalised. I think we have to find a different way of how we actually deal with, get to the SNAs, which people requested for, of protecting them, because not everyone has $20,000 to go and get a QE2 covenant. We only have an agreement with the current landowner. So we're all on sustainability, biodiversity. We've got to move with the times as well, and we've got to be prepared to understand and update our policies in the way that we actually manage our environment and those environmental trade-offs. So that's where I'd like the future direction of this council to actually go in its step to managing climate change. Thank you.
Yes, Deborah. Mark.
Thank you. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is always setting the LTP and the annual rates is always difficult. Those on fixed incomes always struggle to pay any increase, and we always hear that from them. But if we give a zero rate increase, we're deferring stuff that needs to be done. And we've seen other councils with infrastructure that's blowing up literally in their streets because they haven't maintained them properly. So we have to balance the obligation to keep rate increases as little as possible with the obligation to do the work we have to do. So it's never easy, and I acknowledge all those on fixed incomes who find our proposed level of increases difficult, but we don't buy things off generally the council's not buying things off the Consumer Household Price Index. We're buying buildings, roads, we're maintaining parks and pipes. They have an entirely different cost structure. As to the idea that we give rate discounts to some ratepayers that meet some criteria, well, a rate discount merely means that somebody else is paying even more. So that's not an idea that I would ever support. Granny flats, that's another vexed issue. Yeah, sure, Granny lives in it in a while, but grannies typically aren't there forever. And it's been my observation that when Granny moves out, a tenant moves in. And you've effectively got two households in the one property. We've arrived at a policy that's unfair to some, but I think is fairer overall. So I support our policy as it currently stands. I acknowledge the submission from the Kiwi community. We come back to this, and it's possibly something we still need to review going forward. We have a community facility that's well used and well loved that because we don't own it, we don't support it. When we first talked about this, I supported making a grant to those facilities we didn't own in recognition of the role they play in their communities. That's probably ultimately my same position. It wasn't supported by council at the time. It might be in the future.
Thanks, Mark. Jenny.
It's Sam. I'm going to comment on the comment that Jeff made about rates increase, especially for those that have got large properties like farmers and that, and their rates are extremely high. And I'd like to think we could look at a balance as to how we can deal with the rural rating system. And granny flats, yeah, there's two. I can see both sides to that, because you can have a family of 6 or 7 living in one household with 2 kitchens, which is no different from a separate building with a granny flat. So that is something I believe we have to look at. And yes, it would be lovely to get some money for the Kirby Hall. Thank you.
Rates. There's been some quite good comments made, particularly about the rates impost and the percentage increases. And Forest and Bird was an interesting one, because it really brought home in stark relief their review of the Waimakiriri Basin, the intensification, and their desire to see extensive grazing. So on one hand, you've got ECAN, SDC, farm environment plans, and policing compliance about water. So you've got all this tax being given to these landowners. And is it any wonder that they say, geez, the only way I can pay the bills is I've got to intensify. So you've got this conundrum where you're wanting better environmental outcomes, but you're charging more and requiring the landowner to intensify to pay the bills. So it's not rocket science. That's what, if you can't pay your bills, you've got to make more money. And people don't recognise that. And I support Mark in saying, well, it sounds like a very nice idea to give someone credits. It just means that someone else is paying more. And that doesn't work either if your expense stays the same. The only credible way for us to keep rates down was 3 ways, as we all know, and we found it extremely difficult today, is not spend more, which is very hard. Option 2, which we've already addressed with the government through the rating review, is we ask for more money from central government. And I'm still a firm proponent, believing that GST is the answer. It's an existing tax. It's already well known how it's collected and how it's distributed. If we got 1 to 2% on our GST increase, everyone would moan like hell, but it's a better way of collecting revenue for local government than it is the current system, because we're already seeing in a large swath of New Zealand, and we're lagging behind because of where we've come from, rating affordability is a major issue. And particularly when you transition from a working environment to a superannuation environment, you don't have the flexibility of earning more money to pay the rate impost. And when you see in our documents here, we're bringing in a rates remission policy. That's like the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. We've acknowledged that, geez, most people can't afford to pay their rates, so we're going to take it out of their house till they die and then sell their house. Well, that's assistance, but is that really where we want to end up? And so I particularly advocate that, Sam, that you continue to write and advocate to central government that the funding model just does not work. And if we don't start now, we're in significant trouble. I'm still a firm proponent of the strategy we have around creating non-rates income from our investment strategy. We've started. It's a long journey, but I think that if we continue in the path we are, we could continue to create significant non-rates income for our organisation. But we have a significant problem on our hands, which is getting out of hand. And I guess I'm like everyone. Well, one thing we did talk about, and Greg, good that you're here, a rating review. And Greg had the idea so much he resigned. And poor old Calvin sitting there just waiting to start it. So I think the idea hasn't gone away. But I mean, you put a lot of work into it for very little outcome, because I think even the once over lightly sort of tended to tell us that as bad as the current model is, the alternatives are worse. And so there was no silver bullet, which great minds hadn't found before. That's the trouble. So thank you for your time.
It's good eyesight, because I'd just written down Grant comments about a rating review, and really a rating review is going to be a consequence of some of these changes that we're going through at local government at the moment. So RMA, we're going to lose resources, but we're going to be losing major revenue sources potentially as well. 3 Waters, we know that we're going to be charging people less, but by the same token, we will lose the ability to recover fixed overheads against that asset group at the moment, and that's a fair chunk, so it's going to have to be distributed elsewhere. And then, of course, the future of local government, we just don't know what we're going to be able to do. And again, Murray to my left is correct in terms of the impact of district plan and the likes of SOAPs and some of the other things. And finally, Grant, the thing that you and I have been talking about for quite some time, there are other commercial opportunities or investment income opportunities out there that we do need to continue to pursue.
Can we clearly articulate to the government the amount of work that we undertake on behalf of central government, which is not strictly local government? Because that would, if we could quantify our budget and say, let's say it's 50 million a year, out of that budget, what amount of work are we doing which belongs to central government? That would be helpful. But just to add to Murray's comments, Mark's over there a bit of a granny hater and didn't want her to pay extra, but he's right. I mean, I was in the camp where I wanted to help people with granny flats, but when we looked into it, what's the definite definition of family? Is it whānau or is it extended family? How do you define who a family member is? And while we started from a point of good intent, it just didn't work, did it, Murray? No.
Don't really have much to add, just that obviously, as David just said, the future of local government type thing is coming. They'd better include a full review on how local government, whatever remains of it, gets its funding by the end of that. But in the meantime, I don't know if there's any way of submitting to central government that the rates rebate scheme doesn't go anywhere near enough. The more stuff that they put on us, the more we have to charge people, and the tiny little increments that they put on the rates rebate scheme every year really doesn't cut it. And that's now not, in 3 years' time.
Yeah, just Kerwee, I think it's a wee bit unfair what we're doing, and I'd like to see some type of fund go towards maintenance or something to help them out for the rates that area pay, and it is used as a district-wide hall, so I'd like to see something done about that.
Just echoing the comments about the rates increases, and we are mindful of that when we're making our decisions. And second, Murray and Grant about the SOAP, looking at that. I mean, it's an interesting thing to look at, but it's not as easy as we thought to find a solution. And the other thing though is the water race charges, and I just wonder, we've already had a review of that, but whether we're having another look at that. I know with the last review, and it says that we're increasing the public good, but whether we're going to have another look at that, I think,
well, we've changed the structure of the rating, and this time it's looking to change the public good aspect of the amount of each rate, and there may be through an annual plan or subsequent long-term plan more changes to come in that space. Yeah.
Cool.
Murray?
Yeah, most of it's been captured, Sam. I guess just one comment around rating increases is the great human condition, isn't it? And we're all guilty of this, is that we want our rates to be lower, but then we turn up wanting something to be added to our desires to be a great community, and it's a great dichotomy, isn't it?
Yeah, Rating Powers Act is what it is.
So next up we've got transport, and I wonder whether we just take it sort of page, we'll just start turning some pages, and if people have got any items that they want to speak up on or review on each page, that might just help us get through the next few. So we're on page 19 under transport heading. Has anyone got any on page 19 they'd like to raise? Deborah?
The infrastructure, public transport for the Lincoln Town Centre master plan. which is proposed to start on 2025-26. I think it's to do with park and ride and public transport, and where can people actually connect. And remember, this master plan was actually first drawn up in 2016, and we're proposing now, 10 years later, that we might do something about it. This is, to me, I wish us all well in where we're actually proposing our next set of aspirations for some of the projects that we're actually passing in this year's 10-year plan, because this is 10 years up now, and before this would actually get done. So
all the transportation decisions and orders were decided this morning around the total budgets where we sit. The staff comments reflect those decisions based on the determination. So I'm hoping that the information here either captures the intent and councillors are happy that it reflects that intent, or if there's extra information that's needed to be said, or a piece that you think's missing, then or something's wrong, then let's hear about that just as we go through. So thank you for that, Deborah. Is there anything else that's on page 19 from anyone? Turn over to page 20. Mark Alexander.
Thank you, Sam. I support the comments that council employ us, or at least identify a staff member for leading climate change and sustainability. I'm pleased to see that this report has staff to meet with Alan Booth and report back to council. The initial staff comments were, I thought, a little bit too dismissive. The final comment on the page that we asked the CE to look at staff resourcing for biodiversity and report back. I'd like to have a report back time for Mr. Ward to report back to us, whether it's October 2021 would be sort of a time, or even earlier if possible, so that we have an understanding of that.
Okay, we can add a time into that. I wonder whether there's value in having that aligned to the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity. So we could do something ahead of that, but actually any major review is going to need to wait until that date. So if we say within 3 months of the NPSIB being released or something, David? Okay, thanks, Mark.
October and November, maybe.
So is this year?
Yeah, supposedly. Was supposed to be
now. Shane.
Just commend council on their lead. Actually, Mark's already brought it up, to employ the staff member for climate change and sustainability. Sophie, I thought you would have been all over it. Good one. Maybe just some iwi mana whenua input around that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, it was around the staffing of climate change too, and that's the Adele Bruce Radburn, and then there's page 23, Nancy Borry as well, and there's other comments further on in there around our building consent process, and I just think it's an opportunity to raise this before.
Sorry, can I get you to comment on that just a minute? Just for being able to, our staff to take notes of what's been said, it's just going to be easier if we stick to what's on the page. So if you want to comment and for that to be captured against a submission, if we just wait until that page comes up on the submission, it'll just give a bit more time.
Clarification, Sam, that's the same issue and the same answer.
Okay, great.
On page 23, so that's why I'm mentioning it. So it's about the a lead staff member for climate change and sustainability, and I absolutely endorse that. I think it's a great idea, but I also think that we should also be looking at, and it's linked to further comments further on around having, the likes of capturing rainwater, et cetera, and having someone based that, and it's linked to climate change, is why I'm raising it in this section, that we've got the ability to advocate from our building consent team to, for want of a better term, green ways of building and capturing those. I think we're a big enough entity now as a TA that we can be advocates for that, not just processing building consents and resource consent. So yeah, absolutely supportive.
The only thing I'd add to that is just, very excited that there's somebody going to get hired. Can't wait to see that happening. I'm hoping that I've heard from other councils where, picking this up now, that actually it can still be quite hard to work across so many different business units to get buy-in and, get past but this is what's in the plan, this is the business as usual part. So it's going to be a different way of working, I'm sure, for everybody, including us. And I did have another point, but I've completely forgotten what it is. But it's good to see, and there's a lot to.
Submission 424 or 425. Yep, 425, Mark.
425. The comment about water, wastewater, and the comment about nitrate monitoring. I'll repeat the statement I made last week at the council meeting. What is council's next step beyond monitoring? We already have a number of water supplies where their current monitoring of nitrate nitrogen level is at approximately half MAV. That's at a level that the health board recommends you do not give it to infants. What is our next step beyond simply monitoring? The submitter says in a submission that there are community based systems used overseas to remove nitrates from contaminated water. We're not talking about, what are we doing? If we've got communities who we're feeding water at half MAV already, and we expect over the next 20 years that's going to increase, what is Selwyn's next step? And I'd like to see staff reporting back on what is the next step for those water supplies. Do we simply dig the well deeper, hoping to get to a better aquifer? There's only so far we can dig. So I'd like to see a report, a more definitive, supportive comment than simply monitoring it.
I'm wondering if our questions and comments were focusing on the long-term plan, which is really around the budgets and the projects that are going to be there. If there's particular things that can be handled in-house, we can ask those at any time during the reports that we generally get in a monthly report. And if that can be handled that way, it'll just mean we don't have to discuss each of them as they come up now. But Murray, you comfortable?
I'm very comfortable with that suggestion, that as a result of the monthly report on water services, you raise that as a matter under action.
We will.
And we report back at regular intervals. Yep.
So 425, 436 are on page 22, 469, 478 on page 23, 489, 549, 496, 497, 448, 449, turn the page, 24, 458, 461, 491, 494, 504, page 25, 509. We did discuss it this morning, sorry, yes. Turn the page, page 26, 516, 517, 533, 535. Next page, 27, 536, 549, 542, 304, 590. Yes, sorry, Murray.
Sorry, just the conversation here about dry wells in Darfield, and we just add that to the list. Perhaps we get a report.
Sorry, there should be an item on here that says the last well found water. It was an incorrect statement made by the submitter. I didn't want to put in here the exact amount because there's still testing to be done, but the most recent well has found water.
Okay, thanks, Sam. It's been, resolved.
590, we're at the bottom of page 27. So turn the page, page 28. Kim Thomas, 593, 594, 618, 580. And then we're down to Croquet, 57, 58, 86, 9. Yes, Deborah?
Interesting submission, and I agree that we do have our little reserves like Broadfields that could be purpose fitted out for a croquet club. Any idea of the costings that we're prepared to put into this project? Because there's no dollar values there.
Don't know, the comment says there's a budget set aside. Do we know what that is?
The total cost of the project is around 350,000 off the top of my head. Quite a lot of that is to do with irrigation, which will also be part of the work that we'll need for the balance of the reserve, and that's developed in the future. There's another 2 hectares. So this is the bit the sort of triangular bit at the back of the tennis courts that's been sort of no man's land for a long time to utilise that. It's mostly funded, or quite a significant funding from development contributions for that project.
Yeah, I was supporting Deborah. I guess it comes back to that strategy about here we've got a group of enthusiasts who got together and wrote a concerted effort to get 20 or 30 submissions to us. On the back of that, we're building a $350,000 croquet green. Scary, isn't it? And, you know, why did that one get the tick versus Affinity or any other ones that we've had today? And, you know, I reflect on our backyard, Deborah, when Deborah goes to meetings by Hora Park Reserve, we had 2 submissions there, one at the last annual plan from a tennis club who'd fundraised over 20,000 to help get the tennis courts resurfaced. We turned them down. But the same communities come back and said, we'll put up 20,000 to help put a path around the reserve. We turned them down. And here's a group of people who play at croquet in town and saying, oh, well, here's 350,000, we go for your lives. Where is the equity in that decision? And I'm not dismissing they might enjoy croquet and it's a great sport to have in Selwyn, but is that an equitable decision? I can't see it as.
You wanting to change, Grant, the timing or the approval, or?
Well, at the funds.
Well, I mean, what is this club bringing to the party? Is it a club? It's not even a club yet. They haven't even got to form themselves into a club. They haven't got a grouping. They haven't got a committee. They've got a group of enthusiasts who play hockey in Hornby, croquet, who haven't got a funding model. They haven't got a constitution. But we're going to build this facility and hope they come. I'd like a bit more diligence put into it first before we start spending that sort of money.
So maybe the response could well be that staff engage with the lead submitters to flesh out those sort of things in terms of the club.
Certainly that's where I'm at. I'm saying it's great. I'd say Broadfields remains a great place to have it. Tell us how you propose to fund it and run the OPEX on it. Have you got a committee? What does it look like? Where's your funding model?
What is the OPEX?
Mark, Ruckus.
Yeah, I'll just make some comments on it. The planning for this has actually been going on for a number of years. So, and John Reid was previously involved in working on this project, working with a group that was involved with it. And they've got a steering group together. They also have got a significant, it's one of the ones when we did some work on numbers, it's gone up significantly. In fact, doubled in 2 years. With the information that we got in terms of numbers. So there's a large number of people that are all travelling and going, as you say, into town to various other places that in here. It's also become more popular around what they call croquet golf, which is a quicker game, and there's a lot of younger people involved in it as well. So it's quite a different sort of thing. So it's bringing something that we don't have within the district into the district. Originally, they were looking at the site in Rolleston. That's why John was originally involved, because they were looking at Foster Park. Could they go there? This was some time ago. They're also prepared to do all of the maintenance going forward as well. So there'll be no cost to council, ongoing cost in terms of looking after it. It's just the establishment cost.
Yeah, I'm very pleased to see this go ahead. You might remember there was a submission last year, I think, to the annual plan wanting croquet green. A lot of these people are in my community that play this, and are in your community too, Grant. They're in Lincoln as well. This is a new sport being brought, an old sport being brought to a new venue in Selwyn, and it is catering to the need of an age group of people who are finding themselves unable to partake in the sports that they used to partake. And as you can tell by our population demographics, there are going to be a lot more of those people in our community in the next 20 years. The Broadfields community is quite happy to host them on this reserve. They see it as a very good use, and they've already put in a new well on that reserve to establish some native plantings. I see this as an evolution in Selwyn and bringing a new code and bringing well-beings to those people who play the game.
So just for clarification, you just mentioned that we need a new well for that site. I was going to say, I think they do have an existing well servicing the Broadfield, so that's not costed. It doesn't need a new well, does it?
No, there's a well on there, but it's only got a limited amount of extraction out of it. So if they were, they'd need to have some sort of storage facility if they're going to use it for irrigation.
So we're working towards 2 years away. This thing is a project that's will no doubt come before us again. Jenny, you've got some comments?
No, just a question to Mark. You've got 350,000 set aside for this croquet lawn to go down, but Grant said about money to repair or resurface tennis courts. Have you got a budget there for tennis courts that need to be resurfaced? That's an ongoing sport that's been in the district for years and years. So you possibly should have funding there when sports teams need it.
So we have for all of the courts across the district that are council-owned courts. We've done a condition assessment on all of those, and there's resurfacing program that's been established from that, and that is built into the long-term plan as part of the renewal program going forward.
Can I make it? Oh, sorry. So can I then ask, please? You've got courts that are actually on the council reserve that are not supposedly owned by the council. How do you support those courts going forward?
As has been mentioned before, that's a sort of fundamental issue that this council needs to grapple with going forward, because just because there's an asset, a club asset on a reserve, doesn't necessarily mean that council automatically has to maintain it. Because you can say the same thing for, are we going to maintain all of the club rooms that across the district that have been put there by clubs? So the first part of the work that we're doing at the moment is actually to get a handle on the ownership of all of these sort of community assets across the district, and understand that fully so that we can present some information. I think, as the Mayor has mentioned before, in a report to council on all of these things, because if you want to just move to funding all the club assets across the district, that has a huge implication going forward. So the first thing is to actually understand what the sort of level of investment that might be required for those. But yeah, we haven't had that instruction from council as yet.
Okay, so we're saying it's out there in 2023. Work to be ongoing. Next group is page 29, 61. Mark and Bob.
Yeah, I support there being a project identified in the LTP for 2030. 9 years ago, a few of us were still sitting around this table, we identified that we should put a Rolleston library in the LTP, unfunded with no location, because we were fearful of council amalgamations, and if it wasn't in the project list, it would never happen. Well, just over 9 years, we're actually going to open that facility. I believe this Malvern aquatic facility is in the same case. I don't know that the staff assessment of the need, the potential for it has been satisfactory. I think we may well find that within this 10-year LTP period that the project is brought forward and constructed. But I really, really, really believe it needs to be there. I think the potential threat of council amalgamation is much higher today than it was 9 years ago, and that projects that aren't in the LTP, if we're joined with our neighbours, will be much harder to argue for going forward. So I support the recommendation that this is put in the LTP, essentially unfunded with no location, but identifying that there is a potential need, and that we work with community groups to identify the location, the design and the funding, and if it is on the Darfield Rec site, any other facilities that may accompany it.
Yeah, much on the same vein, but I'm just disappointed that we have to spend $1.5 million on a obsolete hole of the ground to actually do up the pool that's there now. And if we could possibly make that stretch out and bring the other forward a wee bit, it just seems like a waste of money to actually do that. And the other thing is, I want to know, are they going to have a wheelchair access in it? Because I probably need it.
I think Bob's probably touched on what I was going to say, was the fact that we're spending this 1.5 on the facility that's already there, which will probably give us another 5 years use of it, but then you're looking at 2030 for putting a new facility in, so you've got that gap there. So I'd like it brought back, because we don't want to be going and spending more money at the end of the 5 years until to get the new facility up and running. So I think we need to look at the timing on it.
Thanks, Jenny. Grant?
Is it a wider question? I mean, I agree with Mark's comments. I think he's on the money, but is it review the whole aquatic strategy around Melbourne and Ellesmere particularly? I think, it's probably timely that in 10 years' time that you do both together and think, what does our strategy look like, rather than just doing it piecemeal?
Yeah, I think Sheffield needs to be part of this. I think what James's response was, a significant amount of money that's recently been spent in Southbridge meant that the life extension on that fits outside this window, but there's no reason why that can't be included in some of the review. Thanks for those comments. We now move on to
cricket.
Page 30, yep. Submission number 79. Sorry, Mark, yes?
Yeah, I think that you're missing you're missing a recommendation, and I think we should emphasise that staff work with Canterbury Country Cricket Association on future demand for facilities. Cricket is a growing sport. We have a very large, successful club locally, and across the district, cricket's growing. We need to ensure that there are timely facilities. Junior cricket's not actually very hard to provide facilities. An artificial pitch can often be fitted between sports fields and meet that demand. But the bigger picture, as these youth grow and age, about providing more and better facilities. I appreciate Canterbury Country's cricket's input into their desire for our district-wide park, because I would think it would be great if we had a space there suitable for a Canterbury Country cricket game. It'd be great to have a Hawke Cup game on this side of the Waimakariri River. Mr. Ward could walk down there to watch his cricket. And similarly, a ground like that could be used potentially for a Canterbury Country rugby game. So, I think we need to be a little bit more definitive and ask that staff work with Canterbury Country Cricket Association and report back on a program for future development.
Thanks, Mark. And I think that we can make it a bit more explicit, but I think that is captured where it does say that staff will continue to work with CCCA to discuss the challenges of looking after grounds and also on the planning for the district-wide park. So just at the bottom of that first one. 572 and 537 are still on cricket. Then we get down to the bottom. Skate Park, Leaston, 80 and 81. Shane?
Yeah, just obviously on
Great. Whitecliff Glen Tunnel Walkway, 186. One comment that I just made there was the connection. It's not just about completing the cycleway. The connection into the towns is important, and particularly on the Glen Tunnel end, you're connecting to a state highway on a steep downhill with a one-way bridge. So there's a few road safety pieces there that just need consideration rather than just getting it town end to town end. The next is traffic and road safety. 247, 251, 260 on the bottom of page 32, onto page 33, 421, 519, 550, 518 and 83. There's a group here around...
Sam?
Sorry, Mark.
421, Christine Parker. I think she identified an issue that I'm unhappy with the staff response. They say that the lack of lighting between an area that's had a subdivision and an existing area of a township isn't a safety issue. Mrs. Parker raised the issue that people walking from the Falcons Landing to catch the bus have to walk through quite a dark area to make that connection. And I disagree with staff that that's not a safety issue. We have a number of subdivisions, Branthwaite and Falcons Landing, and to catch the bus, if you're catching the number 5, you need to walk up to Lowe's Road. And there is a gap in our street lighting because the properties haven't been developed. And we, council, are one of the owners of the properties in that gap. So I don't agree with staff response that there's no safety issue. I think there actually is. And here we are trying to promote the use of public transport, but leaving a literal black spot in our link between a subdivision and a public transport route. So I think I would like to have seen us supporting the submission, that actually we forward fund the lights in that gap and that against a future development contribution when that land is developed. We've done that before, and I'd like to think we could do it again.
Nicole and Saki, sorry.
Do you want to say? No, I was going to be different topic, but
Okay.
I support Mark. But
Right.
Yeah, I can understand where Christine was coming from, and I was there when she brought it up at the Residents Association. But I think there's also another issue at play here, Mark, that you raised, that those properties haven't been developed. So there may also be a perception that it is safe to walk through, but there are no houses that are close to the road. I mean, she's talking about walking at night in the dark, and it would only be any traffic that's going along Lincoln Rolleston Road. So by not having that lit will actually dissuade people walking through there. I know it sounds a bit of an oxymoron, but it's the same reasoning we give for Foster Park not being lit, is not encouraging people to come into an area where there is nobody around, and if there is going to be a problem there, just a safety issue.
So can we fetch funds out of DCs to do the project? Does the idea sound?
Can we have a look at it and report back at one of the roading meetings?
Is it help us?
It's the Help It site right to the corner of Lincoln Rolleston Road.
Because it's our land and it might be us developing it, we could probably, as you say, look, if we could forward fund the lights if we can put them in the right place and not waste their time. Yeah, okay.
So there's currently no rating impact of this decision. So it can come back to a future council meeting without changing this. The rating impact would be, do we capture it against the development of the land in the future? Yes. Yeah. Okay, great. Sophie.
my question was just around the Rainey's Road one. They're not the only ones who've mentioned about dust, but in their case also as well, obviously people taking the corners a bit fast deliberately because it's fun. I'm just wondering, is there anything that we can do around speed limits on those sorts of areas or signage? I know it's not quite the same as sealing it, but obviously there's a danger aspect to sealing it too.
Look, a couple of things. If we are looking at speed limit, particularly on unsealed roads, and that'll be part of the roading report, the report on speed limits. This is quite a clear one. We've had a policy in place around select centres for a number of years, and that's really based on use and demand. And I think Andrew's been quite eloquent in saying it doesn't stack up the fund, so it'd be an economic disbenefit to sell it. In terms of dust, there's a nationwide trial going on at the moment, run by Waka Katahi on dust nuisances. And the other thing we've done is that on a limited basis on a couple of roads is actually put dust signs up just to try to alert to people that they have to slow down a bit.
Which has been done with these. There's I live on this road. They do have 30k signs because of the dust issue, and there are 2 15k corners that I have to admit young people do like to slide around them. No. I've got to say one of my sons enjoyed doing it, so I do understand the issue. Yeah, but it's no more difficult road than the other road, I'd have to say.
Thank you, Jeff.
The West Melton Domain did make a submission, and part of that submission was on road safety and the fact that West Melton Road is going to become a cul-de-sac and that there will be issues arise from that. And I would have liked to think that staff would, and I know they will anyway, I'd like to think that they would look at that with the NZTA when it's going ahead.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah, and it's also, it's not expressly committed to, but it's acknowledged as part of that project. Yep. So we're down to Colgate Reserve. And comments there. Then Bob.
Not so much on the reserve, but on the Selwyn River.
Yes.
The community would really appreciate if council could talk to ECAN and come up with some answers on it, because it used to be a fantastic place to go. People used to come there in the summer and that, and now it's a bog and there's trees growing everywhere. You can hardly see the river, so they would like us to negotiate with ECAN and try and come up with some ideas.
Great. So comment here is that our councillors can get together with ECAN councillors in the first instance, drag together whose responsibility it is and get them to fix it.
It's been difficult up to now.
Okay.
I did have a suggestion how to solve the toilet problem.
Okay.
We just put Bob's phone number on the gate.
Okay, we're down to satellite dump in Darfield, and I've just added here with trial 4 times a year for both Leaston and Melbourne to see how it goes, and that doubles the amount of opportunity for people to come and use it. If it gets used over that time, that's great, but it means we're not putting in something permanent to begin with. If we're going to do it for one, we'll do it for the other.
Funding from where, Sam? We currently fund these out of the return we get from Trans Waste, is it?
They're pretty low cost, and we pay some money to we pay for lines.
So I mean, I'll just identify where the funding for this is coming from, because it's an
More
advantage.
operational costs.
Operation costs.
Yeah, that is collection disposal budgets. If we don't, my understanding is the Trans Waste dividend goes into general account, not into solid waste. So.
Yeah, just congratulations on that, Sam. I'll just add.
The next item, we're down on page 35, and it's bowling, 289, 290, 253. Yes.
Sorry, just with regards to the bowling one and the staff explanation, in one comment it says basically that in the council staff comments that they don't really get involved in the assets when you're looking at the Dunsandel synthetic resurface renewal project, and yet if you actually come down to the Lincoln Bowling Club, it's part of the reserve management plan. So it's a question comes back to who actually owns the assets and what's our plan going forward as to what investment or how we're going to actually upgrade these facilities now that we have a district-wide rate across our district with regards to reserves. Because previously, these reserves were actually managed by volunteers and within the community at very low cost, and they went out and fundraised. We've brought them into the fold through district-wide rating. So what do we now accept responsibility for with regards to these clubs and committees?
And this is different than the way that we've dealt with the previous submissions to date today. This one here is saying, let's wait, let's see what the strategic piece of work comes back at. Let's not commit to any new funding in the bowls space at the moment. And there are some bowls greens on reserves. There are some that aren't on reserves as well. So just needing to think about where does the district sit with that. And let's look for alternative funding sources. So support them to get something alternatively from us. But at the moment, let's not jump in with funding ourselves. Murray.
Yeah, you've partially clarified that, Sam. I think that same comment should be made to Dunsandel Bowling Club as well. It's only adjacent to the Lincoln one, so I think if that's the approach that we're looking at, the Mark's report to come forward, and then we get a clear direction. I think that will possibly implicate that in the time being, but I think both clubs need to be made aware of that.
Yep. Next is Mark.
Yeah, I think that certainly in the short term, I don't think there's any realistic demand for facilities in Rolleston. It perhaps could be part of the district park master planning, because as we discussed with the submitters, if we build a new facility here, the negative impact on existing facilities might make it problematical. With respect to the Dunsandel one, I think it's comes back to the bigger discussion as to a strategic planning with respect to these club facilities. This could be a strategic spend simply to maintain that facility as available for Dunsandel and the wider community within the network of facilities. And similarly with the Lincoln Bowling Club upgrade, to their installing lights. It struck me that much as we've talked about hockey and football upgrading to allow greater usage, they did seem to have a very valid case that if they had lights on a green, and they weren't talking about lighting both greens, their level of utilisation was much higher. And that might be a very strategic investment to actually get better utilisation for a relatively small sum. So it's that whole wider network approach to more sports to get best utilisation out of our facilities.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, I was really along the same vein. I see that Rolleston want a bowling green, and that may well be in the future. I'm sure if one was built, it would be used and for the district-wide park. But I too was thinking in the short term, if we were to provide lighting at Lincoln, that may well mean that they can have more people at the Lincoln Bowling Club, which would take in the overflow from Rolleston, and it seemed like an interim step before we have the plan that we're going to do on sports.
Thank you. And it's probably just as far from Rolleston to Lincoln as it is from Rolleston to Dunsandel to play on a green, where they've got 18 members currently, and the sustainability of the club at that number starts to be called into question. Malcolm.
I happened to have a conversation with a member of the financial officer from the bowling club I ran into in the supermarket on Monday, and he said that they had 120 players, but a large proportion of those actually came from Rolleston as well. So they're serving the needs of both communities at the moment and doing it adequately, I would have thought.
Thank you. Bob.
Yeah, just in bowls in general, Colgate needed a new bowling, the green, and they came to council a while ago, and they actually got a loan from council to actually go ahead with it. And the second one they needed, they just paid for themselves. So it's something that we really haven't supported in the past.
Yeah. Thank you. Over the page, the next item says Selwyn Huts wastewater, and I'm sure that we're missing a page because they had put in front of that Ellesmere to Rolleston wastewater, so we dealt with that first before we talked about Selwyn Huts. So we're going to touch on Selwyn wastewater. I'm sorry it's not on this page in front of you, and so I can't actually see what the staff recommendation is other than we should proceed with the project. My comments on it were let's proceed with the project as identified in the LTP and connect Ellesmere wastewater treatment to Rolleston, to ESSS. Deborah and Murray.
Thank you. Look, just with regards to the Selwyn Huts.
No, we'll come back to the Selwyn Huts.
Oh,
so
okay.
Let's just confirm the first pipeline. If everyone's okay, we're confirming Ellesmere first. Confirmed, great. Let's move on to Selwyn Huts. And the recommendation here, and I've added to the side that we would connect this, the Selwyn Huts community, reticulation and connection would be funded by local targeted rates, which is just consistent with the conversation we've had to date. License renewal would need to reflect this project with the expectations and funding updated accordingly. And thanks for that wording. We might need to work on that wording to make sure it covers what you need to have. But there's a license renewal piece that needs to go alongside this. For me, this project is about removing wastewater and the confusing space that's been in around the future of the huts. And the future of the huts then becomes about climate change and living on a reserve, not about a wastewater system. This doesn't provide a cheaper option for the community. It does provide a longer term option. So it removes that consenting issue, but I think it's the right decision for us. And to pick up the toilets that are currently in riverbeds, again, is a big one, and they shouldn't be there. We've got Deborah, Mark, Murray.
Thanks. I've taken on board your comments, separating out the wastewater from the huts and the licence, because my comment round here would be looking at the healthy homes with regards to the state of the homes. And I remember harping back to Keith Morrison's submission, which actually isn't mentioned here.
It's further on.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see it with grouped in there, but I mean, basically we have a responsibility as the leasehold land to make sure that these huts actually meet compliance standards with public health and healthy homes.
So I appreciate those comments, Deborah, but if we can just focus on the project that's to be funded in the LTP to identify it for the community, which is really just around the connection of the reticulation and whether that's the right answer for that community. And we do need to deal with those other things. I don't want to minimise that, but let's have that. Yes. It's the current proposal. Mark?
Yep, thank you. I support the proposed connection. I think we must make it eminently clear to them that it does not guarantee a licence extension beyond the 15 years currently being discussed. A number of the submitters said, oh goody, you can connect our wastewater to the Pines. That means we can stay longer than the 15 years. We need to make it very, very clear that they are two separate discussions. With respect to the funding, I think we're being very unfair. We have been talking earlier today about the other communities where we're talking about a new sewage treatment scheme of giving them discounts through various ways of funding across the district. If we're going to do that and we're going to be fair, we have to offer similar opportunities to this community. There are similar people in this community who are fiscally disadvantaged who will struggle to pay what we're proposing. If we're going to offer some communities in our district a discount or a subsidy, we have to be consistent and offer all the communities. Personally, for the record, I don't support any of them getting subsidies.
Thanks, Mark. Mark?
Yeah, it's just the final submission there from Jens Christensen. I guess the comment could possibly be made there, Sam, that the other option was to upgrade the current scheme, which is district-wide rated currently, and it would cost more. So this is still district-wide rated at a cheaper cost and a better environmental outcome. I don't know whether that needs to be added to that, but it's something that I would have said.
It's a key argument for why we're making this answer.
Exactly.
That can be captured in all right, something.
Assuming that what I've said is right.
That was my understanding too.
Yeah, exactly.
Murray.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to make a point. The draft LTP notes that the Ellesmere line would start 23-24. That's obviously to allow ECAN consent requirement design, and with the Upper Salmon Hut not starting before the same time. Again, the conversations with community, the conversations with ECAN, and the willing to how it's rated for. We've got time to consider that. So I don't think there's any rush to actually consider how you fund it. The issue is, at this stage, is to go ahead to consider that Ellesmere line and the Upper Salmon Hut looking at.
Yep.
So that's all.
This is the go ahead. That is the option.
Yes.
We're landed on giving the direction for now, the development of the planning and the thinking about those answers around funding to happen. Yep, and to tell the community for some clarity. Deborah?
Yes, just with regards to this pipeline, with regards to capital charges, if there is a major disparity between what was going to currently cost them as an upgrade versus going to the Pines, I think that needs to be assessed with regards to the charging regime, because everybody is expected, I guess, at the end of the day to pay their share, and if we're seen to penalise one community versus another community, or just make the disparity a little bit unfair, then I think that needs to be covered in the funding model going forward.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the funding of this. I mean, one of the submitters that made a very good submission and wished I had have thought of it myself a little earlier, and she said that with the $10 million grant that we got from the government for the funding, we would have been better off upgrading the Pines so that all of Selwyn benefited, and in the future that we would have all as a group benefited equally. And the point that Mark makes, and he keeps making it, and he probably will keep making it, is that it's not equitable, and quite frankly, it's not. So sometimes we choose to turn a blind eye, and sometimes we don't. So what my opinion is that if it's completely unaffordable for the Selwyn huts owners, we really have to do something for them, because we're giving a whole grant of 10 million to one community, Darfield and Kerwee, yet we're saying, well, blow them. We can't do that. We've got to be equitable. This is the point that Mark's making, I think, to a degree that Deb's making. And it's even the same with the sports funding. Oh yeah, we'll do this, and oh yeah, we'll do that. We really do need to get a little bit more of a strategy, and I don't think it's fair on one little small community to be paying a massive amount of money because we've chosen to give 10 million bucks to one group and not spread it across the community as well. So I know it's not adding much to this debate, but we haven't always got it right, and sometimes you can just fix things up a little bit.
Thank you. I think too, we're making this decision based on the weight of submissions that we've been given, which gives a really clear direction for the community where they want to go as well. And the community is quite aware of the costs that would be put to them. This is a very similar cost to what an on-site system was going to be for them. And so, yeah, there should be no surprises in this unless some massive ground conditions change, or the unexpected may happen through the process. But no surprises for the community. Douglas, did you want to add something?
I just think one thing we just need to be mindful of. Currently, we're holding over the license. We did try to put in a new license condition, 30 June to 2020. So we are just holding over. I think obviously this decision gives us some direction, but I just want to flag, because one thing, the 15-year license was based on the 15-year resource consent we'd get for the existing site. So the fact that someone now saying, oh, well, you've got a more secure arrangement that could give us a longer license period, we just do need to have a discussion on that issue, which, if it was a longer period, might resolve some of these hardship issues we're also aware of too. But also it will help put perhaps some greater certainty over the issue, like Councillor Hassan raised, about the quality of the hut, because you'll remember there was also the bond issue that we backed off. But there is, in my view, a package of issues we just need to review again and work out the most succinct, best long-term solution, which is probably an end of licenses on the hut, but it's just how we do that in an appropriate manner that everyone understands.
I think it's going to be easier for us to draw a hard line under 30 years than it is under 15. And 30 was where the original discussion was with the community 3 years ago, and they came back and actually were quite accepting of that as the time frame. So thinking about that change and the millions of dollars we're about to spend on the community's behalf on this wastewater system, it would seem sensible, if climate change doesn't come sooner than expected, that actually a 30-year time frame suits the investment we're about to make, would help resolve a number of issues and would help us draw a firm line under 30 years at the moment that says we're winding down, move out of your asset. Is there a contrary view? Douglas, that gives you?
Yeah, I think we can work up something now to come back to you with on that license. I mean, I don't want to drag it on, but there are issues about how we do hut inspections in the future and about how we roll licenses, all the stuff we can improve, and it is giving, yeah.
Great. We're on page 38. This is under Group Leaston Rugby Club, 352, 356, 416, over the page, 39, 480, 452, 59. Yes, we've got Jenny and Nicole.
Oh, just in that group there, I believe submitted Paul Churton, 470 spoke on a cycleway from West Melton, and we haven't got comments under that cycling there. I haven't got a submission in front of me, but
I have seen that. That might be on the individual
the
submission
one,
later. It just came through as a verbal submission at that point, so that's why staff haven't commented on it. Nicole?
No, that's what's going to comment on it. It did actually have a comment under one of the big decision comments, was his thing about it's got missed, and it does fit in with these other ones talking about cycling. Also, we don't have a comment for Fiona McDonald for the Castle Hill about Craigieburn trails.
There's currently non-budgeted space that there hasn't been the intent to fund. So is there a different view around the council at this stage? No. Nicole?
And good with looking at signage and, well, actually looking at the making sure our trails are easier to find, and that is something I've discussed with Andrew, and I was going to talk to GIS about it, but they weren't there that day. So we actually are already looking at that and recognising that to try and put that in. And we also have the Selwyn Trails app that potentially, looking at Denise, whether it can be loaded onto that as well.
I think the comment back to Fiona will need to include that when we do the review of the walking and cycling strategy, we want that to include recreational and commuter trails.
Yeah.
And so that will actually should capture everything that we've got, and so on, understand all the work that community groups have done and hold in one document a strategy going forward that can then be funded.
But we have to make sure it's easily accessible, which is good that Fiona Bennett's brought up, and be able to, we're in the electronic age now, and even making sure they're seeing if they can be loaded up onto Google Maps and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yes. Bottom of the page, 494. Over to page 4. Oh, sorry. No.
Yeah. Just a quick commentary there. Obviously, we've got a good in-depth submission from Ellesmere Sustainable Agriculture and the comments around Land Drainage Committee. I just wonder if they'd be a good group to engage with at a committee, at a combined committee level. I think they cover a wide part of the network, certainly in the Ellesmere district and possibly even beyond a wee bit into Springs. So they could be a valuable partner in that process.
Yeah, and I think now with a new land drainage structure, it's looking for people that aren't just the adjacent landowners to be a part of that group, and they're a key group within that community. Great. Yes, stock and there'll be other larger entities that will also be a part of that. 533, 589, 628. 633.
Sam,
Mark.
633. Your comment says advice by 2021. When in 2021? 31st of December? It needs
Sorry, June.
It says June in one place, and in another place it doesn't say June.
Oh, okay. So the staff submission down the bottom is saying that the future of committees will be scheduled for June. I was asking for confirmation around halls, or noting that we needed some confirmation around the ownership of halls. It probably goes wider than the Glenroy Hall. There's been questions asked about Rolleston and others. So the piece of work probably is in a 1 month turnaround piece. I just put in 6 months here to enable some work to be done. Even that might be too ambitious, David, but that's why it says 2021. By the end of the year was what I was suggesting.
So you're saying November. If we put November, which is 6 months out, we're to get at least an interim report.
Yep, great, November.
Because I agree with you. I mean, there's two issues here. There's relinquishing council committees, but then there's the secondary one is the ownership of and where they fit in with our network. So there are two separate pieces of work.
Well, and I think we've also seen in the papers recently, Christchurch being a little bit embarrassed by Whanganui Pool finding a document, that was around transfer to trustees. Who knew that existed? And I'm sure Christchurch was doing exactly what they thought they needed to do. And I don't want us to find ourselves in the same place where we're assuming something without actually knowing the real answer. Jeff?
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone, and it was something that I brought up, it's about the Horror Hall or community centre when we look at building that, and that's this problem of ownership, and I think Mark may have also mentioned it, is that we need to be really strict. I personally am not for a private individual or organisation putting a lot of money into a hall that we're going to be claiming that we own in 10 or 15 years' time, because it will always be clouded. The ownership matter will always be clouded if a quarter or a third of the hall has been funded by an individual or organisation. Things will get clouded in the future. We'll be asking the same questions as we are at Glenroy and even at Rolleston, and people just take their positions, take their corners, and they won't be persuaded either way or the other.
Thanks, Jeff. That brings us to the end of that document. We'll just push on to the next document. We've got 7 minutes, 14. The first item is 580, Summit Road Society. Here we've included a single allocation of 5K for 1 year. That's on the back of advice that Calvin sent me that it was 5.7 that they've already received this year. And the question whether or not they were a strategic partner or not, and just listed the sum as 5K for that strategic partner space, although there has been ongoing allocation of funding.
are they getting funding from any of the other big funders out there, regenerative funds,
Yeah, they are getting funding. A lot of funding is also from people doing organisations. Yeah, like that, but like all funding these days, it dries up at least scratch. An organisation like that needs consistent stream of funding. And for instance, I was at the range place last night for a look. They have quite a lot of technology, engineering, and all the other regions that spoil their environment. And you know, like once they would get to fix that. That's the trouble that we've got. We can't do that. Someone says, I need $20 million for a sports but yeah, but you see that, but it's not fun to put in mind to have like everything else on. Yeah, we'll go on about our environment, that's the future. But we pay lip service only to it. It's quite hard. It's $5,000 just to drop the money. But $5,000 isn't nothing for politics.
Well, I'm hearing, I haven't put them in as a strategic partner because of the amount, but what I'm hearing is that maybe it's 5K for 2 years, we think the review that release does, and that's each system that we've made in the past. So needs to review and capture who we end up funding long term, and dealing with Deborah and Sophie.
I was just going to mention that currently that money is asking for from 2,500 to 5,000 per year. So how many years? But if for 5,000 those.
2 years, if you the review that needs to go to all that
So they'll pick 18,000 over that.
mention their request. Sophie.
Actually, well, probably another thought I had was that 5K that we dropped to down there earlier. So yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, we're just thinking over risk swapsies to protect some other biodiversity that's already there.
Croquet lawn somewhere.
Croquet lawn somewhere, yeah.
Okay, then, sorry, Mark.
Yep. I support the revised position that's there, that we do it for 2 years while we wait for the support. I was a little concerned with 1 year being too short a time frame, but I support 2 years in it being in the response to this submitting, being very clearly explain what the process is going on.
Thank you.
Context, Salt Road Protection Authority, we pay a maintenance budget to them, Russian City, and over the years, they had actually, the prudent that had used this, they had actually reduced the annual charge a bit of return to us. So there is some additional funding that the Salt Road Society out of the not used in Salt Road Protection Authority, which is so there is a wee bit of money there, but I guess I'm going to hate to have a croquet club, but you know, 20 members of 350k, here's a group of volunteers on the hill working their guts out for us, and we're going, here's 5,000, a few sniffers, keep on going. So it's again, it's that equity argument about what's going on, and before probably the big project, literally you go up there, they are dedicated, really true volunteers who stride the hills, fix and things and get on with it, which is to be encouraged. They're not looking for great handouts, but just need to maybe to support 5,000 things by those things. What we look at go, actually these guys are making a hang of a lot of work versus some other than what previously.
Thank you. Deborah, did you mind going on?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Murray.
Yeah, look, I was going to be quiet on this, Sam, but I'll leave it in the biodiversity space. I think it's holding back until we get that national policy statement, to be honest. And Grant, you raised before, you know, are we funding this or is ECAN funding it? Well, I think that's part of the big question. I think realistically, yes, it's a tiny amount of money, and absolutely understand that. I think we're up for a far bigger conversation once we know the impact of that legislative requirement, and that's when I think we have the full review, and it may well come back to the annual plan next year, that there is a massive increase required or requested or both. So I'm happy with that as a holding pattern now. But pretend I think that it's enough. No, unfortunately, it's not.
Denise? back on page 2 at 5:30. Joe Coghlan Chinese Language Week. I've got nil funding. 31, 65, 67. If anyone would like to add anything to what the staff have commented on. 7 over the page 3, 70, 82.
82.
Yes.
I would hope your response might be, Sam, that you as mayor would be advocating for better coverage of cell phone coverage in our district, or that we as council have been and are doing this.
What's classic, Mark, is I deleted that out of there because I wasn't quite sure how I should say it. But yeah, and I've been working with our local MP who's also been doing the same. So we can add that sentence in. The Canterbury Mural Forum is also doing some work around coverage for the region. So I'll add that to it.
I think, no comment's not particularly good, but the fact that you can highlight what the existing work has been doing to improve it for our district, particularly the rural areas.
Okay, I'll add that. 101. Sorry, Grant.
Oh no, look, I just wanted to support Mark on that because when it's going back in time a wee bit now to the business meetings we had around Selwyn, one of the key concerns was internet capacity and cell phone capacity within relative proximity to Christchurch and even in the wider Selwyn district. COVID brought it home that we need quality infrastructure to work our businesses from home. Largely, actually, the network wasn't too bad during COVID, but certainly we're seeing quite a noticeable drop off in cell phone performance, particularly. So I agree with Mark. If you would advocate to the relative MPs and central government, that would be appreciated.
Great. Thanks for those comments. We'll include them. Murray.
Yeah, sorry, just preempting 101.
There we go. To you now.
Yep. I just think there's possibly an opportunity there for volunteerism and biodiversity plantings in that space. I think it's something we just couldn't just discuss out of hand, but maybe it's just an ongoing conversation between Shane, myself, Jill, and staff. Okay. Yeah.
Could this be another TAC project?
So nothing needs to be added to what's here that you. Okay. Great. 102, 110, 126.
Yes, Sam. Yes. 126. I'd bring up with the infrastructure manager a product which was highlighted at the South Island Field Days, low dust product out of a quarry in the foothills, which is it's like an asphaltic rock, which is rolled down. So I asked the infrastructure manager whether he would consider having a trial. I suggested Herman's Road as a starting point. They have a trial somewhere else in the district, possibly planned. But it did appear that it had good dust suppression qualities and it also had the added benefit of not being grading so often. Yep. So in fact, the product would be mentioned, perhaps it'd be good.
So we'll just add trial suppression products to be tested on piece of road. Thank you. 145, 166, 167.
Sam.
Yes, Murray.
Yeah, sorry, just with Keith and Deborah raised it earlier was around condition assessment of those buildings, and we've touched on that, but the other side of that was his conversation around behaviour down there.
Yep.
As well, and I think we just need to acknowledge that in the submission. I don't know what the answer is, but I think we do need to acknowledge that in some way. Yeah.
And I think that's a licence piece. Douglas isn't back in the room yet, but that needs to be raised pretty firmly in there. And I do think that where huts have been, if they are being rented out, then we do have a responsibility to think about the Healthy Homes Act and they've been up to standard. And if they're going to be rented, then they should meet those government standards.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Nicole? Sorry, Nicole.
Sorry.
It's Deborah.
Deborah, yep, go.
Yes, I am. Look, can we actually renew the opportunity for a drop-in centre? The reason being is that those that would like to come and actually hear their voices, right, would actually probably do it on a one-to-one because of the behavioural issues down there, as opposed to a public meeting.
And we can
A drop-in session, sorry, and I've been asked by several, look, can the council please arrange something so we can actually turn up and tell our side without being, hamstrung, shall I say, at a public meeting.
We are still proposing that. We just wanted to get through this round of discussions first year.
It was basically about having information that was worth having a meeting over. Now that we've made the decision around the wastewater, we need to discuss the license, but then this will happen. So over to page 167, Nicole.
So just to give some context around this submission, as you're all aware that I've been involved with the Rolleston Scout Group and previous to being on council making submissions about the
town centre master plan. And at that time, Scouts weren't consulted about whether they wanted to stay there or not, but subsequent staff had discussions about potential moving them, but it didn't work out. So then we're now at the stage with the LTP that the Wordsworth extension is going to be going through in front of the Scout den. So it's actually, that environment will change for them and actually having young kids who are coming out of the den and all that sort of thing. So that's why, just to be mindful that they're still looking, that they want to be moving from that space, but it's just trying to organise that. So it's good to see that staff are going to be talking to, keeping in contact with them and talking through that.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I think the other thing to highlight is people may be looking at council having helped the Rolleston Rugby Club move their building. It was agreed at the time the Rolleston Rugby Club located their building on Rolleston Reserve, the council would help move it if and when that was required. So we had an obligation, essentially a contract with Rolleston Rugby to do so. We don't have the same contract with any of the other user groups on Rolleston Reserve. So while there may be almost a moral obligation to help Scouts resolve that issue long term, the same with the play centre, there is actually no contractual obligation, unlike that which happened with Rolleston Rugby.
So you'd like that, I'm hearing some hmms, you'd like that to be stronger, like that, or more clearly worded in the staff response, is that? Yep, okay. 169?
Yep.
Yes, Sophie.
Just on the note of a potential cemetery to Rolleston, I agree that we don't need one at the moment, but there was a part of the Rolleston Residents Association submission was around if there's a district park, potentially an opportunity to do some sort of plaques along the walkway or plant a tree type thing, that if there's planning, I just wanted to make sure that had been noted in there as a possible thing to include in district park planning.
I think that has been captured. I can't remember the exact space, but yeah, that walkway memorial idea would be included in the district park once it's master plan document.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
169, 175.
I think we should. Murray had the best comment before we started on this one. It's worth recording. Murray said if we supported this request, that it would be councillors that would be fed to the lions.
And Arana have followed up with their presentation here and sought to post councillors and council staff down there at some subsequent date. So we will look to do that, but yeah, it might come true. 177, 229, 264, 288, 301. We're on page 5. 303. Yes,
Sam. 303 refers to the museum in the Arohe within the army camp. I'd like to see them. Yes, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, it's a great project that the government should fund and should not be us. 312, 317, 325. We're on page 6. 327. 332, 346, 348, 349. 349, Murray England has asked that Sheffield be explicitly added to the wording that already includes Darfield, Melbourne and Hororata. For Sheffield to be included doesn't change the rates as far as what Murray was able to show, or won't in the first year anyway. So there's no major change, but Sheffield needs to be there so that it can be included in the collection of the DC. Sophie.
I just wanted to comment that it's this particular submission was around water capacity hindering growth. I'm just thinking, some of the smaller townships, growth is not always good. That it comes with a whole bunch of other things, and we've got climate change coming on, and unless there's also facilities in those townships and places where they can work, we're literally just creating another transport problem to get to do everything else that involves in your life other than where you rest your head at night time. So just as far as spatial planning, there's probably a bit more to it than just, oh yeah, let's get more water in there so we can grow.
The work that Murray's particularly focused on is where we've got land that is zoned for growth, but no water capacity to allow it to happen. So that's sort of the focus of the first instance. Along with infill, within inside existing zone lands. 359, 371, 372.
I had a couple of questions on 372. First, it was the condition of the existing lighting towers. How poor are they? Are they actually a health and safety issue to users of that reserve? And the second question, and Mr. Rikers is still here and perhaps can answer it, the ability to reschedule some existing budgets to enable this project to happen, even though the existing lights are owned by the rugby club. If council was of a mind to shuffle the existing budgets, new training lights, and I think the emphasis should be on training lights, not night game lights, be installed at that reserve. Again, it comes down to making the best use of that asset. Would more effective training lights be a good investment rather than these other projects?
But those are issues that will be contained within the staff report. They'll be contained in the staff report that will come to us around the future of lighting. 396, 403, 413, 414. Yes, Grant.
414, the Enterprise and Innovation Hub, there was quite strong support from Lincoln University to us to think about that in the future as a co-partners type thing. So although we're not suggesting we put any funding in there, I'd like to suggest that we continue to engage with Lincoln University around what that might look like, because we talk a good story about education and science and everything and so on, and Lincoln in particular, but we don't put much into it, or even insist that this could be a real trigger point.
Thanks, Grant. And that will be part of Denise's paper around economic wellbeing, thinking about the things that we fund, which I can add to the comment here because it's going to need to be a future consideration. I think also part of that is co-working space, which has been talked about quite a lot. It could be part of our town centre and maybe something actually we might want to tackle rather than leaving someone else who tends to be making money in other places. But that's outside the scope of the decision today. All we're saying is that Denise's paper will consider economic wellbeing, and this may be one of those things. 421. Over the page, 8, 422, 423, 427, 430, 431, 434, 435, 439, 445, 447, page 10, 450, 453, 467, 469.
Sorry, 469. Did you want an update? Or just that can be just a briefing sometime? It's probably not appropriate today for time constraints. We'll update it another day.
At a briefing or a council meeting?
Yeah.
Great. 470, 473.
Yes.
Yes. Deborah and Mark.
We have an explanation from the staff report that it is noted that a stage development of a walking track around Rhodes Park has been included in the LTP. This is for Waipura. Why have we mentioned Rhodes Park at the bottom?
Douglas?
Is that a mistake?
The last sentence. 473, page 10.
Rikers.
Yeah, I think it was just to note that there was a similar project nearby that was funded by council.
I'd actually, unusually for me, support a little bit of council funding in this. While this is not a council funded reserve, a walking track around the outside has some public good benefit. I struggled to find their accounts. The last account for this Incorporated Society I could find on the Incorporated Society's website showed them that they had a balance of $80,000. So they didn't update us to their current status, but I would support $10,000 or $20,000 as recognition that a walking track around the outside of this facility does have a public good benefit. That would be my limit to the funding on this issue.
Thanks, Mark. I think the reason why there's nil funding there, and my comment is that it's outside council ownership. Kiwi Hall keeps coming to us asking for us to fund things where there is great community input, good public benefit, but we've consistently said no. So just trying to be consistent with the answer that we give them, not to undervalue the great work that community does do and the service it provides to sell one of those dual through on the rail trail grants.
Yeah, Sam, I think that's probably where the confusion lies. It's about understanding that the
ownership.
We don't own it, but we manage it on behalf of DOC. And DOC ain't coming to the rescue anytime soon. And so really it's a community that largely has managed it on its own. And lately, with the help of Deborah, the council's become involved. But, you know, as I said earlier on, here's a community that's come to us twice, both with significant fundraising from the community, and we've told them to go elsewhere. The particular of interest this time, though, is that this is only a once in 35-year opportunity, because you only cut down trees that often, and the way they're talking now is that potentially they may not plant pines, but go to natives, and so there's an opportunity to put something in. So if we are a long-term intergenerational organisation, we think this is the opportunity that we can actually do something now. I would suggest we at least match them dollar for dollar, at least put 20k in to give them a chance of doing something, because they're a group of people that have got access to tractors and diggers and things, and they might be able to do a lot of volunteer stuff themselves. But given the tone of what's happened today, I find the response by staff here pretty astounding, really.
I'd like to support some funding into this because even though they're an incorporated society, you have to understand why they were being structured as an incorporated society. Within that DOC reserve, you have Racecourse Limited, you have Waihora Pony Club on a different piece of land, you have DOC on their piece of land, and the best management system going way back was the structure of an incorporated society to cover all of those individual expectations of management and governance within that reserve itself. Each one of those separate entities, and I'll put them down as separate entities, actually have a representative on the incorporated society that actually has a say on how the reserve is actually managed. So what you're relying on is a few volunteers who have been on the incorporated society with a nominee from each of those particular landowners, shall we say, under DOC, actually turning up at the meetings and managing their reserve and fundraising. And while I'm talking about just Waihora, I wonder how many other structures that we actually have within our district that are very, very similar. We have the Springston Pony Club, for example, but that leases land separate from the Springston domain, yet it's right next door. They run as an incorporated society, and lease the land off us, yet the land from the reserve on the other side is a council-owned reserve, and we take responsibility for it. So we really do have some anomalies in our structure, and why we ended up with incorporated societies is the best management system. And I think that district-wide rating has to look at all of these historical options. And if these committees were to walk away tomorrow, who's going to be responsible for the management of all of that? Are we experienced enough to actually manage a race course?
So
no, and
we're wondering a bit wider here, Deborah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just
rambling.
trying to say that that's why we have an incorporated society with regards to the management of this reserve.
It sounds like we're going to need to think about the review that's been done of our reserves and think about strategically whether this is something that actually just comes within and we just fund everything and it becomes like one of our reserves, although we don't own the lands, or whether we treat it quite separately. At the moment, we're in this grey area in between. Malcolm?
One could say we are galloping off in a different direction or cantering around the track here, but I do appreciate there's a lot of volunteer efforts gone into this reserve, but there is a sort of Damocles hanging over part of this reserve, and that I do not believe that racecourse will be operated by Racing New Zealand into the future. I believe they'll probably sell it off. I think they have one meeting a year, maybe two, and I think the sword of Damocles will fall and it'll go. Do they own the land with the trackers? Don't know. Is it on the reserve? So if you're going to put a path somewhere, what shape or form is the reserve taking, and who's going to walk it? What's your population base out there? Cyclists aren't going to walk it. There need to be a biking track. So let's have a bit more planning on what's going to happen before we put any money in there. And if the planning says yes, I'd go with 20K, but we need more information.
Yeah, I just think Councillor Lyle's commenting about it is a volume game because it is quite it's one of more of our remote reserves, and the numbers aren't great. And Councillor Hassan will remember that we probably put somewhere in the region of about 50,000 of equipment, softball, and staff time and expertise to sort out their playground non-compliance over the last 3 to 4 years. Yeah, they put money as well, that's true, but they didn't have enough money to deal with it. So we have dealt with a number of issues which they didn't. It is tricky because they've done a great job getting the timber from the trees and all that, but at this stage, I think we're just taking that prudency view that the Rhodes Park comparison is a bit different because we're trying to get a link there between the town and the domain to provide that safe walking space along the river. So there are reasons for that, and we are endeavouring, as Councillor Miller referred, to try and get that walkway we were looking for a while up to the Summit Road. So it is a bit of a volume game, to be fair, but there are 2 or 3 reserves like this across the district.
So I'm hearing that we would consider it in the future once we know where it sits in our strategic plan.
Okay. The challenge from that approach, Sam, is that they're going to plant this winter. So there is some urgency to that.
So can we have that discussion with them, Douglas, staff, and I guess those councillors that are connected to it, knowing that if the decision came down in their favour in 12 months' time around what is strategically ours, then to leave a gap in some of their planting for whatever path they think is going to happen, they can not plant those trees for 12 months. You know, we don't want to see them do work and then rip it out, but if I was them, I'd be wanting a good outcome from this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of I suppose, a disadvantage to them in that this is a dock counter-drive reserve. I mean, so is Coes Ford, and we have spent, a bit of money there over the years to maintain that freedom camping spot. So we won't lose much by them planting and then coming back as you suggest. If we defer for a wee while before we put tracks in, but we do just need to look at a wider issue. I mean, I walk this reserve maybe every 12 months myself, so it's not a hard reserve. It's a big reserve and it's good to walk, but whether it needs a track through the natives, be nice, I suppose. But
so we're going to include it as part of the strategic review for reserves. 474, 479, 480, 486.
Yes, Sam, I'd like to speak to that,
Jenny.
please. In the staff comments, it's got that additional signage may assist. The Township Committee have been asking for additional signage from Council probably the last couple of years. So I would like to see if we get tourism infrastructure funding that we talked about with Colgate Reserve and toilets, that we include Kirwi in there.
Thanks, Jenny. My comments have been deleted from the slides. I did have let's seek additional funding where we can from outside of council in the first instance, and put a placeholder in 2027 for us to have it in our LTP. So when we go to the government, we're saying that it's a priority project for us. But at Kirwi should have those toilets. It might also include discussions with whatever the future of the old pub site is. Perhaps they are adjoining the existing service station rather than or stand alone, but let's include some view around where they should be as a part of that discussion as well. Sophie, Grant, Mark.
Mine's just a quick note, really. If you search for public toilets in Kirwi, it doesn't show up on any maps. I don't know how it's been lost from Google, but no one, it's one of those things that actually, it might actually get found rather than people crossing the road. Well, apparently Google Maps thinks that, Kirwi is about 10 kilometres down the road from where it actually is anyway. But, there's ways that if there's an existing toilet near the playground, that's actually a really good stop-off point for various people, if you know it's there. I don't know how, but, it's fallen off the map.
Thanks. Grant?
Look, I think that our budget, we can find enough to put a couple of signs up that tell you where the toilets are, can't we? Nice, those nice blue toilet signs, correct?
Yep. Mark?
Thank you. I agree that in the short term, signage, medium term, some application of TIF funding, but I wonder if this wonderful new reticulated sewer scheme might be the genuine solution to this problem, because this reticulated sewer presumably will run somewhat close to this location, and that might make the infrastructure costs somewhat more manageable once a reticulated sewer option is there. So we have the immediate step of signage, see if we can get some TIF funding, but long term, an appropriate facility located at where it can be serviced by a new reticulated sewer.
Placeholder 2026. Okay, we're up to number 488. 489. Yes. Microphone.
You Sam, sorry. First of all, it's Jones Road, not Johns Road. I don't think we're going to fund any infrastructure on Johns Road for Littleton Port. I'm a little disappointed in the submitter's attitude around must keep our roading network for our heavy transport and not for the community. It wasn't clear from staff comments where they were proposing an off-road track, an off-road facility to link with the Whedon's interchange would be, because that could well be on the railway side of Jones Road, in which case it would have little or no impact on the Little Port Company's site, even though the existing footpath to date is on the northern side linking to the NPD service stations. So I was disappointed from that, and park and ride shouldn't be a threat to a company, it should be a benefit.
No change to the comments that Heather. We're working with NZTA and LBC will be part of that. 488, 489, 490, 491, we're on page 12, 496, 498. Yep, Grant.
496, about this particularly regarding Lincoln, just reminding the wider group here that there was a proposal for a cinema and performing arts space behind the laboratory, which only failed because the private investor decided to put the cinema on his own site. But there is still demand for an arts performing centre in Lincoln. Whether that, I think the wider discussion we were having is around, can we co-join with the MOE, particularly around something like an Aurora Centre at Burnside High School, particularly with a new high school being built in Ralston. Lincoln High School is fundamentally looking for almost a campus rebuild, and potentially some use of the existing auditorium at the Ralston College. So while we might be sort of looking sideways at the Ralston Community Centre, I think there's a bigger fish to fry if we want something purpose-built which really works for us as a community.
Thanks, Grant. Deborah?
My one's the next submission, and it also covers in 570.
You go for it.
Right, for 570 and 498, both community committees asked for some sort of discretionary funding. We are awaiting a report to come from staff. What I'm going to be asking is, if we do decide that we're going to give community committees some sort of discretionary funding, what sort of budget have we put aside to fund our decision later on in the year, or are we just going to hang them out for another 12 months and do it through the next annual budget, or wait 3 years and try and find that money? I want the money found now. We don't spend it, that's good, it's in our pocket. But I think that if we're going to do some of these reviews, then we have to set aside some funding in case we as a council
Calvin's got
agree.
an answer for you. Calvin?
We've got 50,000 set aside for it.
Thank you. Mark?
That's 50,000, isn't the 50,000 that we were just talking about donating to a different purpose, is it?
No, it's half of it.
We're not. I'm just checking that we weren't spending the 50,000 twice. We know that's an accountant's sort of dream, but I would like to support what Councillor Hassan has said. I had noted under the Ralston Residents Association submission that we needed to have a budget provision in case we were going to establish some small residual discretionary or support funding for community committees. It would be unfortunate if we hadn't done that, in which at least we'd love to support you, but we didn't put any budget in. So I'm pleased to hear there is some.
Great. 544, 550, over the page, 569, 570, 574. Yes, Shane?
Sam, thanks for the staff comments. Back to the Lakeside Soldiers, just acknowledging that.
587, 593, 606. We're on page 15, 629. And just added comment there that let's review the smoke-free policy over the next 12 months. We don't need to make a decision today about whether it gets included or not. 632, 643, 647, 651. Brings us to the end. Oh, sorry. Sophie.
I was just going to note that there is, so it's an interesting one for them because they do have their own dump site just up the road at the Leedens Park, which is constantly full and often gets closed. So there's a lot of demand there, but I agree that it's not worth putting anything else in until the ended up program is worked out. So it's a nice offer though.
Mark.
We're looking for a site for a caravan dump station, then either of our Pines facilities would appear to be the logical site. The Pines wastewater treatment plant's a little problematical as we don't really have a public area there. But certainly next door at the Pines transfer station, there's plenty of public areas and it's not far to pump pipe from one facility to the next to allow that. And it's a public facility that already has public access. So I just throw those ideas out there. If we're considering a public dump station, that there are two sites that seem to scream out for a facility, because if we use the Pines waste transfer site, they could also then dispose of their recyclables and any other rubbish at the same time.
Thank you, Douglas.
No, we wouldn't. We discount all those ones. We actually found the best site in iZone. We've actually got a lay-by already formed. We don't use it for what its initial purpose, with a sewer main right beside it. So we're going to put that one in place. We're just going to shuffle the money forward a year or two, but yeah, it's easy to fix. It took us a while to find it.
Okay, we've got a few recommendations that needs ratifying today, as well as a couple of other documents that we've seen and there may be some discussion on. Firstly, the minutes from the hearings. That's on page 6. Yep. Mover and seconder. Malcolm and Shane. Any discussion on those minutes? All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. And on page 80 of the agenda is the rates postponement policy, followed by the development contributions policy. Moved Alexander, seconded Lyle. Any discussion on those? Councillor Miller.
Just a very short question on the eligibility. It says at age 65. Should we relate it to the superannuation age in case the age of eligibility changes, or are we think 65 is okay? Is it worth worrying about, or we just leave it until adjust the policy if and when it happens to go?
I adjust when it happens. There's no sign of it happening at this point.
Okay. Moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. I think that's the last item.
That's us.
So, well, thank you. How good is going through a process like that and the range of items that have been discussed? I particularly want to thank the conversation that we had earlier where councillors were firing questions at staff and staff were able to respond in a really coherent way that we were then able to, again, rest on, think about and find a path through. And I think that's one of the joys of our council, is being able to have relationships with staff and staff to have relationships with councillors where we have a mutual understanding that we're wanting to get the best out of this. And there's not a second guessing attitude, there's not a watching your back attitude, and we're all in it for the benefit of Selwyn. So I just want to acknowledge that in the room. I think that's quite special, and when I talk to other mayors, it's not universal across New Zealand. So thank you for the consideration that's gone in and for the way that we've listened to our community. These decisions will be ratified at a council meeting in June. First council meeting, David?
Yeah, 25th, I think.
Second council meeting.
Yeah, so basically the next steps now are that staff will prepare the minutes. The minutes from today will be on the agenda in a couple of weeks' time, isn't it? Yep, not next week's agenda, the one after that. In the interim, we have the joys of yet another audit process. So given the minimal changes that we've had today, that should be a relatively straightforward process. And then we'll go back with the finalised document and just recommendations to be taken in block at the meeting of June 25.
And just a heads up, at the meeting on June 25, we'll sing the council waiata as an acknowledgement of the work that's gone on to plan for the next 10 years. So if you want to have a practice, just be aware that's coming up. Murray, did you have something?
Yeah, sorry, it was just going to be around that hot review process, and David's answered the question that it should be relatively straightforward considering the changes we've made. So, yeah.
This has been a public session, so the things that have been discussed here you don't feel like you have to keep private, and if there's been groups that you've been working with or have been alongside and you want to feedback, you're welcome to do that. Thanks for everyone's input, and declare the meeting closed.
Thanks, everyone.